Okay, and then I'm going to tell Twitter that we are live because I'm organized like that. And then I'm going to say good morning. How are we? How are we doing?
Good.
So Kelly and I were catching up before this started, but obviously Celine, you just rocked up. So well done on managing to get all the stuff done that you wanted to get done beforehand.
I still need to go make coffee, but I got everything done, so I'm happy about that.
That's good. That's good. I'm going to say hi to the people that have said good morning, and then I'll come back to what it is we're up to today. So we've got morning, Rochella. Morning, Tamer. Trying to get out of bed. Proud of you. Good morning, Marlo. Lizzie is upstairs. We've got excitement for Lizzie. Lizzie will be coming on later, but Lizzie is not a morning person, so we're letting them have a gentle morning, and then they'll come and join. Listening to Glass Houses. And good morning, Priscilla. I haven't seen you in forever, but I'm so excited because Priscilla and I have got a thing booked very soon to see each other face to face, and I'm excited about that. So, if you didn't see in the updates, I will be reading.
What is that?
It's True Blood Book 1. Dead on
Oh God, Hannah, why are you doing this?
So I have been convinced by Lizzie that I will either love or hate this series. And one of the companies that I use as a distributor to get my box sets from had the whole box set essentially for £12. So I was like, well, that's a bargain because it's like 10 books. So I am going to read book 1. I've got it sorted so that I should be reading 1 a month, which basically means I'll be reading True Blood all year if I enjoy it. If I don't enjoy it, it's not a problem. Lizzie has promised to take the box set off my hands. So regardless, it will find a good home somewhere on the shelves. I loved the TV series. Apparently the book series is wild. And considering I'm buddy reading at the moment with both Lizzie and Amy McCaw, the Morganville vampire series, I don't know if I'm just on a vampire kick or if I'm just low-key, and I said low-key because Lizzie just typed that and it came to my brain, low-key trying to kick vampires from my life because I tend to like get really excited for vampire books and then I don't enjoy them. So this is going to be an interesting sprint because I've read books before that I've been really hyped for and then they've been okay. And then I've read books that I'm like, I don't know anything about this, and then they've been great. This one, I'm expecting this to be a car crash. So
you're expecting correctly, but at least it's quick.
There is that too. But then I also have a vlog that I need to finish. So I want to finish this one as well. This is Lily B on the Brink of Cool, which is about a young girl who just really wants to be cool. She really wants to be popular, and she gets scammed by someone that she's like meant to be related to. So it's really sad, but like a really good contemporary, and I'm halfway through that. So if I finish this car crash, I can finish this one too as well, which will be fun. Now, Kelly, you're not reading today, are you?
No, I'm writing. I should be reading. I want to be reading, but I really need to write.
Did you want to talk more about what you're writing? I know you told me, but did you want to talk about what you're writing? Or
I don't know if I can give like actual details, but I write for there's a dog photographer in Australia, and I write for her blog. So I am writing up some blog posts about dog-friendly destinations in Australia today.
And we love to see it. And what about you, Celine? What are you reading today?
I am reading Green Glass House with Patty. She's supposed to be there at some point today, so she'll be this one, I think.
Yeah. Ali and Lizzie should be joining at some point. I've sent the link to like a whole bunch of people, so yeah, we got a whole bunch.
I hope I'll be able to finish it because that's the goal, finishing this one.
That's fair. So long as we don't have what happened yesterday. So Celine and I were on Discord yesterday, and I was fully having to like bully Celine into reading because every now and then I'd look up and she'd be on her phone, and I'd be like, "Sleep." I really wanted to I finished Artemis Fowl yesterday, and I was like, I really just want to get this done. Like, I can understand why people really enjoy Artemis Fowl, but to me, it's very, very similar to Skullduggery Pleasant, but it's not as funny and it's not as engaging, and I don't care about the characters enough. So I was like, I can absolutely see why you would recommend one off the back of the other, but I prefer one so much more than the other, which was a bit of a shame. But so I was really struggling to read yesterday anyway. So then I was like bullying Celine in a way to bully myself as well.
Yeah, and I was on my phone the whole time.
It's fair. So we have more excitement. Yeah, I'm so excited to see you. Good morning, Pixie. Hope you're well. So excited. Morning, Blue. Low key, want Hannah to hate this so I can get the box. Yeah, that's fair. Next, I'm starting hopefully finishing 5 Survive Day. That's the new Holly Jackson one, isn't it?
Yeah, I have it.
YA
Just there. I have it. I hope it's good. Or like
I've not read anything by Holly Jackson yet, but I've heard good things. So I really do need to get there at some point. But I hope you enjoy it. That sounds really cool. Morning, I'm reading Death of Miss Westaway. Great. Reading Witch Hunt today. It's a cozy mystery that I'm hoping will be good. Me too. I love a cozy mystery.
Yeah.
Whenever Ali comes on and we start talking about cozy mysteries, I just watch her glaze over because she's not interested at all. But I love a cozy mystery. Where do you guys stand on cozy mysteries?
This is a cozy mystery.
Mm-hmm.
So,
what are you, Kelly? You pro or anti?
I think I should like them, but I don't know if I've tried enough. I generally don't like adult mysteries and thrillers, but I feel like a cozy mystery is the kind that I would be able to enjoy.
Okay.
But yeah, if anyone has any recommendations, because I feel like I haven't found one yet that I've liked, but I should like. And I don't like Agatha Christie.
I think this is the thing, right? Is loads of people assume Agatha Christie is going to be cozy when actually Agatha Christie was more of like a thriller when they first came out, and like they've become cozy because we know the stories so well. And therefore, anyone that tries to like emulate Agatha Christie, it tends to be more of a thriller than it does a cozy mystery. And a lot of the cozy mysteries, and I'm air quoting because I feel like the cozy mysteries my parents listen to just aren't Scandi noir murders. You know, it's just anything that isn't a procedural. And actually, I feel like there needs to be a comforting vibe to a cozy mystery, as well as so like the Thursday Murder Club, for example. There are things that happen that hurt the main characters, but the stakes are very low for the main characters. You know it's all going to work out. You know they're all going to be fine. And like generally, there's one character in particular that keeps talking about cake, like everything she does. She's just like, I'm going to make them a sponge because I think that's going to make them feel better. And like, that's a really cozy vibe. So I'm like, that is a cozy mystery. But for example, Mrs. Rochester's Ghost, which is a mystery and it's a retelling, I would argue it's not cozy because it's just a gentle thriller, but it is a thriller. Like it's not. Do you know what I mean? So I think maybe it's such a niche. And also I'm a petty bitch. So like it has to feel like that specific niche for me anyway. But I do enjoy a cozy mystery. I enjoy a cozy mystery way more than I enjoy a procedural.
I do want to try the Thursday Murder Club series. I think if there's one that I am to enjoy, it will be that.
They are a good time. My only gripe with the Thursday Murder Club, the first book, I've got all 3. The first book, for some fucking reason, goes hard on what an absolute dump Folkestone is. Now, Folkestone's my hometown. And supposedly the place where it's set is like 5 minutes down the road. So I know the general area, which is really funny because it is like an old people area, but it's not called what Richard Osman's called it. But Folkestone is. And for some reason, every time they visit Folkestone, he's always like, and the high street was basically derelict except for one florist. And I'm like, hey, we have 2 florists now. How dare you? You know, it's like, he's obviously not been there in a while. And that's my only issue with it. Because the other 2 books, not too bad. He seems to go like, oh, Folkestone's blossoming. And I'm like, yeah, how many Folkestonites did you get just in your comments being like, leave Folkestone alone? Like, you know. I didn't realize I cared about Folkestone that much until I read Thursday Murder Club. So that's fun. I don't know what reaction that was to.
I think it was when you were talking about True Blood.
Ah. That's fair. That's fair. I want to finish the second wave, 120 pages left. It truly depends on how fast I can do the tasks. That's fair. I know you like to be productive on Sundays anyway, so I wish you all the luck. I want to practice before sprints, before watching Instagram Reels instead of getting out of bed for half an hour. That's fine. I'm going to be reading The First to Die at the end. Read like 2 chapters, but want to make some serious progress today. And I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. Finish Leader and the Blue Fox. That's going to be sad, isn't it?
No, a little bit, but not too sad. Not too sad. Yeah. Not too sad. But you can definitely finish it today. It's a really short read.
Yeah, I've got both of those in that series that I need to read, and the reason I keep putting them off is because it's going to be really sad.
I feel like Julia is sadder than
Okay.
Lisa.
That's fair. I'm so tempted to drop everything and just read Hellbent, but no, I have too many other books. Genuinely the same. Genuinely the same.
Waiting for it to arrive. I really want it to arrive.
Well, I've got my giveaway that I'm doing on Waypoint, which will be going. I'll have to pull out a winner about 1:00. So at some point today, I will have to actually put all those names into a hat so I can do that. So many people have entered that. And I was saying to Lizzie, it was insane because for ages, I was following more people as a business than were following my business. And now I've got over 100 people more following me than I am following. And that was in the span of a day. Like in a day, 100 people rocked up and were like, we'd love a copy of Hellbent, please. So
That's good. That's a good thing.
Oh yeah, for sure. But it was like very overwhelming. It was great, but it was overwhelming. Morning. Hope
Hi.
you're well. Reading The First Binding. I've not heard of that one. What is
Me neither. The First Binding. I know The Binding by Bridget Collins, but The First Binding, no.
No, that's just The Bindings, isn't it? That's not.
No, yeah, it's just The Binding. Very curious.
I'm still in the headspace where I don't want to read anything other than Lord of the Rings. That's what I'll be reading on Fellowship.
Ooh.
Excellent.
You're so good.
For Crazy Mistress, have you heard of Shady Hollow? They describe Agatha Christie meets Beatrice Potter. Interesting. So I'm like, is it the animals of Beatrix Potter or is it like the country living? Because I'm here for it.
I'm here for a cozy little mystery series about woodland animals.
Right. Okay, let's look it up on Goodreads. Let's have a look. See, Shady Hollow. Also, that as a place name just sounds really cute. Oh, it's a little fox in a dress. Okay, the first book. Say that again.
You do love your foxes.
I do love my foxes. The first book of the Shady Hollow series, in which we are introduced to the village of Shady Hollow, a place where woodland creatures live together in harmony until a curmudgeonly toad turns up dead and the local reporter has to solve the case. Reporter Vera Vixen, already adorable, is a relative newcomer to Shady Hollow. The fox has a nose for news, so when she catches wind that death might be murder, she resolves to get to the bottom of the case, no matter where it leads. As she stirs up still waters, the fox exposes more than one mystery and discovers that additional lives are in jeopardy. A vintage crime black lettered original. So I think it's indie by the looks of things. Cute though. There's 4 books in the series. Looks like the second one's got a moose on it. Third one's got like a vole, and then back to the. Is that a Christmas one? They've got a Christmas one.
Oh,
amazing.
That's cute.
I love it when there's like just a random, like you've got the standard series and then you've got like a Christmas episode. I love that. That's cute. Thank you for recommending that. I'm just not inclined to pick up Cozy Mysteries. Yeah, because I'm not sure if I'm going to enjoy it. To be fair, after watching, so Tamar very, very helpfully did a video breaking down everything wrong with the Number One Ladies Detective Agency, which is a murder mystery series set in Africa with a black woman main character written by a white man who did spend 10 to 15 years living over there. But there are a lot of things where it's like, it's done for plot convenience, it's mildly racist, it's mildly sexist, but it's mild because of it at the time. It would not be, like, they wouldn't publish it now. Do you know what I mean? Like, or if they did, it would cause like an uproar. And it was one of those series where I loved it as a kid because I loved the idea of this black woman like fighting against the norms of like the misogyny that she's surrounded by, solving crimes, etc. But the fact that it's written by a white man, I'm not going to be picking it up again anytime soon. Yeah. So it was just, So that's a cozy mystery as well. I can absolutely understand why you'd be even more disinclined because of that. Love the Thursday Club books. Good, they're a good time. Good morning, Olivia. Hope you're well. I slept for hours, so I'm making a bagel and maybe skip church. Don't tell God. And read with you all. I mean, I'm here for it. If you want to join, let me know and I'll drop you the link. I'll read The Secret Lives of Church Ladies. So God will. I believe that's like his prerogative is to forgive. I think you're good. And besides, it's reading, it's self-care. I've been reading The Secret Sunshine Project. Cute, but I didn't know the themes of moving before picking it up. So now I cry every time I read it. Oh, bless. Hello, it's 8 p.m. here, so I got to eat dinner first, then editing my 2023 spreadsheet. Awesome, welcome. The first binding is an adult fantasy about a storyteller who has a mysterious past. Interesting. Glad
Yeah,
you're.
I'll check it out. I'm so curious now.
Foxes are easy recs for Emma. Do you know what's really funny? Is I've got Emma's subscription box for Feb, literally sat there that I just need to package. There's more Fox books in it. Spoiler alert, there's more Foxes in it, because of course there is. It's the easiest thing to recommend, Emma, to be honest. Right, well, it's 15:15, which means that if we start the 45-minute sprint now, we should finish bang on the hour. How exciting is that?
I might just vanish at some point, because my power's going out on the hour, so.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, thanks for joining us anyway, if I don't catch you, but I hopefully will catch you before you go. Cool. All right, well, I'm going to press play, and I will see you guys in 45 minutes. Hey, hey, hey.
Hi.
You've got coffee, so that's a good start.
I got coffee. I need coffee. I really, really need coffee.
How'd you get on, Kelly?
I wrote a whole 73 words because I've only been writing for like the last 10 minutes.
That's fair.
Alan came home pretty soon after we started, or Alan came home before we started, so I made us some lunch and chatted to him for a bit.
Nice. Well, I managed to read just under 20 pages, which is not a lot, but I was doing other things as well. And I'm going to, in the next sprint, wrap up my vlog, so I can just get that done. But this is, yeah.
Have you started?
Yeah. And I've got a problem with it already.
I can tell that it's bad.
So a pro is that all the characters were clearly really well cast in the TV series, because there's nothing about the descriptions that's disrupting in my brain what happens. I also don't mind that the writing style is very, very fast paced. Like I said, I'm just about 20 pages in and the whole of episode 1 is done. like all of that stuff from episode 1 ticked off, done. So that's great. It moves very, very quickly, and she kind of like keeps dropping facts in and then being like, and then I ran into this, and then this has happened, and something you need to know is this, and this, and like everything she does is very, very fast. So I don't think it'll be an issue of like finishing it. My biggest gripe is that she keeps calling her ability to hear like people's minds a disability. Like she keeps calling it a disability, and I'm like, I get it being like a curse or a gift, I get it being like a hindrance, I get it, but I feel like calling it a disability is giving me the ick. So I don't know how I feel about that bit. That's worrying me. But in overall, I can tell it's going to be a fun time. I don't know if it's a series that I want to continue, but we shall see. We shall see. So anyway, let's have a look at the comments because there were loads that came through. I'm really happy when we move. I can go to church again, getting rid of those assholes from church. The rest not looking to move forward. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. Olivia might be joining us later. I've sent her the link, so hopefully she'll be joining later. Good morning. Let me know what you're reading. Let me know how you are. Hi, I just joined. I have to work my internship and write new stories, so I'll be using sprints. There you go, Kelly. You're not the only one writing today, so that's nice. Olivia read 3 short stories. Love that. Good morning. I was sprinting all day, like all day. So if you've not watched start to finish sprints before, basically I pick a book. In this instance, I actually got people on my Discord to pick the book for me because it was on my semi-TBR. I didn't set a TBR for January, but I have books that I need to get read regardless of when in the year I get them read. This is one of them. And people chose this for me. I also chose it myself. The idea is that I start it at 9 o'clock in the morning and then I keep reading until the end of the day. But because I am the chaotic being that I am, I also get other things done during the day. So it does tend to be all day that I'm reading. So feel free to pop in, pop out. It's fine. It's fine. I finished breakfast and got dressed. Good for you. Good for you. Not sure how long I can stay today, but I've started the 4 Winds. Very cool.
Oh, I can read that.
Have you read that? Or you say you haven't?
I want to. I have it.
You have it. That's cool. Next sprint, I'm going to put the washing into the washing machine and unload. That's a good shout. I should do some more washing because my stuff's dry. So that I will also do that. I will do my vlog and I will do my washing. And read 40 pages of Witch Hunt. Nice. Okay, cool. So how long have you got before your power goes, Kelly?
So it was scheduled to go off 5 minutes ago. At some point I'll just disappear. It's fine.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair. Perfect. I would like to finish 2 books today. Me too. Me too. It was really funny because I was chatting to Celine yesterday and we were talking about like how many books we want to get finished. And I was like, I need to read 4 books a week to hit my Goodreads goal. I've read 3 books so far this year. So she's behind.
I've read 1.
I mean, I'd only read one until I finished a couple of the audiobooks. I'm reading like 7 books. If I could just finish some, that would make me feel real good. What series are you currently watching? Are you watching any series at the moment? The people want to know.
No, I'm Fowl. I'm finishing Suits. I have like maybe 4 episodes left, I think.
Okay.
And then, no, actually, I'm not watching anything. Like series, TV show wise. No. I do have some that I want to get to. Like his Dark Materials, but I want to reread the books first. Which is not gonna happen, so I'm never gonna watch the TV show. Penny Dreadful, I would like to watch.
I have so many things about Penny Dreadful because I really liked the general vibe. Obviously, it's gothic, right? And it's gothic retellings, and it's got all the classic monsters. But the thing is, it watches like a traditional Penny Dreadful. So Penny Dreadfuls obviously were like literally you'd buy them for a penny, and they were like little magazines that would have those gothic stories in. There was no cohesion because they were written by like loads of different people. I feel like that series has so little plot that's actually threaded through that it just feels like there's so much going on, but none of it, like it all links to each other. But from what I remember, none of it was ever really explained. And I just remember being like 5 or 6 episodes in and being like, what is this? Like, what am I doing here? So I need to rewatch it because I do remember enjoying it. But I also remember being like, I don't think this makes sense. I don't think this is. Yeah. Maybe. I mean, yeah, let's do that because apparently that's the only real way I watch things. Because I still haven't watched the rest of season 4 of Stranger Things.
You need to finish Stranger Things first, like the last season. You do. And it's really good. You have to.
I know, and that's why I don't want to watch it because there's Kelly. Kelly's gone. Kelly's internet's gone. So for those of you not sure, Kelly is in South Africa and they do time on, time off of power because they don't actually have enough power to power the whole country, which is ridiculous. But it means that sometimes they just turn the power off. And so she still has like her laptop and stuff. She can still read, but she won't have any internet. So that's where she's disappeared to. But yeah, I know Stranger Things season 4 is going to be my favorite season, which is why I don't want to watch it yet. I'm waiting for season 5 to come out and then I will watch season 4 in one go and then I'll watch season 5.
Okay, that's fair. I guess.
I need to like for my own mental health.
It's so good. It's so good. And we need to buy like the t-shirts.
Yeah, I can't wait. Maybe when you come over, that's what we'll do is we'll try and get ourselves some t-shirts in.
I'm sure we can find like a thrift shop, something like that to buy them.
Yeah. Love that. But I need to start the other TV series that I've started like half of episode 1 just to see if I liked it. And then I'm going to give it 3 episodes to see if I do is I think it's like Bad Girls or something like that, or like it's the or like Good Girls, the one where it's the 3 women who rob a convenience store and then like become like villains basically. It just looks really fun. It looks really fun.
Never heard of it.
I will send you I can't remember if it's Good Girls or Bad Girls. It's one of those ones, but it's very funny. So I've got that on the go. But I don't tend to watch a lot of TV. Lizzie and I watch on Dropout, which is the college humor subscription thing. We watch all of their shows. They're quite fun. But I don't watch a lot of series, unfortunately.
I actually
I read that one already. Well done on your 36 pages. Celine and Ali with their book lists. I tell you what, it's Nico in the Discord. Nico comes in with like their full TBR and keeps you updated on every book they're reading at any given point. And I'm just like, this is wild. So that's cool. I'm watching 1899 on Netflix. Very mysterious. I've not heard of that. Tell me more.
What is it? I've seen around. It's a TV show. How can I explain that? I'm not even sure what it's about. Basically, there's a bunch of people on a ship. It's like back in probably maybe like
1899, maybe?
I don't think, but like it reminds me of that for some reason. I'm not sure. I don't think it's the same, but like they're all on a ship. They're crossing the ocean, or like they're crossing something, obviously. And there's, I don't know, murders or like people are disappearing or something like that. And they're all stuck on the ship. Can someone help me there? I don't
Can
remember.
someone help me? Can someone help Celine? Because I have no idea. I have no idea. I've just finished Alice in Borderland on Netflix. Highly recommend, as long as you're okay with a bit of gore. I don't mind a bit of gore.
I do. So no.
To be fair, it was really funny watching Stranger Things with Celine, because I'd be like, oh, that was kind of scary. And Celine would be like, no! Like, so dramatic. I read 120 pages of Lilo and the Blue Fox. I have no doubt. If you're like, if you're doing 120 pages in 40 minutes.
But are you enjoying it? That is the question.
That is the question. Good Girls, yeah.
Okay.
It is fun. I enjoy
I'll
it.
check it out.
I don't watch a lot of series. Watched 2 more episodes of Avatar: Legend of Korra yesterday. I need to get to that. I always get like halfway through Avatar. I always want to watch Avatar first, as in like Last Airbender, and then get to Legend of Korra. And I always get halfway through and then get distracted. It's nothing to do with the series. It's a very comforting series, but I get about halfway through and then I'm like,
everyone is telling me to watch this one, and like Avatar. I need to.
It's a very comforting show. The episodes are only like 20 minutes long, so it's not difficult to burn through the whole thing very quickly.
Yeah.
And it's like a great watch for like just before you go to bed. So
okay.
Lots of people on ship in 1899. They come across a ship that went missing. Lots of different nationalities, so lots of subtitles. Okay. Who made Dark? I don't know that one.
Do I have a Dark
really
on my watch list? I feel like I had at least Dark on my to watch list.
Avatar Aang is comforting. Avatar Korra is pain. That might be why I've not got to it yet. That might be why I'm like, you know what?
There.
I remember when I did a year of booktube, and then I read loads of really sad books, and then in my second year I was like, I'm not reading any more sad books this year. This year is a year for mental health and reading only happy and fun books. And then I proceeded to read lots and lots of sad books that I hadn't expected to be sad. So I'd pick up a book and be like, this will be fun, and then it was just traumatizing. And I was like, why? Why have you done this to me? So that's why I read scary books now, because you can't be sad if you're too scared.
That is very true, actually. Yeah, you have something there. That's true.
Psychology. I'm chatting absolute shit, but yeah, that's basically my go-to. Yeah, okay. It's an age category. Cool. So yeah, how many pages did you get, Celine? Did I ask?
10.
10.
Like, yeah, I went on social media and I made a coffee, so.
Well, I had to update Instagram because I forgot that I'm doing this thing where I tell Instagram every time I've picked up a new book. I forgot that I was doing that. So I was like, oh, I need to tell Instagram. Like, Instagram gives a shit, but I'm just like, oh, Instagram doesn't know. So that's what I did. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, it's nearly 15:15, so I think I'm going to do another sprinty sprint.
Yes, that is a very good idea.
Because that will make me feel like I'm being really productive. But I am disappearing so that I can go and film the wrap up of my vlog. That's the plan there, and then I'll come back.
Okay, that's on camera. Not that anyone, but
that's fair. Sometimes the pain is worth it. Sometimes the pain is worth it for good shows. But
yeah.
Anyway, right. Oh, okay. I've just got a text from my mum, but it's come up on my screen, and that really threw me. Right. Oh, thank you for reminding me. And I'll start with my washing because I'll forget.
Yeah. Do that first.
I will. Right. See you in a bit. Welcome back.
Hi.
Again, this is so wild, but I'm actually, this is embarrassing. I'm enjoying this more than I'm enjoying the Morganville Vampires one, probably
Really?
because I enjoy the TV series, and it's very easy to get through.
I'm very surprised that you still remember the TV show, because it was years ago. I feel like 15 or 16. No, maybe 16, 17. Maybe I'm overdoing it, but like it was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago, but I loved that series.
Like, you still remember even the very first episode. I could not.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is I think that's why I'm moving through it so quickly, is because my brain goes, oh, I know this bit.
Yeah.
Which is why I really struggle to reread books that I love, and I have to leave it ages because my brain does just skip. Or if I do reread, I have to do them as audiobooks so that I can be like,
yeah,
that's
like it's
fine. Like, yeah, mentally I can't skip. How did you get on?
Almost, I think 30 pages, something like that. So it's okay. I'm reading that very slowly for some reason. I don't know why, but yeah, it's cute. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but it's cute.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Let's see how everybody else did. So Blue agrees. We love a sad book. Lizzie's here.
I was going to ask, where the hell is she?
Right.
We cannot hear you. Well, I cannot hear you.
I'm on mute, and I was going off on one. That was great.
Do you know what's really funny is I could hear you. I could hear you from upstairs being like, I was tidying my room. And I was like,
Well, that was a bad thing. But yeah, no, I was tidying my room.
Try again.
I was tidying my room, Celine. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's fine.
And listening to my audio book.
Yeah.
Lizzie was listening. You finished your very, very, very big book yesterday, and I was like, how? Because you were not even halfway through, and you.
I just kept reading, Celine. I just read.
I hate you. How dare you?
Like, it wasn't a happy experience, Celine. Like, I was sat here not enjoying Artemis Fowl, and Lizzie was sat there semi-enjoying Ashes to the Sun. And what kills me is Lizzie turned to me at one point, made eye contact with me, and said, I wanted these two to bang, but not like this. And I think, I've said it yesterday, I think it's the funniest thing Lizzie has ever said to me.
It's true, though. It was very unsatisfying of just like, I've been waiting for these two to realize and just,
Yeah, but not the way they did.
And then when it happened, I was like, why? Why?
That's fair.
So had to run. Hopefully you'll be back later. Did the washing, the dishes, and read 4 pages.
So productive.
Nice. I've stuck my washing in. I just didn't press go because I was recording. I did finish my vlog though, so I just need to edit it now. Anyway, hey Beth, welcome. How was 1975 the other day? Because the photos, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. I want to read a chapter for each sprint, so I'm going to read 2 chapters next sprint to catch up. That's
perfect.
I'm at 65% of my book. Well done. 62 pages.
You're doing so good. And I'm like, pages.
I'm just looking through your movies thread, Celine, and there was a movie from Never Let Me Go. Didn't know. But the fact that the movie was even more boring than the book is hilarious.
I mean, yeah. And I feel like they didn't include really important scenes from the book, which I didn't get. I was like, that was so important in the book. And the book was boring to begin with. So I'm like, why? So yeah.
What is a film that you've watched after you've read the book and you're convinced the writers of the film never read the book?
Percy Jackson.
Thing is, like, my brain immediately went Percy Jackson. Yeah.
I've heard that a lot about Percy Jackson.
It's not a bad movie. It's a shit,
adaptation.
Adaptation, that's the word. It's a shit adaptation of a bad movie.
It is a bad movie. I haven't read the books. I've watched the first, part of the first one because it was so bad I wasn't paying attention. It was bad. And I didn't know what it was about, except, there's a guy and gods. That's it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think because I feel like that was my gut reaction, but I want to have another one as well because I do feel like there are a few times when I'm like, oh, that's interesting. It's interesting that you did that. You've clearly not read the book.
I'm trying to
All
think
the
as
films I've ever watched has fallen out of my head.
Yeah, because I asked the question. That's typical.
same. And I'm
Um,
sure I had answers before that, but
I mean, ironically, the TV series is a pretty honest adaptation. Like beat for beat, the same.
The further in the series you get, the less.
Oh yeah, but they do that, don't they?
But I understand some of the stuff they took out because the books are they just get too much. It's like the Vampire Diaries. The books for that they're fucking wild too, and like
Vampire Diaries. Here I go, because I've read the books, like the first 3 or 4 books before watching, well, before the TV show was something, and like you could have done something closer to the books. They changed the names of the characters. That is all. The names.
I am glad that they didn't go the route the books of the Vampire Diaries did. I'm very glad.
It was very YA and very boring.
That's fair. That's fair. I also feel like Vampire Academy was also a terrible adaptation. But
I haven't read the books, but the movie was questionable.
Questionable. I think the fact that it was in your French accent made that even better. Questionable. Loved it.
People say that about like Shadowhunters as well, the Netflix.
I actually don't hate the film.
Well, no, not the film, the TV show.
Oh, the TV show, I can see what they were trying to do. They were trying to make it a Riverdale.
I enjoyed it. Okay.
Riverdale worked, but I haven't watched it. I've watched like maybe the first half of the first episode, and the stars did not align for me to be able to pay attention to it. But I actually don't hate the film. Like the film, I mean, for a start, it's got such a great cast. I don't know why. Is it Reese Ifans? It's not Reese Ifans. Who's the Reese guy that plays Valentine? What a choice! Like wild.
I know you're talking about
House as Simon. Topped it. Yeah, it's a wild one. Anyway, finished Leader and the Blue Fox. We knew you would. Well done. Really enjoyed it. Plus the 6 off baby environment prompt for Jabbertathon. And a book that's now on the cover for Book Wanderers. Perfect.
You know something I'm really upset about?
Go on.
For Jabbertathon, I'm just trying to like fit what I'm reading into the prompts.
Yeah.
And every book I've read so far doesn't fit the baby prompts. And I'm like, I've never felt more betrayed by my TBR ever.
Oh.
Because I assumed I'd like birds on the cover, right? I was like, oh, easy. I've got loads of books with birds on the cover. Every single fucking book I've picked up doesn't have birds on the cover.
Does Hollow have birds on the cover? Sorry. Hollow is the book that Lizzie got in her subscription box this month.
No.
Does it not? At all? Not front or back?
No birds.
How bizarre. Well, The Raven does. So you can read that.
No.
Teen Titans. Don't fancy a bit of Teen Titans. Misfit City's got birds on the front, I think.
Wait, there's not any birds on Once Upon a Breaking Heart? Because I do remember there's a lot of stuff. No birds, not like one single one feathers at one.
I don't think there is. Oh God, get out.
I'm trying to think of what about
there's foxes. But no birds. Foxes.
Muse of Nightmares. Muse of Nightmares. It must have does it count?
Yeah, there's a bird.
That is a bird. All right, I'm stupid. I'm dumb. I'm really dumb. All right, okay. Bear with me. But I forgot, and I was thinking Muse of Nightmares, and Muse of Nightmares is a moth. Okay, well, fine. All right, I'm stupid. Everyone knows this.
You're not. That was there must be one book.
I mean, it's not as bad as me the other day, just not reading the comment in the Discord at all, where someone was like, this fits for this prompt, and it's on sale. And I was like, yeah, I think it does. And then I tagged all the Jabberters in, going like, just so you guys know, I'm an idiot.
I did see that. It was quite funny.
Yeah, recovery mode. I'm not surprised. Have a gentle weekend. The book is so boring. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I didn't even watch Percy Jackson because Rick Riordan isn't even proud of it.
Well, Rick Riordan, he didn't greenlight the film. They did it without him. Like,
Yeah.
and he didn't want the film.
I feel like that happens a lot.
Yeah, well, thing is, when you sell your rights of your book, you can sell it wholly to the publisher, or you can stipulate that you will retain certain rights. But usually when you retain certain rights, you don't get paid as much. So it might be that when it first came out, he was like, yeah, sure, like you can have the full rights to this because you're going to give me a big paycheck. But then he's retained rights later on. So, for example, George R.R. Martin retained any film rights to Game of Thrones, which is why he got to pick the directors because it was under like his thing. Equally, George Lucas, although he sold the film rights, he did not sell the merchandise rights. So George Lucas still makes a shit ton of fucking money every time you buy a Star Wars merchandise branded thing, like toys, t-shirts, anything like that. So it's things that you can do where you're like, yeah, I'm selling you the thing, but I'm still making money this way. So if he had sold to the publisher, he wouldn't get a single say in it.
I don't remember what happened, but obviously they're now making the Disney Plus show, which he is very involved in. So we'll see, because that should be better.
I was going to ask about that.
I need to watch more films, honestly. I've got one of those like Cineworld cards and I just need to use it.
Yeah.
Maybe for you it's like that. Much of the plot is the same, but none of the charm. That's fair. I didn't hate that film either. I thought to be fair though, I read the book and watched the film around the same time that I watched and read the John Green one that's names escape me. The OK one. What's it called?
The OK.
Fault in Our Stars.
That's it. Because they're the same story. They are the same story. So I think I was just in my feelings at that time. So it got away with it. I started watching Shadowhunters and found out about the book. So I stopped and then DNF the first. That's okay. Fair enough.
That's totally fair because I feel like if I'd read Shadowhunters when it came out, I would have DNF'd the series. Because I don't understand, right, how you can read it, get to incest, and then read the next book. Because it's so wild. I'm like, during that time, I was like, not all the books were released. I was like, how would I have waited like a year for the next book and gone, I'm jumping back into this.
Yeah, I mean, I read it around the same time that I read Twilight, so.
Oh, yeah, that era. Oof.
Like any book that was published in 2012, like what was happening? What was happening?
A wild time.
A wild time.
I didn't read any of those at the time. Any of those.
Good. Yeah. You probably are a better human for it.
Not quite sure. But
I'm excited for the Disney Plus series. He is heavily involved with that one. Yeah. Excellent.
Everyone is hyping that. So one more TV show to add to the list.
Add it to the list. And then never watch it, because that's how we roll.
I need to continue with House of Dragons. I watched only the first episode.
Apparently, it's done well enough to like redeem Game of Thrones. Like statistically, like the amount of money they lost on that final season has actually been like accumulated again because of House of Dragons. So that's cool. What a year for books! What a year for books! Wild. Has anyone watched Rings of Power? I think the discourse has been fascinating as far as adaptations go, because it's really a fanfic, so it's very different to adapting a book.
I finished. I binge watched it like last week. It was like a week ago, and it was okay.
Well, yeah, obviously you guys watched the first 2 episodes for Middle Earthathon, so
I liked it. And I liked that we're back in Tolkien's world. And I agree. It is basically fanfic because they didn't have the rights for it all. Like, they literally had the smallest amount of rights to try and adapt the Silmarillion. And I think Tolkien fanboys need to sit the fuck down and let people enjoy things. To be honest, if you liked it, great. If you didn't, great. But, like, don't ruin it for other people. Because, like...
do. That's fine.
Like, I hate it. I had someone literally... I commented on someone else's video, a reactors channel, because they asked the question of, do you like Tolkien? Like, how are you feeling about the TV show? And I said, yeah, I'm really into Tolkien. I wrote a dissertation on Tolkien. Like, I know what I'm fucking talking about. Like, I've done research. and I still enjoyed it. I think enjoy it for what it is. And I had this fucking Tolkien fanboy come up to me and be like, you're clearly just like a real like into like capitalism and like you're the perfect consumer. And I was like, fuck off.
I love that. I love the fact like this is every argument with a toxic fanboy. It doesn't matter the fandom, right? The first comment will always be, excuse me, sir, here are my qualifications. Here's how I know what I'm talking about. And then the second comment, because they've said something that is so irrelevant, will always just be, oh, fuck off. Because like, at what point do you have to draw the line and go, I don't want to have this conversation with you? And like people talk about like echo chambers being a bad thing. I think sometimes when it comes to your fandom, having an echo chamber is okay. Like having like a little group of people where you're like, I like this thing and we can all talk about it together. You don't get any of this. Like that's fine. Like that's less toxic than rocking up to someone's house and being like, you don't know what you're talking about. You're a capitalist. And it's like, I like things. Yeah, sure.
I had like 4 comments, and each time I literally was like basically being like, maybe turn off your laptop. Like the world, there is other things going on in the world for you to be like having a go at me because I enjoyed something. And I think it was like 4 or 5 comments down. I was like, okay, I don't have time for you anymore. Have a nice life.
It was really funny because every time Lizzie got a new comment, she'd come stomping downstairs and be like, Hannah, he said something, and like got really like agitated about it, and then like would tell me the very articulate thing that she'd sent back that was not what she was screaming at me, which I found very funny.
I just think having the discourse thing, I'm just like, I get it. I understand why people don't like it, but don't gatekeep the fandom if people have enjoyed it. I hate it. It really brings like if I didn't like something, I'd be like, okay.
How nuanced can discourse be on YouTube and Twitter? Like if you're making a video, you're having a discussion, you're having a face-to-face sit down, you're writing an essay, you're writing a blog post, like long format, fine, because you've got time to articulate yourself there. But if you're like just picking on someone's YouTube comments, like go outside, touch grass.
Yeah, I just got annoyed about it, and I think Rings of Power was great, so enjoy. If you don't like it, cool.
I read a lot of crossover YA fantasy when I was 9. Sorry. But I ditched all the romance fantasy, which is super wild, but I'm also very proud of myself. I would have hated it. That's fair. Lizzie and I were talking about this yesterday because Lizzie doesn't like a romance, but she likes a romantic subplot.
Yeah.
Except if you dislike it simply because they cast people of color. No, absolutely fuck off. Like, there's one thing disliking something, and then there's bigotry. Like, absolutely fucking not.
There was 2 things in Rings of Power that bothered me. Was elves not having long hair. Like, the haircuts in general were a problem. The haircut, like, just in general, across the cast, was a problem. And the female dwarves not having proper beards. I was like, there are 2 things. The only 2 things I have an issue with. Casting was great. Lenny Henry as a halfling, top tier casting.
Yeah.
So yeah, but the haircuts were bad.
I didn't like the fact that elves are meant to be this super old, super wise race, and they're basically living a telenovela drama where no one knows anyone. And I was like, really? Okay. Yep. And you call dwarves petty. All right.
Yep, but that's that's elves. Superiority complex.
People need to bully me into watching the Lord of the Rings movies. I want to watch them, but there is so much pressure on it.
I love them.
I mean, you've just said there's loads of pressure, and now you want us to bully you into doing it. Maybe we should reverse psychology you. I bet you won't have.
I'll bully you into watching them. I love them.
It's fine. Maybe for Middle Earthathon, we'll do a watch along for like one of the movies.
Please. Yes.
I'd be more up for that than Rings of Power, to be honest, for sure. Fantasy book fanboys, you clearly didn't understand the book at all when you dislike something. This is the thing, is right, okay, and I this is a misogyny thing, is assuming ignorance when actually it's a differing opinion, because in their minds, they have to be smart to like something. They get it. They understand. And my favorite thing is how many films are coming out now which are subverting that and making those people who think that if you don't like something, you don't get it, and showing just how fucking toxic that is, but also how wrong that is. So like The Menu, for example, Promising Young Woman, taking these men who think they're really smart and showing that actually because you're smart in this aspect does not mean you're a good fucking person. Because like the amount of times like it's very easy to be like, oh, you disagree with me, you must be stupid. Like you must be stupid because I know I'm intelligent and this is my opinion based on whatever fucking stimuli you choose, facts or whatever. You must be stupid. And it's like, no, I just disagree with you. And cognitive dissonance means that you can believe two things at once. That means inherently two things can be true at the same time. So anyway.
Sorry, I was laughing.
Man. That's my tactic.
I laughed in the middle of what you were saying, not because of what you were saying, but I saw a comment pop up on the side in the comments bit from Mary B saying Elrond had 2017 fuckboy hair, and I as you were talking, and I was like, that is fantastic because you are absolutely correct.
Yeah, you know, have you guys seen the film for Princess Diaries, the first one?
Yes.
You know the absolute Chad that
Yes.
like only kisses her so that he can be on the front of the newspaper.
Yeah.
Same haircut.
Yep.
Same haircut.
But that was where that's why I started laughing. Just so you know, it wasn't at you because what you're saying was correct.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I got my first most tweeters don't post replies like this yesterday when someone was transphobic on one of my tweets. Block and report. Block and report. Because there was that Arlen guy who was like going ham on how people were too stupid to understand his book, and I just reported loads. He's been blocked from Twitter now, so good luck to him. Twitter's gonna get long tweets, and I'm terrified. I just won't use them. I will still tweet to 140 characters. Watch me. These platforms are made to boost fighting and inflammatory takes. Personally, I hate fighting and try to avoid it. Yeah. I wish I was like that, Pixie. I wish. But I'm a toxic human being and I fucking love to argue.
Yep, me too.
I literally started a conversation with Lizzie this morning saying, I'm about to make an antagonistic comment and then proceeded to complain about something. Lizzie. And like the look Lizzie gave me of just like, and what's it going to be today? Hello, I just joined. I'm reading The Hobbit. Welcome. And my boyfriend's reading The Final Empire. Love that.
Loved them both.
Yeah, fuckboy hair, amazing. Also, like Rings of Power, Lizzie. My main issue with the writing, certain dialogue for Galadriel. Yeah.
I mean, there was one certain thing, which is to do with Sauron and Galadriel in canon, like in the Silmarillion and all of that sort of stuff. Galadriel never, ever, ever, ever trusts Sauron, and she is the one that sees through his bullshit, right? Like she is literally in all of the canon. So the thing with Galadriel and Sauron pissed me off because I was like, now that is actually away from canon, like genuinely. Everything else, I was like, okay, fine. I like what they're doing. And I like that they kept us guessing. But I was like, realistically, though, this wouldn't have happened because Galadriel would have been like, no, I know what you're doing.
How close does an adaptation have to stick to the source material for you? Like, how much flexibility, and does it depend on the source material? Because I feel like if I was like, okay, I'm going to do a Skullduggery adaptation, but we're going to start when Valkyrie's 18 rather than 11. And I don't think people would have that much of an issue with it because I feel like the violence and stuff, if you're starting at 18, you can start harder than if she starts at 11, right? I do feel like people might see a difference in relationships, but people have been shipping Valkyrie and Skullduggery for years. So I feel like that would be the only thing. But for most part, I don't mind. If they mixed anything else up about it, I'd have issues. Whereas Lord of the Rings, I'm like, set something in Middle-earth and run with it. Because I couldn't care less, so long as it's well-written, well-edited, and well-directed.
I think if we know characters, though, the characterizations should be correct. And like certain things like that, I was like, that is kind of important because everyone else, like all the other elves, fell for it. Like all of them did. That's how literally the Rings of Power were created and given to the elves. So she was the reason that the Elven rings never got corrupted because she saw through Sauron's bullshit. Like she made sure that they weren't corrupted. So that's where it draws the line. I think like Skullduggery, I think if you set at 18, I think as long as you get Valkyrie's whole character right, then no one will give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because like look at Lord of the Rings, they're not like true adaptations. They change events around all the time. Like Return of the King has events from Two Towers in, Fellowship has some events in Two Towers. So it's like they're not a perfect adaptation, but they're fucking great movies.
Yeah, that's fair. Where do you stand on it, Celine?
I hate when they change things. Like, I'm a petty bitch. I hate it.
No, I love that. I was like, oh, because like I monologue, Lizzie monologue, Celine, one sentence.
I hate
it. They change things.
They just adapted A Man Called Ove. They changed the title. They changed the name for Otto. I am not going to watch the movie because they changed the fucking name. That's how much I hate it. I'm a petty bitch.
Why do they change it? Is that just because they're like, oh, Americans won't know how to say this?
No, I have no idea. But like, both names are stupid to begin with. So like, just keep Ove.
I feel like there'd be too much discourse about how they're pronounced either Ove or Ove, to be honest, because no one fucking knows what's correct. Which one's right? I think they just were like, nah, we're just gonna call him Otto because like you can only pronounce Otto.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. Like, yeah. And I think in the movie it's set in America. I'm not quite sure. I haven't watched it, but I think it's set in America and not like the country it's supposed to be in. I'm not quite sure that. So like, what?
They did that with the girl on the train, didn't they? As well. They changed locations all the time.
Yeah, well, that's because it was made by an American company, so they set it in New York, but filmed it in Canada because they film everything in Canada because it's cheaper.
Well, I think it's stupid.
When I was 9, I read a lot from my library and remember arts, and I remember Our Century and Rune Marks, also a bunch of Dutch fantasy. That's cool. I need to reread some childhood fantasy reads for a vlog. It would be great. I've literally, the vlog that I've just finished filming today is me rereading all my childhood favorites. Like, I read a whole bunch last year, and I filmed the video over a year ago, nearly 2 years ago now. Excuse me. And I have just finished essentially the last book that was on that list that I wanted to read. So that vlog will be going up this week. But I have a real thing about rereading my childhood favorites, which is, in my mind, they're the best books that were ever written. So when I read them and they're not, I get sad.
Yeah, of course. That makes sense.
Hello and welcome. Let me know what you're reading. Let me know if you're being productive today. The thing with Lord of the Rings is that we have extended editions on DVD. Our DVD player broke, so I want a new one. That's fair.
Oh.
I love the Skullduggery books. My son-in-law put me on them. They are the best series ever.
They
held up.
Yeah, Celine, fucking read them. Get on with it.
Genuinely.
I have too many, like...
What's stopping you? What's stopping you from picking it up?
In total, I have 110 series. I do not need to start a new one.
Yes, you do. It's Skullduggery.
It's Skullduggery.
And the Wheel of Time, right?
Like, Wheel of Time.
I haven't picked up Wheel of Time. I haven't picked up Wheel of Time since last year, so...
There's a read-along for Wheel of Time. And to be honest, I'm going to watch the first live show to see if it sounds anything like what I want to read. So.
You said it would for me, right?
I think you'd like it. You like Lord of the Rings, and it gives me the same vibe.
I like vibes, yeah. I'm sure that I will.
So you'll like it, and also it's massive, and you love a big book. And
yeah, but you know what you'd like more? You know what you'd enjoy more? Skullduggery Pleasant.
I'm here for that too. I'm totally here pushing that agenda as well.
Yeah. I love movies and book series that age up the characters each installment and also go PG. That's fun. Yeah. I watched all the Hobbit movies and all the Rings movies. I've only read the first 2 chapters of Fellowship of the Ring, but we'll be tackling them after the Hobbit. That's fair. I prefer the Hobbit of all the books, but then that's because I'm a literal child. So that's what I mean about fanfic. Tolkien wouldn't have done it. But to be honest, I'm interested in the other writing. Do you know what's really funny is I literally said to Lizzie yesterday, because I read Firefly back in December, the first book, Big Damn Hero, which I've unhauled to Lizzie because Lizzie also wants to read them. And my main issue with that entire book is that because it has been produced by a traditional publisher and like edited to within an inch of its life, it's very well crafted. It doesn't fucking read like Firefly. And I love that series. And I don't believe any of those characters are the same people. Like, that's not a thing. So I've read fan fiction that has made me feel like this is Firefly. This is an extension of that. The actual legit book? No. Honestly, my memory is so bad that adaptations have been pretty significantly different to me, unless it's been literally just read it. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. I don't mind an adaptation. And I think because I read a lot of like classics that then get adapted like 1,000,001 ways, I don't mind it as much. So like, I've got I'm doing a vlog this year where I'm going to read Pride and Prejudice, and then every Pride and Prejudice retelling that I've got about 12, and they're all very different, and I'm really looking forward to it. So.
I have a question, Celine. How do you feel about the Muppets Christmas Carol?
I haven't watched it.
Okay, because arguably not that close to the books.
Actually, it's got direct quotes from the books. It's a very honest adaptation.
Okay,
but also it's the Muppet. Like, it's the Muppet. It's supposed to be funny. Like, do we care about?
It's the best Christmas Carol adaptation there is out there. So I just need to know how you felt about it. You know,
I need to watch it. I need to watch it.
It's so good. There is something I saw this as a tweet the other day. If you could pick a film where every character is a Muppet, but except for one actor, what would the film be, and who would be the actor? Because, like, imagine Lord of the Rings, but the only person who's a human is
which actor?
No, Ian McKellen as Gandalf. He's the only one that's a human.
Oh, I'd pay really good money though to watch literally any of the Muppets play Gandalf.
But I'm thinking Gollum. Gollum is the only one that's not a Muppet, because that would throw everyone through.
Is he CGI? Amazing. Yeah, Celine, what film would you choose, and what actor would you choose?
I have no idea, but that's such a good question. I don't know.
Thank you, internet. But feel free to drop in the comments, guys, because I could talk about this all day. I won't, but I could.
I'll go back to you with that, like, with an answer. I need to think about it.
What about the Hunger Games or Twilight? Because that would be fucking
hilarious. It's so annoying. Like,
I love that. Twilight, but Bella is the only one that's human. Or Charlie is the only one who's human. And Miss Piggy plays Bella. Kimmy, I know what you are. Say it.
It would be Kermit saying, "Say it."
That was the worst comment I've ever heard, and I loved it. Incredible.
Oh God. Okay. Sorry.
There you go, Celine. More people angry with you.
Yeah, I'm so annoyed. Yeah.
I haven't even watched Lord of the Rings, but I'm already mad. They don't have Bombadil. Fair.
Well, it wouldn't fit with the rest of the tone of the movie, to be fair. It works in the book, but I feel like no one would take it seriously if Tom Bombadil was there, even though he's one of my favorites.
I'm so mad at the fact that they're just adapting books because they're butchering them, to me. Like, can you go with an original idea and not pick it from a book, please? Yeah, I don't like remake.
That's fair. A full traditionalist. Interesting.
The adaptations aren't bad, but, like, realistically, when you look at the books, they didn't do everything right.
Yeah.
That's standard, though. They're never going to get everything right. I don't think it's possible to. You've got to change things. Because, like, the way we consume books and the way we consume films is very different. It's very different. The structure in it, even of itself, is going to be different. So,
you know, I agree. And I think they're great movies, so.
No pronunciation is going to be correct anyway, so I think it's fair to change the name. I'm not even going to attempt it now because I feel like I'm going to get it wrong. Why they need a remake of Another Story? Same with The Girl with Dragon Tattoo. It's like it's already a movie. What do they have against subtitles? That's a nuanced conversation. Let's not get into. Because again, I feel like it will come down to bigotry. Lol, went to call a friend during our first reading sprint and only just hung up. So how was everyone for the last 2 hours? We've read, we've done things, we've been here. Glad to have you back. I'm just going to reread the contemporary books anytime soon because I know there is a higher chance of questionable things. Yeah, that's fair. I'm just finishing a harrowing autobiography by Jenny Haynes. A lot of trigger warnings, even within the book. I personally think it's worth the read, but definitely not for everyone. I do find that a few of the autobiographies that have come out recently, not mentioning Despair, have been about really like powerful topics from like prominent voices, and I find that really interesting. Like as a trend. That's the thing. Whereas I feel like Harry's come in and just been like, my parents would be so disappointed in me if I published this. So here we go. You know, like it's that. Like the Queen's dead now. Let's rock and roll.
And to disappoint my father, the king.
Yeah, my father, the king. I would really like us to be friends again. So here's a whole chapter about how sore my penis is. You know, like
Yep.
All classics should. They genuinely though, I agree with this because trying to teach something to kids as an English teacher when they don't give a shit, difficult. Trying to teach it when there's a Muppets adaptation with direct quotes from the book makes everything easier.
Now I'm just imagining Pride and Prejudice and like
same. I was
only
imagining
Mrs. Bennet is the human.
Oh, I wouldn't know. I think Mrs. Bennet would have to be Miss Piggy. So I would say that Bingley is the only human.
Oh my
he's
God.
so clueless. He's so clueless.
Exactly. Like, and he doesn't understand what's going on. Or Mr. Collins. I'd also pay good money to see Mr. Collins as the only human.
I would see Mr. Collins for sure.
And imagine if it's she's not playing Miss Bennet, if Miss Piggy played Catherine de Bourgh instead. I could see it. Yeah, for sure. Only because I'm still in love with the movie, I want Glass Onion Knives Out as a Muppet, and only Daniel Craig. Yes.
Yep.
Oh my God, yes.
Oh, yes. That is a very good answer.
Right, but
I'd love to see Daniel Craig in a Muppets film.
Glass Onion, I feel like Dave Bautista was good. Huh?
Can we talk about the accent for a second?
Awful.
Oh
Terrible.
my God.
Not great.
I wanted to kill myself.
Daniel Craig has said that he hates the accent and that he's really disappointed that the director liked it so much because other characters started doing it by accident when recording. Like, it was one of those things where, like, you know, when like someone does an accent so bad, you start doing the accent.
Yeah.
He says he hates it. He hates it so much. He knows it's not a good accent, but the director, Rian, what's his name? Rian Johnson, loved it.
Yeah.
I watched someone do a reaction to Glass Onion, and he was like, "Oh," he said something about because Pierce Brosnan isn't it as like he plays he plays Blunk's partner basically in it, and he answers the door and saying like, "There's someone for you," and he didn't get that they was a partner, so all the comments on that on the YouTube video was some people would say they were roommates.
They were roommates.
And I was like, oh, I love that they made him canonically queer. That makes me feel happy.
Pirates of the Caribbean. See, I feel like I'd want Captain Sparrow as the only human.
Yeah.
But I feel like it would be funnier if it was Jeffrey Rush.
Yep. And Miss Piggy would have to be Tia Dalma.
I love drama around Spare, but I don't care about British royalty. A mood. The mere mention of Spare sends me to fight or flight response. I've heard so much about it against my will. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I didn't give you content warnings before mentioning that.
To be fair, TikTok seems to be throwing it in my face because I listened. Someone was reacting, and I came downstairs to Hannah. I was like, the thing I've just listened to cannot be a real thing. I was like, there's no way that this is.
They've turned it into a sound. They've turned it into like they've added I'm blue, never need, never never need, never peanuts. I hate it.
Upsetting.
I hate it so much.
It's so upsetting. And my TikTok keeps on throwing it at me, and I was like, I don't want to hear this.
I mean, yeah, probably.
He needed the money, guys.
No,
he fucking didn't. His dad is the fucking king.
I mean, yeah, his dad is the king, but he's like not a royal now, so
yeah, not a royal.
I'm not going to be reading the Spare. It's over Bookstagram at the moment. I probably will do it as an audiobook at some point, but I'm not like rushing. I don't need to. It's sold. There's a bookshop in Bristol called Storysmith. And they're a really cute like bookshop that do a lot of like literary fiction. Like you go in there to buy books that make you look smart, basically. And they put a post of like they've got like a little chalkboard that they put out every week. And their chalkboard for this week was on day of release, Spare sold over 400,000 copies. We sold one. And like that really tickled me. So it's not going to be for everyone. And I think the interesting thing for me is we had another memoir that like took BookTube by storm last year, and that was the Jeanette McCurney one, which is I'm Glad My Mum Died. And that one is about not just her relationship with her mom, but like her eating disorder and being in acting and things like this. And there were loads of really poignant clips that were shared. And I feel like they absolutely could have done that with Spare. But I do feel like the media does hate Harry. It always has, because he's always spoken up about how shit they were towards his family. And therefore, it doesn't surprise me that it's getting bad press. Because, hey, guess who's in charge of the press? Like, when it comes to, like, publicity and stuff like that, yeah, YouTube and, like, Twitter and stuff like that has some autonomy. But I've seen it far more in, like, branded media than I have on, like, Twitter or Instagram specifically. So,
yeah,
I don't know. I do feel like it's a thing right now, but whether it actually makes a spit of difference long term, I doubt it. Big doubts. Anyway, right, I'm going to throw us into another sprint because I've run out of comments.
Can you choose which one I'm going to read?
Oh, I think you should read Frozen Charlotte because you need to finish it.
I was going to read the other one.
Well, this is for Amy's YA book club thingy. And it went hard. The first few chapters of this, I was like, I wasn't expecting it to go as hard as it did. So we'll finish it and see what I think.
Did you just say if Harry's mum was dead, it would be hilarious to combine those books? Because you know his mum is dead, right? Like, Princess Diana was in a car accident that's theorized not to be an accident.
I know there's discourse at the moment between Harry and the rest of his family because Harry is pushing that, you know, the whole conspiracy theory about the royal family getting her killed off. So weirdly, all but one of those would work.
I forgot. Do you know what? It's really funny to me because I remember vividly being sat on my mum's lap whilst she cried watching the news about Diana's death. I don't remember a single thing about Diana that I haven't learnt after
What
the fact.
year was it?
Say that again.
What year was it? I don't
like
remember.
1994 or something like that. Like I was a kid. It was a while ago. Like it's fine. It's I'm not judging you.
How dare you not know everything about the British royal family? That's awful. Everyone should.
The thing is, like the reason it threw me is because I feel like not so much Europeans, and obviously like that's fair, but Americans go hard for Diana. So it always surprises me when people don't know that. That's all.
She died in 1997.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was 5.
I was older than that because I remember my mom talking about it.
The 31st of August, 1997.
Yeah, I remember sitting on my mum's lap while she cried, and I was like, I don't know why my mum's crying. I don't know what's happening.
Wait, she died like in was it south of France or am I completely?
Yeah, she was in Paris, wasn't she?
What? Yeah, I think it was in Paris.
Yeah, it was Paris. She was.
Are you sure?
It was through a tunnel in Paris. I'm almost 100% certain.
I thought it was in south of France. Wait.
It was definitely in France.
It crashed in the Pont de la Alma tunnel in Paris, France.
In Paris? Interesting. I thought it was south of France for some reason.
Anyway, let's jump on a sprint.
Do we have to?
Yeah, because you need to finish some books. And I also need to finish my book. I didn't even know where I put it then. I panicked. It's here. Because I'm not making my way through this quick enough. So
Making my way downtown.
Making my way. Anyway, right. I will see you guys in a bit. Hey, hey, hey.
Hey.
We've been joined by the amazing Olivia.
Hi.
How's everyone?
Good, thank you. I'm just going to shut the door quick, though, because the washing machine is on. 1 sec. So how do we all do?
I had a lunch. Not good, reading wise.
I had lunch, obviously, because you did too. And I watched some YouTube and I read 25 pages.
Nice.
I read half a short story from The Secret Lives of Church Ladies. Yeah.
Nice. I did really enjoy your comment earlier of that if I read a book about church.
It's kind of the opposite, actually. There's lots of cheating and everything, and I thought this is not the one for God to forgive me with, but it's okay.
It's like I've been got. That's so funny. Well, I'm still plugging away at this, and I feel like I've not read anything. I'm on page 28 now, so I must have read like 8 pages in that last sprint. But like, it moves really quickly through the story, but I feel like I'm reading it really slowly, which is not ideal. But then I also was having lunch and stuff, so
yeah, you'll get better next sprint.
I'll get there in the end. There have been loads of comments, and I'm trying to work out where I got to. Okay, so we got to what you missed before you jumped on, Olivia, was Tamar not knowing that Princess Diana was Prince Harry's mum. That was a whole wild thing. And then Emma eventually woke up. So this is the first comment, I think. Finally decided to wake up. Mad to have not been here, but came late for a nap. That's fair. And then they're having a whole conversation. So I'm going to try and skip. I should go get coffee and breakfast. Why is it air quoted? That's already my question. Is that you don't want to eat very much, or are you like what's going on?
Is it not because it's technically like lunchtime now rather than breakfast time?
Yeah, but I feel like it's still a break of fast, isn't it? So
yeah,
that's fine. But the reason I panicked is because I know like Ali, for example, has a real thing about eating certain foods. So Ali will eat very little because there's certain food textures she doesn't like. So when she tells me she's eaten breakfast, what she means is she's had half a Pop-Tart.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, so that's where my brain went with that. General query, what do you class as a vet book? I.e., what time span do you put on it, if one? I have a whole thing about this, so I will let you guys go first. What do you class as a TBR vet?
Every year I do my 10 oldest books on my TBR and try to read those. So I guess those are my TBR vets, just the 10 oldest.
That's fair. That's fair. Because has that video just come out, or is that 10 biggest
books?
It
came out recently, yeah.
I think I got it on my recommend. It's in my watch later, I know for sure, but I think it got recommended to me. So I was like, but I couldn't remember if that was like the 10 biggest books or 10 oldest.
No, 10 oldest. They just happen to be big.
I was like, they're huge. They're holding them like they're huge. No, that's fair. That's fair. What about you, Celine?
I don't.
You don't class anything a TBR vet?
No.
They're just all books. They're just all books on your shelf.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
I really don't, yeah.
I really had to pull that out of you.
I've been trying to remember, but I know I really don't. They're just like on the TBR and that's it.
That's fair. That's fair enough. What are you, Lizzie?
I'm similar to Celine because I feel like if I started considering things TBR vets, most of the books on my shelves would have to be considered TBR vets.
That's fair. That's fair.
Because I don't really remember when I bought a lot of them either, because I got rid of so many books when I moved from Cornwall to Oxford.
Mm-hmm.
And the books that survived, I don't remember which ones they were and which ones I've rebought since. So I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to work out what's a TBR vet. Like, there are books I know I've had on my TBR for a long time, but I'm like, so is it over 2 years? Is that what I'm setting myself, or is it over a year? Because like, if I bought it and didn't read it in the same year I read it, like I don't know. So I'm still working that out.
No, that's fair. I think that's fair. So obviously, because I do my TBR Vet challenge where I actively try and swap old books for new books onto my shelves, my TBR Vets come under 3 categories. So they are either books that I bought before I started YouTube, and now it's in like the first year of YouTube as well, because I've been doing YouTube for 3 years. So it's kind of like the very, very first ones that I had. Any book that I get unhauled to me from someone else that's like secondhand, or that I've bought from a charity shop, or a book that I'm rereading. So if it falls into like any one of those categories, then I consider it a TBR Vet, because then I can swap things out. And generally, I can tell if a book is a TBR Vet just from looking at it, because I'm like, the pages will be slightly yellowed, like the covers will seem really dated, or it's like from the backlist of an author, it's not their most recent list, etc. So like there's certain things like that I'm like, yeah, I would classify you as a TBR Vet, which is why I use the prompt TBR Vet a lot in any readathon that I do, because I like to be able to I'd like to have a reason to pick up those books, because otherwise I will buy something and I want to read it immediately and I will ignore everything else on my shelves. So it does kind of get me to read it better.
Yeah.
Speaking of TBR Vets, how was Artemis Fowl?
I gave it 3 stars. I know you love Artemis Fowl. And I actually like wrapped it up earlier today for my vlog. One of the things I will say is the things that I loved about it, I loved with my whole heart. I like the fact that like the Irish banter in it. I loved Butler. I thought Butler was hilarious. Like,
Butler's my favorite character.
Yeah, Butler was great. I love the dynamic between like Butler and Artemis. I thought that was really fun. I like that he's like this young Moriarty, etc. What I didn't like was the way the timeline kept being played with. So obviously, if you haven't read it, this is a bit of a spoiler. They put like a time stop on something, so time stops moving. But the actual plot of the book, it will go for like, as if 5 minutes happened, something will happen at the end of that 5 minutes. The book will then go back 3 minutes to show you someone else's perspective till it gets to that point and then moves forwards. And then it will go back again for someone else's perspective. And I was like, why? why are you just like, so I found myself skipping chunks so that I could get to the bit. So like, for example, there was a bit where Artemis had this plan and then he watches something happen to Butler on the monitor. And then we skip back 5 minutes to watch Butler run to the situation that Artemis has just watched him in. And I was like, why? Like, if you're going to have Butler do it and then have Artemis react to it on the monitor. Like, if you want to have like the dramatic bit, it just made it less, it was less of a surprise, because I was like, well, I know this is going to happen. Like, it's like their reactions and stuff that's going to be interesting. So I did find that quite jarring. And because I only gave it 3 stars, I probably won't continue with the series. What I will say is that if you really, really enjoy Artemis Fowl, I have no doubts that you'll enjoy Skullduggery Pleasant. Like, I feel like
that's what most people tell me. Yeah. But interesting. That has never come up as something somebody doesn't like, but I understand why. But it is mostly just a first book problem, because it's the plot of the first book. But I respect your decision not to continue the series.
Do you know what's really funny is I saw Artemis Fowl and the Arctic, whatever it is, the Arctic one, I think it's book 2, was in a charity shop as both a paperback and a hardback. And I was really tempted, because I was like, well, I'm nearly finished with this one. I could just get this. And then I'm not buying it new. I'm buying it secondhand. And then I was like, no, I've already bought too many books this month. And with our TBR challenge, you're like 30 points ahead of me. So I wasn't going to risk it.
Fair enough.
If I see it in another charity shop next month, I might pick it up. I just don't know I don't know if I enjoyed it enough to continue the series, considering how many other series I'm already reading.
Makes sense.
Maybe if
you two read it, Lizzie or Celine?
No, it's on my 12 books. These 12 books will self-destruct if I haven't read them within the year, because it's one that was on hold to me from somewhere. It wasn't your shelf, Hannah, but it was someone else's shelf. And I have been meaning to read it, but I've been hearing too many mixed things that have been put off. So I put it on to my self-destruct challenge to try and convince myself to read it.
I feel like
I also watched the film and didn't like the film very much.
Oh my gosh, I haven't even seen the film, but I've been told don't even try, and I'm not gonna try.
I'm not gonna.
No, it's not a good film, and so that kind of put me off as well. Like there was like numerous different things, and then everyone was like, "But the film isn't a good adaptation." I was like, "Okay, good," because the film was really bad.
No, that's fair. What about you, Celine?
I'm not planning on reading it.
That's fair.
I don't know. And like you told me that Skullduggery was better, so I'm just going to go with this one.
Yeah, but I'll always say that. I will always say, like, it doesn't matter what book it is. You could be like, oh, it's like this really prominent literary feminist book. And I'll be like, yeah, but Skullduggery is more fun though. So.
Fair. But no, yeah, I've never really been interested in this one anyway. So.
I feel like it's a divisive one. Like people tend to really love it, or you just tend to be like, it was fine.
Yeah, that's fair. I class most books that I've had for longer than 2 years as my own TBR vets. I think it also depends on how many books you have. So I know that there's like some books that I've got rid of recently, or that I've replaced because I used to have them, that I'm still classing this as a TBR vet because I know that I read this like 5 years ago, and to buy it to reread it, I'm going to class it as a vet as well. I don't think it necessarily has to be the book itself is that old. It can just be like your attachment to it is, or that it's part of a series or anything like that. What I'm saying is it's completely arbitrary, and you can call it whatever you like. I have, however, backlogs already since Huge Butcher Collection, which I got back into reading in 2018 since my parents also collect books. That's fair. I got a headache from my therapy tailor. Oh, I'm sorry. Then it's frustrating. I need to figure the light settings out because I already have enough pain this week. Yeah, I don't know if you can take pain meds, but let me know if you can, and like help yourself feel better. Read nothing, made coffee, grabbed a yogurt. I'll sprint next. Sure. Emma has not been awake very long, so that's fair.
Good priorities there. Coffee is the first thing.
Also, yogurt does feel like a good breakfast. So. I read 2 chapters and had a bit of a breakdown. Now I'm having lunch. Why is everyone air quoting foods? Hope to go for a walk next spring. Walks the dog, had some lunch, and read 30 pages. It's quite nice to be back to Death Castle. Depressing but nice. Amazing. No reading, but I did some sorting out that I've been meaning to for ages while watching YouTube. Next sprint, I'll dive back into the Confessions of Franny Langton. That's cool. You've got that on your shelves as well, didn't you, Lizzie?
Yeah.
Another gothic fiction rec that I haven't read, but I've heard really good things about.
Yeah, it is on my TBR. I'm back. I was getting into reading. Put the rubbish out. Cool. It's breakfast because it's 12. That's fair. I mean, I had a corny yogurt, which is like mouthful said that Ali and I are the same person. That's fair. Food just after waking up is weird. I agree with this. I was talking to my brother about this the other day because he lives in Gibraltar, and the flights to Gibraltar from Gatwick are always either at 7 o'clock in the evening or 7 o'clock in the morning. They're never at any other time. So if he wants to get a flight first thing, I either have to drop them off the night before so they can stay at the Premier Inn that's there, or I have to drop them off at shit o'clock in the morning. And I can't stand eating before 9 o'clock in the morning. It makes me feel queasy. And I can only assume it's because when we were younger, if we ever went on holiday, the only time I would need to eat before we left was when we were going on like long drives. So we used to go to the south of France and stuff. And it'd be like a 12-hour drive. And my dad would just get us at stupid o'clock in the morning, awake, fed, and then he'd drive through France. And I would get travel sick every single time. So I think I just associate any kind of breakfast before 9 as I'm about to go on a long journey and then I'm going to be sick. So I don't like eating breakfast. And I like brunch, but I don't like eating breakfast at breakfast time.
Interesting.
What about you guys? Go on.
I was about to say, I just wake up and the first thing I do is eat breakfast. It just wakes me up. And as someone who wakes up early as well, it just, like, for example, when I lived at home, on Saturdays and Sundays, we'd have a family breakfast. which you'd have to wait for everyone to be awake. So it'd be like 11 a.m. So I'd just do the Hobbit style of having 2 breakfasts because I was not going to wait until 11 a.m. for me to eat food. Like, it's too long.
That's fair. That's fair. Lizzie's not much of a breakfast person. I have to bully Lizzie into having breakfast.
I just don't feel like it's really weird because sometimes in the morning I wake up, I'm starving, right? And then I'm like, okay, well, I'll just have like porridge or something. And then other days I'm like, the last thing I want to do right now is eat food.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't feel hungry at all. And then it gets to like midday 1 and I'm like, I'm really hungry. It's like, yeah, I didn't have breakfast, but like, I don't like eating if I'm not hungry. Like, I find it really hard to, and like, that's really like unhealthy. Like, you should like,
Yeah, like you're supposed to eat when you're not hungry because then it stops. Like the hunger's like, it's too late.
yeah,
You're
too
supposed
late
to be eating by now.
So I struggle quite a lot with that, but I do try a lot harder than I used to have breakfast. Like, I used to just be like, fuck it, I don't care. Whereas now I'm like trying, but it's not very successful. I didn't have breakfast this morning.
No, but you did yesterday. Because I
Yeah,
asked it, like,
I did
yesterday,
every week.
I got a Costa in, and Lizzie was like, "No, I've already had breakfast," and I was like, "Oh, good for you."
Yep.
I love cereal. I love cereal. I just don't have it at breakfast time. I have it as a snack during the day.
Which is fair. Which is completely fair. Pretty good as well.
I was really tempted after we had lunch today to have a bowl of cereal. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Love cereal. I've had fellowship on audio while I washed dishes and made some lunch. Sadly, there's still dishes, but they'll have to wait. That's a mood. Dishes and washing, it's never done. It's never done. There's always more.
I have so many dishes to do.
I'm really excited to see, yeah? Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, we've got a dishwasher, so I just leave it piled up for Lizzie to sort. That's
Dishwasher, that's a dream.
right.
Yeah, this is the first rental property I've had that's had a dishwasher in it. Like, everywhere else I've had to do dishes. Like, so I was very excited when I found out that there was a dishwasher here because I was like, yes.
I wasn't fussed because I've got a countertop dishwasher that I've taken to every flat I've ever rented in. Like, I get it plumbed in and then I get it plumbed out so that I can have a dishwasher because I'm awful. Because I really don't like putting my hand into water I can't see the bottom of. So, like, if you're, like, rinsing out plates and stuff and it starts to go, like, a funny colour, immediate ick. And it wastes so much water. Like, I'm not a fan. I don't like touching it. So I just stick it in the dishwasher. And what's really funny is my dad is so picky about how the dishwasher is done at home that when Lizzie was like, I'd rather I just did it than you get it wrong, I was like, sweet. That is like one less thing for me to worry about. So now I just put it in the zone. And I can see sometimes that Lizzie's not best pleased with me for not just putting it straight in the dishwasher, but it saves you a job of moving it around.
No, I'd rather you leave it because then if it comes out and it's like, if there's something wrong with it, then at least I've only got myself to blame. Because like if it comes out dirty or something or not quite clean or it's got something that's like stuck onto it, I'm like, okay, well, I put things in too close together. However, if I've been packing the dishwasher and someone else has put stuff in and it comes out dirty, the immediate anger of like, I know I've made this mistake, but also why the fuck did you do it? This is my job.
Mm-hmm. I'll empty the dishwasher though, because like if Lizzie does it the night before and then goes to work, I'll empty it the next day because I'm not a bad housemate. I'm just lazy.
Mood.
TBR Vet for me is a book I've owned for more than a year. That's fair. And I think the thing is, when like you get into YouTube, it's really hard because so many books are coming out and you collect so many in one go that they can become TBR Vets very quickly.
Yeah,
because you're like, well, I've got like these books that I was really excited for, and now the sequel's out. How did that happen? Like, how have I not got to it before the sequel's go out? You know. Gonna read Artemis Fowl in March for Gerbitathon. That's nice. I realized I collected a cleaning skill point by reading Artemis Fowl because it's a TBR vet. And once I finished Lily B, that will also be a TBR vet. So I'll have 2 cleaning skill points. And Armageddon Out of Here is massive, so counts as a big book. So I've got a body skill point as well. And for anyone not taking part in Gerbitathon, that might as well have been in a completely different language. So I apologize. But I was really excited to work that out.
It made me think about Sims.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's a Sims-based readathon that I'm doing on my
there
Discord.
we go.
So That's the one. For me, a vet is something I bought when I still lived with my mum pre-pandemic, but also worked at Waterstones at the time. So I mostly focus on books I was excited for and still I haven't read. That's fair. Anything I bought like 5 years ago and still haven't unhauled is a vet, but like I think it's more of like I'm in denial it needs to be unhauled than TBR vet because it's not really a TBR, is it? That's fair. I've got loads that I'm like, okay, these are TBR vets because people keep telling me these are great books. So I've bought it from a charity shop because I'm not convinced I want to spend all of my money on them. So I've got like Malice and Leviathan Wakes and like things like that. I'm like, these are just books that they cost me £2. So if I don't like them, it's not the end of the world. But it also means I'm probably never going to get to them and they're just going to take up loads of space on my shelf. So
That reminds me, Celine. When are we reading the shadow book thingy?
Which one?
I don't remember what it's fucking called.
What did I say yes to again?
Shadow of the Wind. When are we doing this one?
Oh, I don't know.
That was one of the charity shop book finds, and you said that you wanted to buddy read it.
I don't know. I've been saying for 2 years that I wanted to read it, so I don't know. I really do.
I can tell because I really do the things that I really want to do and give myself a 2 year.
No, but like you know me, I really do, but I never do. Maybe this fall. I feel like it's a fall book.
That's fair.
I don't know this fall. I said that last fall. So.
A TBR vet for me is purely vibes based. If I'm still excited, it's not a vet. A TBR vet to my mind feels like a chore to open up. Yeah, I can see it. I think sometimes that's why they end up as TBR vets for a lot of people is because they're just not in the mood for them. Like there's books that I was gifted at the very, very start of being on BookTube that are very YA that I'm like, I don't want to read this now because this is so not what I want to read. But I don't want to unhaul it either because it was gifted to me. So I'm like, I don't know. If I bought it for myself, I probably would unhaul it. But because it was bought for me, I don't want to. That feels mean.
Unhaul it. Unhaul it.
Like, the thing is, it's like the people that bought it for me are really lovely too. And I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. Because it feels like such a waste of money.
It is difficult.
Yeah, it is.
But I have like literally like a pile of about 6 books that I'm like, I don't want to read these.
Yeah. I'm just a big fan of unhauling.
Yeah. If there was like a free scribed audiobook of them, I might like burn through them quickly and then decide from there because then at least I've read it. But
I don't know, because of the start of the month, not so much anymore. I read so many 3 stars back to back. It really just made me think like, why do I keep like I had a set of books that I was like, I don't think I'm going to love them, but I think I'm going to like them. So I'll just audiobook them. But then I think I forget that audiobook time is still reading time that you could spend on something you love. And so why do we hold on to them?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point.
I haven't touched any shoes. I know why.
Yeah, Celine doesn't like unhauling anything. Celine will have read the book. She'll have given it 2 stars, but it'll have a pretty cover, so she'll keep it.
Yeah.
Okay, but I can understand with the aesthetics. Like, I do think aesthetic is a reason to keep something.
I guess.
And at least you've read it at that point, as opposed to me, where I'm like, I want to get rid of this and I've not even read it yet. Because like Olivia and I think we're quite similar in the fact that if we start unhauling books, it just becomes like a snowball effect of just wanting to get shot of everything.
Yeah, I'm in my snowball effect. I'm trying to not unhaul anything right now, and it's a struggle.
I'm withholding. But like some of the books that I have unhauled are books that I've already read. So I'm unhauling The Divines, which I read for Gothtober, which I enjoyed, and the cover is stunning, but I know I'm never going to reread it. So there's no point keeping it just to have on my shelf. So like things like that I'll get shot of, but that doesn't really help me with the TBR challenge because I've already read it last year. So never mind. Lunch is because I started with a cracker since I'm struggling with an eating disorder. After that, my mind, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I can imagine that was being like a painful conversation. I hope you're okay. I loved Artemis when I was 13. I don't dare revisit it now. Do you know what? There are so many series that, like, as a kid, I adored that I'm like, I can't revisit that because it's not going to be as good.
It's funny because for me, I read Artemis Fowl when I was younger and I didn't rate it, so I didn't continue the series. And then I don't know why I picked it up again as an adult, and now I love it. But sometimes it goes the other way, and then you hate it, and it's sad.
Yeah.
I only read the first 2 books of Skullduggery the first time I read them, and I remember really enjoying the first one, and I don't think I really cared about the second one. And now, as you've seen, all the fucking time, talking about it all the time. So I think some books do hold up, and I think some books it takes a time for your taste to change to suit the book as well as the other way around, and then others just don't. So in that list of 10 books that I wanted to read, there was like Enid Blyton's collection of short stories that I was like, I'm not going to reread that. Let's leave that in the childhood because like that it's going to be problematic and I'm not going to enjoy it the way I did as a kid. So let's just leave that there. And then there was other ones like Vampirates that I really thought I was going to enjoy that I also kind of wish I had left in my childhood because I just didn't enjoy it as much. But I bought all 6 books because the covers are stunning. And now I'm like, do I unhaul on all 6 because I didn't enjoy book 2? Or do I have to keep going? I don't know.
See, my childhood faves are problematic authors now. Which is really upsetting. And I'm like, can these authors just get off Twitter? Just don't have a Twitter account because you're ruining my life. Because like all my fave authors that I want to talk about, I don't really want to talk about them anymore because they're horrible people. And that annoys me.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome. Trying to finish Priory today. Priory. Why did I say that so weirdly? Priory today. We have a dishwasher. We still have to do dishes outside of that. That's fair. I love it when people in the comments get really excited to see each other. It's such a silly little thing. I get so excited when you guys get excited to see each other. What are we counting as big books now? For me, I mean, any hardback I think can be counted as a big book because they can be chunky. They can be. The new one that's come from Illuma Crate is dense. Like I gave it to Lizzie. I'm like, it's not that big, but it's heavy. And I can only assume it's because of the boards they've used for the actual like back of it, but
it feels like it's like 900 pages to 1,000 pages. It's not. It's like 350 or something. Yeah. But I was honestly like, what is wrong with this book? Because this book just had like loads of moisture, and that's what's made it all like heavy. And I was like, no, it's just dense. I was like, this is fucking weird. You're gonna have you're gonna be very strong by the time you finish that book.
But then I would say any book that's over 450 to 500 pages, any book over that I will count as a big book because I like a book between 200 and 300 pages because I like to move through them very quickly, and I feel like a lot of books are 400 pages. That's doable for me, but when it gets to 500 pages, that's when I lose the will to live. So anything bigger than that is a big book.
I would say something similar. I think starting 600 maybe pages will be starting to be a big book.
I think anything over 450, because that's if it's over the average length of a book, which is between 300 and 400 pages, I think would be like considered a big book. But if it's over and the page limit of something you would read normally, if you kind of stick below 300 pages usually, and you pick up a 350 page book, that would probably count as a big book because that's a big book.
Yeah, true. I'm screwed up that way.
I was going to say, I usually say 500 pages, and then romance, if it's over 300, I count it as a big book. Really? Middle grade and young adult, over 350, I'm like, that's a big book.
Yeah, it depends on the genre, that's fair.
Yeah. I think it's like with fantasies and stuff, some fantasies, they can be like 700 pages, but they don't feel that long, and then others they're 700 pages and you're like, I feel like I've been here for 15 years, like it just. And like Olivia and I have talked about this off camera before, but we've got a real bee in our bonnet about how romances are getting longer and they don't need to be. Like a short romance all the way.
Well, just like 350 page romance, that is it. You start it in one night and you can finish it in one night. But when the romance is like 450 pages, what are they even trying to do? What? But anyway.
We don't need any more Den of Vipers, do we, Hannah?
Let's not. that book is like 625 pages and it could have been 30. Like the amount of plot could have been 30 pages. And like even if they'd been honest with themselves and given themselves the 30 pages of plot and 200 pages of smut, still would have been better than the 600-page monstrosity that we got.
The worst thing about it though is that last 200 pages. Where's the smut?
Like
I don't
nothing happens for like 200 pages.
You think people are reading this for anything other than the smut? Like, you honestly think people cared about this plot to keep reading? Because it was really bad. But then I was like, because Hannah was like, Hannah finished it first before me. And she was like, this book could have been like 200 plus pages shorter. And I was like, okay, fair enough. And then I read it. I was like, okay, what was the point of those last 200 pages? Because there was literally no reason for them.
They come back to a plot point that was dealt with in the first chapter. Like they wanted circular structure and they didn't understand. Like it was, and it's the reason. So I read From Blood and Ash and it was fine. I think I gave it 3.5 to 4 stars. Didn't love it. Then I read Den of Vipers and hated it. And from that point on, I decided I would be very selective about whichever book Twitter books I picked up. Because, no, it's wild out here.
I was going to say, from Lizzie's summary of the book, could have been A Court of Thorns and Roses to me as well. Like, just fits that kind of bill of, does anybody really care about the plot that's happening at the end here, where there's no smart in it?
No. Considering I was being harsh with Colourful, maybe I'm being harsh with Big Book. So I've said with Colourful, the only reason I'm not counting... So Colourful, obviously any book that's got lots of colours on it is kind of how I'm viewing it. So the marriage portrait, for example, that has all the like animals and leaves and things like that, lots of vibrant colours. Equally, Sunshine Project, which has a white background, but again, lots of colours on it, I would definitely count, even though it's got that white background. I haven't counted Artemis Fowl because it's all one colour. Like it's gold and sparkly, but it's all one colour. And I haven't counted Armageddon out of here because it's black and orange. So it's almost monochrome, but it's just not black and white. So I've not counted those as colourful. But if they had like a third colour on them, I probably would have. I probably would have just been like, sure.
I feel personally attacked by this because I've just looked at my shelf and I was like, most of mine are single colours or like black books.
I'm sure you do have colourful books. Do you want me to find you one? I'm sure I will.
But they're all like one colour. That's the issue.
Well, I think any of your Illumicrate, Fairy Lou, and like especially they'll be colourful.
Read it.
This one is colourful.
But I don't want to read it, Celine.
Wait, is it the first one or the second one?
Second.
Two.
I have it. Let's buddy read it.
You're so cute, Celine.
The one was not good.
I know, but like we have it, might as well read it.
But we
Wait, what is book one?
Daughter of the Moon Goddess.
Daughter of the Moon Goddess.
It's not good.
It was.
I really didn't enjoy it.
It was not.
Well, it was fine. Like it was fine. I loved the mythology and I loved the like base kind of story. Hated the love triangle. Hated it with burning fucking passion. And then was the wrong choice. He was the wrong choice. The person you're not supposed to like, she was better with him. I fucking hated that aspect, and that has just marred the entire thing.
It was one of those ones where they paint the bad guy as like the one that's actually emotionally available and actually is able to communicate and actually is a much better fit in general as a human being. And then they're like, but you know that asshole who's been like rude to you, neglected you, chosen other women over you multiple times. He's the love of your life.
Engaged to someone else. And then felt butthurt when you chose someone else too, and being all like entitled because like he's a prince, so like of course he has to have everything handed to him on a golden platter. I really did not like it, so I'm sorry.
No, it didn't make any sense, to be honest. The love triangle wasn't necessary at all. Like it made no sense.
The other thing that I had an issue with was, and this is a writer thing more than like a reader thing, is it tried to set the stakes here, but the writing style was here. It was very gentle. So it would be like, she got stabbed in the thigh. She could die at any minute. But it's like it should be here. Why am I not feeling any tension here? Oh, because they've got magical powers and everything will be okay. So I definitely struggled with like that disparity.
It makes you feel as if it could be a high fantasy, but it's written as a YA fantasy, and you're like,
but also not enough goddesses and gods and like interesting mythology to kind of.
The dragons. I wanted more dragons.
Yeah, there's not enough of it, and like the fact that there was a moon goddess like in the title, and then we only saw the moon goddess for like maybe 20 pages, if that.
Yeah.
Okay. Deleting from TBR in progress.
Liv is like noted. I will, however, say Empress of All Seasons by the same person who did
Zenchai?
I don't think it is Zenchai. Let me just check.
Or is it like Nevo?
Amiko Jean.
Okay.
Amiko Jean.
Completely wrong.
That one I adored. Empress of All Seasons is so good. It is about this girl who is the daughter of a demon, and essentially these demon women live up in the I think it's Japanese mountains, and basically they like go down, seduce men, have their children, and if it's a boy they leave it in the town, and if it's a girl they take it back to like replenish their like demon horde essentially. And her mother has trained her to be a super killer so that she can marry the emperor's son and become the empress, so that she can then essentially bring her demon horde in and like revolutionize this whole thing. I loved the mythology. It was so good. It was so much fun. There is a bit of a love triangle, but it's not as bullshit as Daughter of the Moon Goddess, because she's made her choice. Like there's no it's two boys love her. She's made her choice. So there's that going on. It does have a bit of a Ruin Song ending where it kind of ends, and then you kind of get this like really rushed final chapter to kind of just explain how the world continued after the book did.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably like my only thing that I would like warn people about, because I know that puts people off sometimes. But again, high stakes, high drama. And I just thought, and that was my issue, is I read that a couple of years ago. So then trying to read Daughter of the Moon Goddess, I was like, it's trying so hard to be what this thing did effortlessly, you know? So I would absolutely rate that one higher.
Mm-hmm.
It came out a while ago, so trying to find it is difficult.
Can you get it in?
I can't. I've got a copy though, you can read. You can borrow my copy, but I can't get it in anymore. Which is a shame because I love recommending it. I put dishes in the washer, but I'm not home to pay it. That's fair. It is a catch-22, I think, with some stuff. I get like that with washing. Like when I see the way Lizzie hangs up her drying, and I have to just not be an arsehole about it because it's not Lizzie's problem. It's mine.
I can't answer it right.
Need fuel immediately. Wait, you can collect skills. Yeah, so, okay. With toddler and babies, you don't need skills, but that doesn't mean you can't collect them as you go. Again, Olivia, this probably means nothing to you, but essentially the way I've done it is for every age, you have needs, wants, and skills that you can collect by each book that you read. And you can take as long to do each age as you like, but with baby, you just need to fulfill needs. You don't have to gain any skill points or like do any wants. But if you read books that tick off skills, because as an adult, you might need 18 different skill points, you might as well start collecting them early, because otherwise you've got to read 18 points as an adult last minute. So I want to read Shadow of the Winds as well. I think you're going to need to set up a buddy read on either Book Wanderers or on my Discord, Celine.
Yeah, probably. Let's add one more buddy read.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? At this point.
If I hated a book, it automatically becomes ugly in my mind. That's fair.
Yeah, that is fair.
That's fair. But I can keep 3-star reads. I don't keep anything that's lower than a 4 stars on my shelves because I don't have enough space for it. It goes.
I'm a hoarder.
That's fair.
I say I keep 4 and above, but like a few 3 stars where I'm like, you did the most. You didn't get the rating, but you did the most, so you can stay.
You did the most. Can you give me an example? Can you give me an example of a 3-star that did the most?
My biggest example, well, actually, I've got a 2-star now. I'm thinking about Midnight Sun, but which is still there. But Alice in Wonderland.
I still own Midnight Sun, Olivia. I still own that fucking book too. So
I'm like, I hate it. It's there on my shelf. Sadly displayed next to all my other Twilight books. But like Alice in Wonderland, where I'm like, I didn't like it, but it's done the most. It's like made all these retellings and so I'm like, you can stay.
I can understand if it was part of a series, like when you say about Midnight Sun, because obviously Lizzie made me listen to Midnight Sun. She'd read it to me. She insisted. I loved it, like that she read to me, but I hated the book. But I can absolutely understand keeping it because, like you said, you've kept it with all the other Twilight books. So when it becomes a collection, so like I've got books that I bought for an author that just, again, like Lizzie said, needs to get off Twitter. And I've kept them because they're part of a collection and because I enjoyed them as a kid, but they are on the lowest shelf. Like they do not see the light of day. I have them for me. They don't need to be anywhere else. And sometimes I'll keep a book. So like The Bone Season, I adored. Mime Order, not so much. The Song Rising, I adored. The Mask Falling was fine. So I've kept the series because overall I enjoy it. But if I don't like the next book, I will probably I've got the hardback that you hauled to me. So I'll just keep the hardback and unhaul the rest. Because it just,
I see the merit in this, but I will also shamelessly like keep book 3, unhaul books 1 to 6, accepting book 3 just because I like that one.
Okay, but in my mind, if I go into a charity shop and I see 1 to 6 but 3 is missing, I won't buy it because what animal has done that? How dare you?
I recently gave my sister Game of Thrones books 3 to the end, but not 1 and 2. And she was like, it's okay, I'll go buy 1 and 2. And I was like, yeah, go on then.
Good. I think if I did that, I'd have an aneurysm. Like, I don't think I could do that to someone. Like, there's a couple of books that I bought in and have, like, sold to Waypoint. And then, like, people have bought the first one or the third one, but they've not bought the second one because they already had the first one. So, like, other people that are starting the series have bought that one. And other people are coming in at the third. And they've just left me with a whole bunch of, like, the second ones. And I'm like, do I burn them? Like, what do I do? Like, what do I do with just this random bunch of 2s? I'm like, what? So, yeah. I would never burn a book, but that's what goes through my brain. We unhauled a lot this week because we're going to move, yeah. So I remember you saying that obviously because you're moving. Actually, your book box didn't arrive, so I'm going to need your new address, just as a heads up. I'm thinking of a crisp sandwich for lunch. Why not? I'm not doing too great. I barely got the words out of my mouth to decline. That really sucks. If you need to like message me privately about it and just want to chat, like please feel free because I'm in the Discord. You've got my Discord app, and you can always message me through Insta as well. I've quite a few of the 5 books that I read as a child. We got them from a charity shop, and I enjoyed them as a child. I don't know if I want to revisit them. Is that Cozy Mystery? Is what Cozy Mystery? Yeah, big book is 500 pages plus. I agree, 500 pages or over 20 hours on audio. That's a really good point. That is a very good point. Because if I see a fucking audio book that's 24 hours, I'm like, oh. You mean like Priory of the Orange Tree? was a whole 2 days.
Yeah. Wheel of Time is only like 29 hours or something, which I say only because I feel like it should be longer.
Yeah. What scares me is when like I'm like, okay, it's a big audiobook, but I listen at nearly 2 times speed. And then you look at it on 2 times speed and it's still 24 hours and you're like,
yeah.
No. I barely read big books, but that's because I read too many webtoons. That's fair. Over 500 pages. Contemporary romance is not so much of a go for me. If it's too long, no thank you. Fair. Is it a big book for you to show me? Yes.
Very true. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm glad someone said it because I didn't have to this time.
Yeah, someone should really stop me, but
I've tried. For years I've tried, Celine.
I tried.
I did have Daughter of the Moon Goddess. If you didn't like it, why read the second one?
What it is.
Okay. So I wasn't going to buy book 2. I was trying really hard not to. And then Hannah said some magic words to me but it'll look pretty next to the other one. And my brain went, yeah, Hannah, right. And then I bought the freaking Waterstones edition. And I'm like, why did I do this? I know I'm not going to like it.
And I was like, it's not like it's a book that I want you to read, but I was just like...
But I also feel like sometimes a sequel can really pull something around. So I'm like, I should give it a chance. I gave the first one 2.5 stars, right? That is almost scraping a 3-star.
Worst case scenario, we are supporting BIPOC authors.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, worst case scenario, you have a set that you can resell for a good price, probably, because it's a special edition.
Yeah, but the first one I've got is the Fairy Loot one. The other one's the Waterstones one, because I wasn't buying the Fairy Loot edition.
If you put special editions of and then put that separate, I don't think people would mind.
True.
Probably not. I do have like both Waterstones exclusive, so I could resell them.
But I also like my Fairy Loot edition of Daughter of the Moon Goddess, because that sprayed edge is a work of art, so it probably will stay on my shelf in perpetuity. So,
you know what should be arriving very soon is my Poison Study series.
Yeah, and my Legendborn series should also be arriving very soon, and I'm very excited for both of those things.
Too. Did you find someone with Fairy Loot, Olivia, so that you can get your Raving cycle?
No, I didn't, but I've got something else for my birthday from my siblings, so it's okay.
You should have let me know, because I would have been able to give you the link.
I didn't think you were subscribed anymore.
I've got their adult subscription.
Oh, so you would still get the link?
Yeah.
No. I told Olivia you weren't anymore.
If you ever want anything from Fairy Loot, just ask, because 9 times out of 10 I won't get the sets.
Well, I might still take the link and then tell my parents they should get it for me, because I have not asked them for anything. When
is it coming out?
Oh, it's still a while. I think it's like May or March, one of those two. It started with an M.
Okay, well, if I will send you the link when it comes through then, if you remind me, because I have terrible memory.
I'm glad I asked, because that means you're getting more books for your shelves. So
yes, but they are red books.
Well, because I got Abby her Scythe collection when she wanted that one, so
yeah. Well, it's Poison Studies from Fairy Loot as well, so
yeah.
Oh.
But that was easier because I could just put my bank details in because I was stood right next to you.
Ah, yes. That will be tricky.
I can just give you my Fairy Loot login. You can do it from there.
Okay.
That's why.
That's legal.
That's why I did for Abby, but she couldn't change the shipping address. So it might be that it has to come to this address, and then I can ship it on to you.
That's fine. It's a perfect excuse to go and visit Olivia again. So
yeah.
Yeah, come down to London.
This is a pasta reunion from when we went to that god-awful restaurant and had the worst service I've ever experienced.
Oh my god, do not.
Do you know what? I emailed them to complain. It was just like, I cannot believe the service was that atrocious. We were brought the wrong things. We asked about dietary requirements and it was completely ignored. The guy that was like talking to us was so rude.
He was so rude.
And they were like, well, we can offer you a free meal. And I was like, there was 6 of us there. You're going to offer me a free meal. And they were like, and a bottle of wine. I was like, I'm never eating here. I just want some money back. Because then I thought like I'd split it between the 6 of us. And I was like, what? And they were like, no. It's like, okay. Honestly, absolute travesty. Thinking about hobbies prompts, what are you considering here? Could it be stretched to My Life with Charlie Brown, which is about the life of Schultz, creator of Peanuts, or more specific? With any prompt I create for any readathon, feel free to bend, snap, and break. Like, don't worry about whether it fits the prompt. Like, if you think, oh, that could work, or I might get away with that, go with it, because I'm not strict about these things at all. Like I said, like with Colourful, I'm only being strict with myself. If someone was to be like, oh, this cover is black, red, and white, I'd be like, cool, there's 3 colors on it, go. Like, that's fine. So yeah, if you think it works, then it works. Equally, like one of the prompts for the bassinets, there was one that was comfy vibe and one that was professional vibe, and everyone has interpreted that professionalism in a completely different way. So if you want to read it, you do that and tick off that prompt.
You cracked me up the other day because I think it was someone on your Discord said they'd read Spare for the professional prompt, and you said, is is it professional? Because what I've heard is wild, and I lost it. I was up here like pissing myself laughing because I was like, I mean, yeah, it is a professional book, but also you're so right.
Yeah. No, I'm here for it.
Great.
I unhauled all my JKR books. My brother out of the country, out of mind, beside the fact that the world didn't move on. That's fair. So my dad read them to me as a kid, so I have the full set, and my brother has bought himself a set because he's got a new house, and that's because we both wanted a set. So I've got the originals. He doesn't care so much about the politics behind it, because when he goes on Twitter, he likes to just start fights with people. So it's not really like he'll start a fight with anybody. Like it's so he understands why I get angry about it, and he would back me on that. But he wanted a set of the books, so he's got a set of the books, and I'm like, that's fair enough. When I ran out of space, I usually unhaul 3 stars and below, apart from if they're part of a series. That I'm the same. I'm very much the same. And especially because I was moving when I started unhauling books as well. So I was like, there's no way I'm taking 400 books to my new place. I'm going to take 40. And then I kept buying more books. So
But
of books I read, though, I only kept 40.
What if I move to a new, bigger place?
Yeah, that's fine. But I wasn't moving to a new, bigger place. I was moving to a place where I'd have to share with Lizzie. So
yeah.
Although, to be fair, I did move in and say, hey, by the way, I've got more books than you. And Lizzie was like, ha, bet. And I was like, no, for sure. I've got more books than you.
Yeah, but the trouble is, I don't like unhauling at all. I think it's because I got rid of a lot of my books when I moved originally. Because I literally had one car to move all my shit when I moved originally. So I got rid of a lot of books. So now every time I get rid, I just don't like going through it again, because I had to let go of like childhood favorite series. Like I'm rereading the Morganville Vampire books. Luckily I had like the first few on audio, but I used to have the full 15 book set of that. I don't anymore because they wouldn't fit in the car. So I had to prioritize TBR rather than read books. So I just don't like unhauling. And the trouble is, now I'm running out of room, and we don't have any room downstairs either. And we don't have room for any more bookcases. So it's a little bit like, God, do what you must now.
And Hannah wants me to move. Where would I put the books?
I would get rid of books to make space for you, except I wouldn't need to because we've got a spare room.
And the room that you would have, Celine, you could fit bookshelves in there too. So
there's already a bookshelf in there. We've already made a head start for you.
Still trying.
Put that euro in that jar. so yesterday we were on Discord.
I'm gonna start doing that, honestly. I'll have so much money at the end of the year.
There are 3 people that I am desperate to move to the UK. Celine, Tish from Archive 91, and Kelly from Velvet Library. And any opportunity, for anytime they talk about moving, I'm like, you can move to the UK every time. And yesterday, Celine was like, you stop, you keep doing it. And I was like, look, just put a euro in a jar every time I make a joke about you moving to the UK, and then eventually you'll have enough money to move to the UK.
That's very true.
It's my plan. Where did I get to? Here we go. I always get the first book from a charity shop, and then all sequels get left there. That's fine. That's fair.
I'm just going to pop out. I'm going to be back in a minute.
No worries. I never know how to get rid of arcs I didn't love. Well, there are loads of arc swaps on Twitter and Instagram. If you're in a Discord, people adore getting arcs. I love getting arcs. So Olivia's disappeared now, but Olivia works in publishing, and any chance she gets for arcs, she will give me a shout as well, and I love that. Sometimes if I don't love the book, I'll keep the arc anyway, but I just love collecting them. They make me feel really special. And I haven't actually applied to any publishers to be on their arc list, so they feel even more exciting when I just stumble across them.
Hannah, you're so nice, because you're like, people love a arc. I was like, if you don't want them, just send them my way. I will happily take arcs off your hand. I get so excited when I see arcs, and if I'm in a charity shop, I will specifically go in looking to see if there are arcs. I know there is a whole thing about you're not supposed to give arcs to charity shops, but believe
you're not supposed to sell them, but you can, because you can't sell them, you can donate them.
Okay,
and then it seems a charity donation rather than buying a book.
You cannot sell them?
No,
you're not supposed to. No, but I like getting an arc. So I like it when Olivia sends Hannah arcs, and if Hannah's already got the book, I get them offered to me, and I'm like, yes, give it to me.
Which did happen recently. What was the arc that arrived this time that I was like, oh, I've already got this?
The Luminaries.
That was it.
Oh, is it good? Have you read it?
I haven't read it yet. Do you want to buddy read it, Celine?
I don't have it. No, I'm not planning on. Like, it's YA fantasy, right?
I think so. My fear is it's by the same person who wrote The Wind Witch, and I hated The Wind Witch. But what I'm excited about is wolves.
Oh,
It's got wolves in it, so
yeah, you do love wolves.
yeah, that's cool. Yeah, the 5 series by Enid Blyton. I'm with you on that one. That's fair. This is the year I'm reading 75 owned books off my shelves. I owned 12 to 31 before buying new. I'm going to be unhauling everything under 4 stars. Good for you. Right now I'm enjoying the slow process. That's fair.
I wish I could be like that. I wish.
I do feel like at some point I'm just gonna have to like rock up to Celine's house and be like, are you done with this? With like books that she's read that she doesn't love. I'm like, I'll take it off your hands, and then I would just scurry away with them, and like you'll get noticed space for
you will need lots of bags.
Mm-hmm.
I do think Celine's. It's harder for Celine though, because Celine has all those beautiful special editions. Because you get Goldsboro as well, and like some of those editions are stunning. Like I completely get why you don't want to get rid of those, but you have other books that I'm like, they're not even that pretty, Celine. Just get rid. Get rid.
That's true. That's very true.
Excuse me.
I will at some point. I need to, because I'm starting to run out of just space in general. I will need to at the end of the year probably.
Sorry, Hannah's dying, and although she's muted, I can still hear her from downstairs. Please try and die quieter, please.
My eyes are watering. I'm like, I'm dying. Huh. Anyway, yeah, I've been tempted to get Waterstone's Heartstopper editions. Oh, the hardback ones, the really swanky hardback ones that aren't actually Waterstone's exclusives.
I asked the question before I ordered them, and I'm so happy I did. But they're not Waterstone's exclusives. They're just special editions.
They're just hardback editions, yeah. So I've pre-ordered some for me and for Lizzie, because why not have the same set of books twice in the same house?
Absolutely.
We've literally just been complaining about space.
Yeah, but like they're adorable, and I don't have a set yet. No. I borrowed those books.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how mad do you think people would be if I then used my paperbacks to make a Nick and Charlie collage?
I don't think people would be mad at all.
Because I know like some people get really funny about you cutting up books, but
I hate the idea, because I hate people even breaking spines of a book and cutting out things. That hurts me on a level of, I love books and this just is painful. Like I was watching like a show, and it was talking about Shakespeare, and they were like burning copies of books, and it was talking about how like there was like a revolution in Italy where they started burning books, and they've done it through history.
That's wrong. That's very wrong.
But they showed it, and I was like, this hurts, but I understand. But also, why are you burning that book? So in the same way, I would be like, why are you cutting up? But then I'm like, the end result will be beautiful.
I hope so. I
feel like it's free merch, basically. You're making your own merch, and you've bought a new edition, so it's not like...
So I'm supporting the author. I'm supporting the publisher. I've paid my dues. They've got their money, and now I'm making something that's just for me. Because it's not like I'm going to sell it. Although there is a gallery in my hometown that is looking to do an exhibit with loads of different collages, and you can kind of just submit for this exhibit, and the theme is discovery. And I was like, oh, but how cute would that be? Like a Nick and Charlie love story, discovery. But that would be selling someone else's art, and I'm not going to do that. But yeah. I know that like sometimes people can get really funny about it. Like, you know, when you see like all the art on Etsy where people have taken old books and like made things out of them, people can get really nasty about it. And I'm just like, if I do it, I probably won't do it publicly. I probably would just be, this is just for me now, you know?
I love those Etsy ones. Like the Alice in Wonderland ones are really cool. And like I love the look of it. I just know personally I couldn't do that.
That's fair. And yeah, A Kind of Spark is great. I think it's my favourite Ellen McNichols, you know. Finally done with work, hopping off. I was going to say hocking off, that's not a word. Hopping off to get some fresh air. That is something that I should do, but I'm not going to.
I have to leave the house today, and I'm upset about it.
Yeah, but you're going to do theatre.
I'm still upset about it.
I was helping Lizzie run lines yesterday. Just so you know, I make a really good Benfolio, Tybalt, and Romeo when I need to.
When you have to, yeah. When you
I had to play all the parts. Yeah, my dad and brother read them as a child, so nostalgia. That's fair. So now it's 400. Fair. That's why I've not finished typing up my full owned TBR, but I'm at 365 books already, and I've got 2 shelves to go.
You're going to be over 500 this year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Because these these 3, 2 and the long half one is just over 400 books in total, but there's at least 240 odd books that are unread.
Mm-hmm. I still got this shelf to do, and I've got half of the tall ones to go. Thankfully, I've got maybe 6 graphic novels I haven't read yet, and all of that is read books.
I got over 500 at one point, which I consider personally my ridiculous number. Not that it's ridiculous if somebody else is over 500, which is why I'm reading all of my short books right now, because my birthday is in 2 weeks' time as well. So, and I don't want to go back over it because that's my stress point.
Yeah.
Which I don't understand how, like, 499, I'll be like, I am fine. And then I'll hit 500 and I'll be like, oh my gosh, that's too much.
I would like to get you something for your birthday that isn't a book. So either send me ideas, Olivia, or put like a little wish list together so I can treat you to something. Because I'd like to get you something that's not a book if possible.
Yes, I will try and think of something. But also I have a wish list of books I've already read but do not own.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
That I'll try and think about. I can only think about tea and mango, but that's probably because I want tea and mango right now.
Yeah, imagine if I was like, I've just ordered like a Sainsbury's delivery to just rock up with a bunch of mango.
I would be happy.
I think you'd be confused first, but then you'd be like, oh, it's from Fowl. I have lived in, I mean, that's fair. I haven't had ARCs ever, but I lived in London, so it's not difficult. I was literally just thinking about ripping the pages out of the book to use as wallpaper for the bathroom that's not panelled, and I haven't decorated it yet. I think that's fair. I'd love to do, like people have like the manga wall. I was really tempted to do something like that on this wall because this is where I sit. So it would be nice to have that behind me.
It would be pretty.
Yeah.
For sure.
Maybe I will. But then I thought, what is a Bruins and All Woolly?
It's comics.
It's a comic. I was like, I'm not even convinced I've said that right because I know you got to say it in Scottish, like an accent, and I'm not doing that. I'm not embarrassing myself like that today. I'm planning on using old geography books as wrapping paper. That's cool. I would love to go to the theatre. Have you got a local theatre you could go to? Because Lizzie's, our local theatre is like there. Like you can almost see it from our house. It's that close.
Yeah, but I have to go out like 10, 15 minutes out of town to go to the rehearsal spaces.
I'll just be back in a sec.
No worries. Show us who you are. Yeah. I mean, they're all great. They're all wonderful.
I have like a charm on my TBR. That's good news.
I think you're going to really like it. So my paint, which is boring. If you put hodgepodge on it, it should seal it in. It will stay there forever. It will never be able to come down, but it will seal it in. Otherwise, it will just collect moisture in the paper and then it will go moldy. That's why you have to get very specific wallpaper for the bathroom, unfortunately. That's fair. That would be cool. A bathroom mirror. Look, you love aliens, you love clouds, you love foxes, you love rats. I feel like it could be a menagerie in pastel colours and it would look sick.
You could just do an IKEA catalogue. You could get all the old IKEA catalogues and do that.
Why not? A rattery logo, yeah. It's a way to stop. Yeah, it is, yeah. Except it isn't, because unless it's for her birthday. Like if you're getting her for her birthday, it doesn't count. But if you get it any other time of the year, Then it would
Then
sabotage her. But we're not allowed to buy each other books specifically for that reason. Because I was like, when Olivia and I were discussing it, I was like, let me think of the ways I would cheat. And then let's make it a rule so I can't do that. So it was nothing for birthdays or Christmas because I would absolutely go overboard. And it was, yeah, we're not allowed to send things to each other. And
unless
also
the other person has approved it.
Yeah, no. If we're unhauling stuff or etc., like that's different. But no sending random books to each other because then all you're really doing is sending a job to do as opposed to something to read. I forget you're not all Scottish. Decidedly not. They're classic. I have about 50 of my granddad's annuals, but I'd probably pick up some. I really want to get back into Asterix and Obelix. And there's a box set available on Gardeners that's in English rather than in French. I'd love to read those again. Hodgepodge or Mod Podge? You knew what I meant. Regardless of what I said, you knew what I meant. Bullying me on my own live stream. How dare you? How dare you? Right, I've read 30 pages of a book that's about 400 pages long that I need to finish today. So I'm going to throw us into another sprint, if that's cool with you guys. It's going to really confuse Celine, though, when she comes back. And we're just reading. You good? I'm not hearing any sounds. Is it my internet? What's going on?
No, I just wasn't saying anything.
Okay, you were both really still, and
We
I was
were
like,
very quiet.
like, but you were just like you hadn't moved. I was like, I don't know what's happening. So
I just did it to confuse you. But no, fine. I'll read if I have to.
well, it's also because I need to reveal on Twitter who won Hellbent, so I need to do that as well, real quick.
I just want you to know that when you were like, I think you had a poll about like if you should get Hellbent or nothing or something, and I was like, no. If there was one person who voted no, it was me.
I think it was like, yeah, the only like the poll I did on the main one was should I do it as a giveaway? And yeah, I think there was one no and like 28 yeses.
It was me.
Yeah. Well, I've had
because I was thinking if you give away Hellbent, you're going to get yourself a copy too. So I was like, I'm helping you.
I'd already pre-ordered it. I'd already pre-ordered the because I've got the Waterstones edition that's got the sprayed edge. That's the only difference between the normal edition and the Waterstones is a sprayed edge. And I'm going to get my hardback of Ninth House sprayed because the pages have gone yellow. So if I get them sprayed, it will make it look slightly newer. So I'd already got it, and then I'd forgotten that I'd also pre-ordered it through Waypoint as well. Before the special edition had been released. So I had 2 copies arrive on the same day that looked almost identical. So that's what I'm doing on the giveaway. But anyway, right. I'm going to go reveal the winner over on Twitter, and I'm going to press go for a sprint, and I'll see you guys in 45.
Yeah.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hi.
I am only on page 54. Just because, like, the story itself is moving very quickly, but I am reading it so slow.
Same with my book. I'm not even halfway through the book, and we've had 3 sprints.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Scary. How'd you get on, Olivia?
I finished a short story and I started the next one.
Nice. And you, Lizzie?
I read 112 pages, but the writing is big. But this book is fucked. This book is fucked up.
Mm.
So fucked up. And I need to watch the live show because I need to understand why Amy chose this as a book club pick. Because genuinely it's fucked up. Like, there are things in here. It's not okay.
What kind of not okay? I'm so curious.
In a classic horror
wouldn't.
sense of like it's spooky and gross, or as in like you're emotionally disturbed?
It's just there's so many things going on. And it's YA horror, right? So it's still pretty, I don't know. There was sexual assault in it. There is a lot of like body horror, like people getting like stabbed in the eye and stuff, and that's really gross. But there's just too many things happening, and I'm like, you're trying to do this to shock people, and there's just like with horror, you always go in thinking about like content warnings, but I would never ever recommend anyone read this. I would not recommend this.
Interesting. Because you're not enjoying it, or just because there is so much that because like there are books where it's like you've got to worry about like the long list of like Ninth House, for example, and even like My Heart's a Chainsaw, long list of trigger warnings. Loved them both.
For sure. But there is so much crammed in for the sake of being there. The sexual assault does not need to be there. For example, that was literally, you didn't need that. There were other stuff going on, and that was purely in there for the sake of it. The problem I'm having with it, this character feels like she's 10 or 11. She's supposed to be 15. She does not read like a 15-year-old. And I think that's the trouble. It's just, I will see how it ends. But there's just too many things going on. And like the horror isn't really just, it's not pinpointed horror. Like I can't tell you what they're trying to do with the horror in this book. It's just too much. There's too much shock value. Like dolls are creepy. I understand that. But then there's all the other added extra things you're putting in to be shocking and to be like having a reaction. And yes, it's giving me a reaction, but to the point of, do I even want to continue reading this?
Yeah.
Like, it's just not great. And there's loads of animal abuse in it, loads of it. And it's just like casually put into conversations of like, oh yeah, so like, you know, there was a cat in a room and then it turned up dead like the next day. It's like, can we please stop with just casually just, oh yeah, we found this cat, but then like, oh no, it died. Or like, oh no, it went blind. Like, can we just stop with the casual like? So it's just too many things.
That's fair.
So I'm very interested to see, as a first book club pick, why this one was picked.
Fair enough. I feel like I've got nothing to add to that. Like that was, yeah, fair enough.
But it's a quick read, so I mean,
I don't know. Like things I find books like that fascinating, and it could be that all those things you said are correct, and they're worth talking about. So therefore, it's an interesting pick because it's for those reasons. You know, I don't think that's why Amy's picked it, but it will make for an interesting book club pick for that reason.
There's just a specific plot point that's happened that's really, really annoyed me. Like, really annoyed me, and it's properly put my back up. Like, this book was fucked up, like, from the beginning. Like, I told you how it started, Hannah. And, like, it's built on from that beginning. But now this specific thing is brought up, and I don't like it. Like, I hate this sort of thing happening.
Hmm.
Now I'm just like, I don't know how I feel about this at all. And also the twists and turns are supposed to be surprising. I have not yet been surprised by one thing turning out the way it's turned out in the book.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Okay, well, I'm going to go to the comments now.
Please
I'm
do.
like,
Let's move on. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
I'm also going to duck out here because now I'm feeling tired after I had a late night and I still woke up at 6 a.m. and now I'm feeling it. So
That's fair.
I think I'm going to head off.
Well, thanks for joining us anyway. It's been lovely to chat.
Thanks for having me, and I hope the rest of the reading goes well.
Let's hope.
See you later.
See you soon. Bye.
Ali is finally in the chat.
Hi, Ali.
Racket has arrived. Welcome, welcome. I am proud of you for making a phone call. I hate calling people. Yeah, my thoughts and what would be prayers with you. They won't answer when I'm too tired for this. Fair. My dad got mad at me but couldn't tell me what I did wrong, so that was fun. Sometimes, like, I think if people get frustrated with stuff, it's really hard to articulate. I'm sorry that that's been put on you, though. You're not having the best day ever. 24 pages of Priory. Be back after breakfast. No worries. We're going to have a chat about it tonight. Okay. I did go for a walk and have a cup of tea and an orange. I think I'm going to make a pot of tea in the next sprint because I'm starting to start yawning. Probably going to journal in the next sprint. I need to catch up.
Yeah, what page are you on? I'm very curious. I'm on page 158.
At least you're in the hundreds. I'm still only on page like 52.
But I was already on 70 something.
You're going to be sprinting by the time I get back on you.
I don't know why it's taking me so long, but like
I think we're tired. We might be.
The story's moving super fast, but my brain isn't. I read 42 pages. Nice. Read 15 pages. Called the vet because I decided I want to go today. That's fair. That's fair. Good morning. Had some coffee and got 2 whole chapters read. Proud of you. 39 pages. Okay. Interesting.
You know what shocks me the most?
In 2018.
It's not like fine. Like in 2018, books were very different, but Amy doesn't like she likes certain types of horror. Like I have to really think about what horror I'm going to recommend Amy because I think I read a lot more graphic stuff than possibly what I thought Amy liked. I was wrong. If Amy liked this, then there are probably a lot more horrors that I can recommend, which opens the door quite a lot. But I thought Amy preferred like tamer horrors and stuff, so I've been recommending those. I mean, My Heart of the Chainsaw, I don't know I think it is a fairly tame horror. Like I wouldn't recommend Amy The Only Good Indians, or at least I wouldn't until I read this, and I think Amy will be fine.
That's fair.
2018, what a time for books. Another year.
Another wild year for books. Hey guys, how are you? I'm sleepy, but I'm good. How are you guys?
Sleepy. So sleepy.
I'm great. I need to shower and get off my fucking soapbox. I need to finish this book, then I can just never think about it again.
Fair. Just drawing, currently reading Death Note 101 edition. Wow, 2,000 pages is a lot. I've read a few pages at least, 256 pages in. Also read All the Truth That's in Me by Julie Berry. Haven't heard of that one, but I do enjoy Death Note, so I'm here for that. I played Hades instead of reading or doing work. I meant to. Bell going off the middle of the fight scared me. I'm sorry. I feel that it's a far gentler bell, though, than the cat one. You know, the cat one that meows? I find that's quite aggressive. So I feel like the bell is a little less aggressive. More going on, my dad gets angry. Yeah, that's fair. I think you've got to bear in mind that you're struggling with this move process. Your parents will also be struggling, but they won't necessarily have the same coping mechanisms you do or be as capable of being empathetic when they need to be. And the problem is like it's very, very easy to lash out at the people that are closest to you and that mean a lot to you because there's no fear that if you lash out, they're going to leave. So I find that my parents will snap at me a lot more when they're stressed because they know they can versus if they snap at someone else that might it might end up badly, you know. Thank you. Tamar is everything is my name. No, Tamer. I suppose, yeah. Cool. Yeah, I thing is, I haven't even put the Morganville Vampires on my currently reading list on Goodreads, but I'm like, I might try and finish in the next sprint, Lily Be on the Brink of Cool, so that I finished something, and Morganville Vampires, so I finished something. So even if I don't finish this one today, I can get like a fair chunk of the way through. We shall see. Hello, Ali. Hello.
Hi.
It's been really nice having people just kind of come and go. Like we've had Kelly out, Olivia in, Olivia out. Ali's here. I'm here for it. Yeah. It's one of the most creative ways I've had. That's fair. I love the Death Note series. I'm now finally reading manga. So yeah, perfect. And hi, Ali. So, what are you reading?
Well, I'm supposed to read Green Glass House. Celine, are you reading that? Yeah.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, less than like 3 seconds in, and she's throwing shit around already.
Apparently, Ali's not reading anything. She's just
Apparently not, because I'm gonna break my Kindle.
Oh no! I thought it was a book. I was like,
it was my Kindle. Yeah. I can't find my physical copy of Green Glass House, but luckily, apparently, I also have an ebook copy because why not?
That's fair. How many buddy read are you doing, Ali? And that's buddy reads, but I'm being an a-hole.
Well, I finished 2. And considering that those are the only 2 books I have finished so far this month, apparently I need the buddy reads, but I think I'm doing 4 with Celine.
Yeah, I have 12 this month, so like
I can't there's no one to blame but yourself, because I didn't ask for any of these.
I didn't ask for this. Like, I feel like that's your mantra. I didn't ask for this.
That is fair, but I didn't ask you to buddy read them with me.
Yeah, but you were like, I'm reading this, and I was like, I'm reading it too.
Exactly. I just said I'm reading this, and you were like, okay, I'll join. And they all became buddy reads.
I forget, Celine, that you've not known Ali all that long. That's what Ali does. Ali goes, hey, that thing that you're doing, I want to do it too.
I know. I'm learning that very quickly.
I got a text from Ali the other day saying, hey, I don't know what things you've invited me on versus what things I've invited myself on. So I'm just doing everything just in case. I was like, rock up, mate. Like, I don't mind at all. Like Lizzie, it's I'm going to be on that. Like whether she was invited, I'm gonna be there on that. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Like,
I mean, she lives in your house.
Yeah,
she's
like,
I'm
harder to avoid. Like, she can't just like sneakily do shit anymore because I'm like, hi.
Exactly. Yeah. Like a little troll should be like, I'm here.
I'm here. Yes. Yeah, Lizzie is the unofficial 4th member of Gothtober now, just because every time I do something Gothtober related, Lizzie would like just appear from the side and be like, hey.
I wish I could do that. I'm so excited about that.
Mm-hmm. This year's going to be interesting because we've got 2 potential ideas and I've started promoting them a little bit.
What's the other one?
I'm going to put it in the private chat. So,
okay.
I think the one that we discussed before is going to be the one that we go with because that's the one that everyone seems more excited about.
Okay.
And of course, I then put tentacles on a graphic just to see if it got Ali's attention, and it did.
It absolutely did.
Look, as someone who's literally running a readathon where one of the prompts is tentacles.
Yeah, I have one book I can read for that, and it will be a reread, and it is my favorite monster smart book. And that is my Dragon Shifter series. I only have one book from that series because it's my favorite one of the series. So I'll be rereading it for your readathon.
The thing is, do you know what's like so bizarre, right? Is I've never read any books with tentacles in, and I don't know how to ask Can someone recommend me a book with tentacles in without it sounding like what I just said? Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't want it to sound like that.
Just do it
I'm
in
like, hey
Becca's
guys,
Discord.
recommend me a book with tentacles in. Like, that's a lot.
Just do it in Becca's Discord. You'll be fine. You'll have loads of recommendations.
That's true.
And then
That's
it's in a
true.
private forum, and you don't have to worry about like the general public seeing it.
True. If Lizzie's not on Sprint herself, she'll bounce through Hannah's background. True.
100%.
It's really funny because a lot of my vlog isn't actually me. It will just like pan to Lizzie doing something. So it's a baby.
It's always a baby.
It's
She's
always
very
a baby.
needy.
We do have a few, to be fair, like just knocking around.
One of
And
them is watching TV and the other one is still asleep. So
I thought you were like, one of them is inside me. And I was like, that's how that works.
I mean, yeah, that too. But that one doesn't count.
No, that's fair. Well,
It's not a like I don't want to look at it because it's not a baby yet.
that's fair. How are the kids doing today? I love that Tamar asked because I'm not a nice enough person to ask how your kids are doing. I was fully to be like, how are the cats and the dogs?
I literally don't care. I just like don't talk about my children generally unless people ask.
How are your kids, Ali?
I mean, this one is needy,
Mm-hmm.
and then they're doing kid things. I spent all morning wrangling them to keep them off of Tony so he could actually sleep before going back to work.
That's fair. That's totally fair. Right. Well, how are you feeling about Cozy Mystery anyway? Because you're reading. Have you started it yet?
I've read like 2 chapters, so that's it.
Okay. Fair enough.
It is a middle grade though, so it's like very different vibes from like standard Cozy Mystery.
Okay.
Also, very surprising D&D vibes. Yeah.
Interesting.
So you said
I've not
Cozy
gotten that
Mystery.
far yet.
Do you know what?
You said Cozy Mystery. I turned off. You say D&D vibes. I'm like, maybe.
Technically speaking, they're playing D&D. Like, it's just the two of them, but they're playing D&D. That's the thing of, like, that's, yeah, how
What's
it
it
all
called?
started.
The Glass House or Glass Houses or
Green Glass House.
Green Glass House.
So, like, it's cute because D&D. You see, we
Okay.
have been reading the other book, the sequel. When are we reading the sequel?
If I don't hate this one.
No, Lizzie.
Oh,
This one.
Lizzie.
For what?
Oh,
Oh, God. Whenever you want.
Well, maybe not this month.
Not this month.
Next
No.
month.
We could do it next month. Well, you know how well our Muse of Nightmares buddy read is going, both of you.
I haven't even started it. Well,
look, I've read like 100 pages, but yeah, just
technically speaking, 2 years ago I started this. But I think that I will reread that because I don't remember.
I have read like 1 chapter.
And it's so very long.
Yeah.
it reads really fast though. Like it reads really fast.
I have just been prioritizing literally everything else. Because
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh God, I have to read that one yet, and I don't want to.
I've been putting this off because I was like, I don't want to read this when it's dark outside because Graham Masterton is like king of horror. And I'm like, I don't think I want to. Just in case it's actually scary because I am a massive wimp. And I'm like, what if this freaks me out? Because like I won't sleep.
It might. I've read some of his novels and it's creepy but also very disturbing. So far what I've read, extremely disturbing.
Yeah. So I am a little bit worried.
Yeah, I can understand that. But you need to tell me how good it is or how bad it is. I'm very curious.
Yes. Well, it's one of the Luna book club picks. So it'll be whenever Hannah's doing her live with that about that.
I think I But I think it was about a Wendigo by him. I might be completely wrong, but I think it was a book about a Wendigo or something like that.
Quite
Which
possibly.
Very graphic.
Graham Masterson.
I don't want to read it because it features detectives, and I hate detectives.
Yeah,
But
I was
I remember, but his books are good enough.
I mean, it worries me that like there's a cult of cannibals mentioned on the blurb. I'm like, great, that's gonna be fun.
Right?
Sounds thrilling.
Wait. I just need to finish this one.
I haven't started it yet.
I need to continue with the series.
Why is my credit card stored in this book?
Why not?
I don't know.
I mean, yeah, probably safe as anywhere else, to be honest. Hello and welcome. We're good. Need some motivation for reading, so thank you for sprinting. I will be sprinting all goddamn day because I need to finish this book.
Yeah, I saw where your bookmark is in that, and I'm like, haven't you been here for like 6 hours, ma'am?
To be fair, we've done more talking than we have been doing reading sprints because like there's quite a long amount of talking. I'm trying to save you here, Hannah.
No, because you're saving me by throwing me under a bus. The first 3 sprints I did, I kept it to 15 minutes chat every single time. And then you rocked up.
Yeah, it's my fault. Did I ever say that like it wasn't my fault? I'm very aware that I stand on a soapbox too. And when there's like multiple of us standing on soapboxes, it takes a while.
But to be fair, I've done about probably with the first 3 sprints, I did something else for the first 20 minutes. So I only read for 15. So although I've been sprinting for 6 hours, I've probably only done 2 hours max of reading.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping now that those things are done and I don't have to, I do need to do a load of washing and I am going to make a pot of tea in the next sprint, but that's only going to take me like 5 minutes max. Then I will be able to get through it a bit quicker. And what's weird is like my brain is still skipping chunks because it is beat for beat, the same as the TV series. But all it's making me want to do is watch the TV series. I don't want to read the series. I don't want to read the books anymore. I just want to watch the show.
Could you DNF it?
You're not very far in. You could switch to like a short book or a middle grade or something.
Well, the thing is, I've got 2 books that I would love to finish. I've got a middle grade that I've started. I've only got like 100 pages left of. I've got an audiobook that I've got like 2 hours left of. Actually, I've got 2 audiobooks that I've got 2 hours left of. So like there are things I could finish, but I wanted to finish this one. So I feel like I'm going to finish this because then I can put it down as read and I can unhaul the rest to Lizzie. Because Lizzie doesn't care if I finish this or not. Because the fact is I gave it a go. And the fact is I bought the box set.
I literally couldn't care less. I said to Hannah, I had a great time with this series and I'd love to know what Hannah's opinions was because vampire books and Hannah at the moment, they've not been sticking. Like I really want, and I was like, this is a fun series. It's trash. I was like, it's not like, it's just a lot of fun. In the same way,
it's not well written at all, is it? Like writing wise, this is bad.
It's terrible. I never said it was good. I just said it was a good time. And like the series, the TV show, I was like, if you like the TV show, you're probably going to like the books because the books are just the TV show plus more wild and more weird.
But none of the weird or wild stuff's happened yet because it's still in like the opening 2-3 episodes. So what's really interesting is things that they've changed. Like Renee was obviously a guy that worked with Jason in the TV show, but he's a childhood friend in the book. And I'm like, that's interesting. And like the way Renee brings up his sister, I'm like, oh, that's foreshadowing. Like things like that. So that's interesting. The fact that Arlene has had 4 husbands and Renee has had 3 wives, I'm like, why? So there's things like that. But it's so very Southern. And like they've just had a whole conversation about slaves, which was weird. So like they're talking to Bill and like the gran is like, did my family own slaves? And he's like, they had 2. And she's like, that's fair.
What is that book about again?
It's so stupid.
Dead as a Duck. It's vampires.
It's southern vampires in like this small town that is really small, and everyone knows everyone. Everyone's scoring everyone, plus vampires.
But it really feels like the New Kid in Town type vibe, where it's like this guy's rocked up and everyone's like, "Oh, who is he?" Like it's just that. But anyway, Lizzie, how do you do buddy reads? Just so I'm prepared for the night circus.
I don't know. I'm kidding. Of course, anybody reads. However, the other person wants to do it because I'm a fast reader. So if someone wanted to say do a certain amount of chapters a day, that's fine. If someone wants to finish a book by the end of the week, type of thing, that's also fine. If there's a page number you want to get to, that's also fine. But I tend to leave it to whoever I'm buddy reading with, because otherwise I will just read it and then be done, and the person will be like, haven't caught up yet.
Having not read the book we were supposed to finish this week.
Yeah. That's fair. That is fair. That is because I've been prioritizing other books.
It's right. She hasn't even started the buddy reads that she and I are meant to be doing. So
yeah, back in fucking December too. Whoopsie.
Yeah. So what we're saying is, when Lizzie made that joke about how she doesn't do buddy reads, that was the truth. Why do you not like detectives? That's not how Frida asked it. That's how I'm asking.
Because my mother literally had the TV on CSI every day of my entire life from the moment I was born. And so now I just have this internalized hatred for crime, like dramas.
See, this is the thing, is my dad had murder mysteries on every day of my life also. But the difference is my dad is very stoic and doesn't really emote about a whole lot of things. So I was like, if I want to have any relationship with my father, I have to learn to like detectives. And now we have that in common. So that's really nice.
Yeah, see, after seeing the same episodes of CSI and NCIS over and over and over and over, it was the same thing. It's not like she watched new things.
No, that's fair.
See, I love NCIS, and that is because I watched it with my family. Like, that was a thing we used to religiously watch. That and CSI Miami. Grew up on that. I don't like reading about detectives because I don't tend to like murder mystery in books. I like it with other things. Like, I find it really interesting when there's other things going on, much like the way I don't like romance in books. I don't like to read like a strict police procedural, but I love supernatural, and they're just like doing police stuff without being police. So
do you know what they both really enjoy though? A skeleton detective.
Yes. Yeah.
This is like the third time I've mentioned skullduggery today.
That's a fun detective. And like he's not big on law, is he really? Let's be honest.
It's also not like a detective. Like, he's not employed by any agency, okay?
He's employed by multiple agencies. He's literally called the skeleton detective. That's his job.
Yeah,
he's a detective.
He's more just like a skeleton who does random shit, okay?
He detects. Like that's his one job, Ali. I have a non-smart recommendation for Tentacles, Kraken by China Mayville. I assume that's how you say it, Mayville. Unless I misunderstood and you did want monster fucking, in which case I'll defer to someone else. I don't mind either way. Ali is hosting a specifically monster fucking readathon, and I think it'd be really funny if I vlogged myself reading that week anything but monster smut, but things that ticked off the prompts. I think that would be really funny. But I don't read it. I don't go out of my way to pick it up. When I discover it, I do tend to be like, oh, that's what this is. So I feel like that's why I haven't like stumbled across it yet, because I feel like if I'd seen it, it was very obvious and I've just not paid attention to it. Do you know what I mean? So I will add that to the list as a maybe.
That's so funny.
I don't know how babies can do this, man.
Genuinely, you were swinging her around and I was like, is the baby dead? But you just were like, yeah, if I keep going.
She's just falling asleep.
Like, I could like see them, they were like, I'm up, I'm gone. Genuinely. Okay, I must be tired. I joined and wondered why the person at the top was so calm while their room is on fire.
To be fair, the way you have it angled, it does look slightly concerning.
It's not heavy, guys. But also, I am so tired that I would be like, I'm too tired for that. Let's let it all burn. I don't care anymore.
Let it all burn. I would recommend, as someone who has buddy read with Lizzie, to read the first 20 pages and see how long it takes you. because if it only took you like an hour, then do it by like every 20 pages or so. If 20 pages is only like a chapter or just under, do a chapter. But whatever it is, just do it so that you know like roughly how long it's going to take you to read it. And then just understand that however fast you read it, it will take Lizzie divided 3 times, right? So if it takes you an hour, it will take her 20 minutes. Like that's, just bear that in mind. Whatever
And
your
Phoenix
read
Necklace is a reread for me, so I might read it quicker than somebody's reading it for the first time anyway.
Mm-hmm. Have
Loved
you tried the
Bones.
series Bones? No.
Loved it.
Oh, as in like the TV series? Yes. Yes, I have.
I like that better than some other ones. But it's not something that I would like choose to watch.
I enjoy it because it was written by a woman who does the job that Temperance Brennan does. So I like the fact that a lot of it is based in real science, in the same way that I like Criminal Minds, because that was written by like real FBI agents and stuff. I feel like it does make a difference.
I really need to watch this one.
I will say that like most series, it loses its way around season 4. Like it's really good, and then it's like
Criminal Minds. Oh yeah, no, it's the one that has, I don't know, like 12 seasons, something, right?
Yeah, more like 15, but yeah.
Even better.
I actually used to watch Ghost Whisperer and Supernatural like with my family. Yes, I had like a best friend. We'd watch Supernatural every week together when it came out. Like he'd record it because it came out on the Saturday night. We'd watch it together on the Sunday. And I remember there was like one, I think it was like season 2 or 3. There was like a really big plot twist at the end. There was always a big plot twist, but like it was specifically one of those. And the two of us just lay on his floor and stared at his ceiling for 20 minutes, just recuperating. Incredible. Currently reading The Train, and nice. It's such a trope to have vampires be slave owners, and it's weird. You could write anything and that's what you choose. Do you know what I find so bizarre though? Is that they keep doing it. And like, remember when everyone had like this real issue with Addie LaRue because she had been alive for 400 years but had never come across a slave? And yet I feel like vampire writers are like, oh yeah, not only did we know these people, we owned them.
Probably because Interview with the Vampire.
Yeah, but like you don't need every single vampire to be a Confederate soldier, which is like a trend.
Like really,
Like,
and like
in
they were
trend.
the losing side. Like what?
Because like the Salvatore brothers in Vampire Diaries were Confederate soldiers. Jasper from Twilight, for some reason, was a Confederate soldier. Why did he have to be a Confederate soldier? Just riddle me.
It blows my mind because like I get that it's like, okay, well they're southern vampires, right? So the southerners were like, oh, but it wasn't everybody. It wasn't everybody. You had to choose a side, and also it's moodier weather-wise up north. Wouldn't you, as a vampire, choose somewhere like gloomier, more rain, etc.?
True.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Vampires are stupid. Anyway. Over 600 pages.
What edition do you
I had
have?
to check because mine is for this edition, which is the Illuma Great one, but I've also got the Waterstones one downstairs, which is one I'll be reading. It's only like 400, like just over 400 pages. So I don't know if it's like the mass market paperback edition. Maybe?
I think that's what they said last time. But I would say if the chapters are short, then aim for like 3 chapters a day because Lizzie will do that in her sleep. Do they make them soldiers to bring in an element of PST? Yeah, but there were other wars.
Yeah.
There were other wars. They could have literally been on. They could have fought in the First World War if they wanted to make it a war thing. You know, like Angel, for example, from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. He there's this whole thing about how he fought in the war, and there's an implication that he fought on the Nazi side. But then there's like an episode in the TV series where it's not that he fought on the Nazi side, it's that he went in undercover and like destroyed loads of Nazis from the inside out. So it's like, okay, so he wasn't a Nazi. Good. Like, and like that's the bare minimum.
Yeah.
The lowest bar. And you're like, okay, great, they're not a Nazi. So it's like, yeah, they could not be a Confederate. That would be okay too. Yeah. So I would say, I'm not even involved. I would say go for 3 chapters a day.
I will say that I love that in True Blood. Eric is just a Viking. Like he's been alive that long. He's a Viking. Like he doesn't really care about like human wars anymore. Like
No.
But I can't remember what Bill was because I'm like, was he a Confederate? Like, tell me if you ever find out if Bill.
I think he's a Confederate. He's talking about like owning slaves and shit.
Well, I didn't remember like where he fell, but I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if Bill was because it's Bill.
Yeah. Also, like, do you know what I find really jarring about Eric being a Viking? Now, when I watched the series, I didn't know as much about Vikings as I do now. But, like, for Vikings, dying in battle is the highest honor. And the idea of growing old and being an old man was something they feared happening. Like, they treated their elderly with respect, but more out of pity. Like, if you were an old man, if you were, like, crippled and shit, they would have rather died than...
If I may, that only proves that men are stupid.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. So I feel like the idea that Eric lived so long, no wonder he's angry, you know? No wonder he's a grumpy little bitch.
But he beat the system.
But I don't think that's how a Viking would view that.
I don't know. Vikings died.
Yep. But I'm also pretty sure that he was murdered by Confederates, so... by a vampire that later became like, imagine being like, I've been alive for hundreds of years and I'm still going to be racist. What?
Yeah.
I really wish that like there would be like a love interest who meets the vampire and the vampire's like, yeah, I fought in the Civil War on the Confederate side. I had slaves. I regret it. And she would just be like,
yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing that turns her off and is like, well, I'm not being with you.
Yeah,
like,
it's like I kill people. Okay, we can work with that. I drink their blood. Okay, I can deal with that. I don't like people of color. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Well, that's the funniest thing I think about Jasper in Twilight, because they're having a conversation. Like, she doesn't have to like Jasper. Jasper has tried to kill her on multiple occasions, so like, she's not going to be he's not going to be her favorite person. But she doesn't even flinch. Not even a flinch when he says that he fought on the Confederate side. Because like, if it were me and I was talking to like my partner's like brother and they suddenly came out with something like that, I'd be like, are we gonna track back to the fact that you were a giant racist?
Imagine being at family dinner. Imagine being at a family dinner and your partner's sibling goes, yeah, I think when Hitler said no, whatever comes out of your mouth is gonna be wrong. Like, no. Because, like, to me, it's like they're on par, right? Like, they're obliterating hundreds of people for the sake of ethnicity purity. Get in the bin. Get in the bin.
Yep.
Anyway. Where were we? That makes sense, Anna. Thank you very much. I feel a bit weird with Eric and Alexander Skarsgård. He looks like my dad when he was younger. That's fair. I think your dad might be sexy.
I was just about to say I might be attracted to your father. That seems weird.
That was intrusive thoughts winning. Like, that was Hannah thought something funny and then immediately let it come out. I'm so sorry. Was funny though. I'm gonna take me 2 weeks to finish this book. Yeah, that's fair.
Look, Alexander Skarsgård is a sexy human.
Oh, dang it! I have to check on Google now.
Yeah, I don't know who we're talking about.
Eric from True Blood? No?
I never watched True Blood.
He also played Tarzan, which was a really shit film, but he looked sexy in it, so that was
well, it's because he's naked, like, all of the time. He's also in a new film called Northman, which is all about Vikings.
Mm-hmm. And his brother played Pennywise, which always is a fun little...
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure it's his dad that plays Will Turner's dad in Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yes, and he's also in... Marvel.
I don't blame you. Thank you. You know what's really funny is my mum found some photos of my dad from when he was like 19. So that's roughly when she met him. She was 16, he was 19. And she like found these photos and she went all giddy and she was like all like giggly and stuff. And I looked at it and I was like, that's a literal child. I'm like, we're not the same. Yeah, weird to hear. I'm so sorry.
This dude?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not funny.
Celine, I love how you found on all the photos of him. There are him just normally looking. You find
That's
the one.
literally the 5th photo that shows up on Google, though.
I do think it is based on other things you've searched, though, because I've looked at stuff like I've got my brother to search stuff, and it's been like the 7th thing down, whereas for me it's been like the first thing. So I do think that is taken into account, and it makes me wonder if it was the first thing that Celine saw. You know?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I went looking because I went looking. The first ones are those ones.
That's fair.
See,
I think he
this
does.
is
He looks
what
better with longer hair, but then I think that about all men. So
Why is he not wearing trousers?
why is he
That
wearing a
feels
jacket? No question. Take it off.
I prefer the guy playing in Viking.
Oh, as in like the guy that plays
I think one of the main characters.
Yeah. Yeah,
I prefer this guy if I had to pick, which I don't because
I mean, like if I was in a room with both of them, this is the choice I'd make. Like that was ever gonna happen.
She'll never
I always
happen,
do that.
yeah.
Like I get like hyperfixations on celebrities, and I feel really silly because I'm like, these people don't even know I exist, and I'm sat here just like, oh, but if we met one day.
I was heartbroken when you informed me that Lee Pace was in fact attracted.
I'm so sorry.
to men.
Yeah, married to a man.
Even married to
I'm
another
pretty
man.
sure-
And I was like, well, there's my chance. It's just flown away.
Yeah. yeah, that was. Do you know what was really funny? It's like there was so many like thirst traps that came up, and I was like, I think I might be into Lee Pace. And then it was like, he's a married man. I was like, and I'm cured, and I don't find him sexy anymore.
But he's so sexy. Lee Pace is just like
It's one thing being attracted to men. I've got no problem like dating a guy who's attracted to men because I feel like then we've got more stuff in common, you know. But if he's married to a man, that's a deal breaker for me.
Oh, he's a deal breaker, but I can still look and appreciate.
I can still look.
As in, like, he's one of the few men that make the cut.
Mm-hmm. I'm not for six packs. I don't like blonde hair. When I was younger, I was obsessed with like washboard abs and like six packs, and now it's about the dad bod for me. Like, I don't necessarily want them to have like a full belly because I am still internally like quite fat phobic, but I do want them to be like, you know. I don't want to feel like I'm going to break them. And I also don't want to have to go to the gym. That's what I want.
It's really funny. Tony, like, got his dad bod, and I was just like, good. And he's like,
good. Yeah. No, that's good for you. Good for you.
Well, he was a fucking, like, twig, like, stick. I was like, you're going to die.
And you're like, and now we can talk. I like the long hair or no hair for me. I've got a real thing about curly hair. Don't know what it is. Love curly hair on guys.
So I'm doing Romeo and Juliet, okay, and as a show, and I'm playing Mercutio, and they're trying to play it off that Mercutio and Benvolio are a couple, like they're going there. And I basically had to insinuate I was more into women, which is true. I find women more attractive than men. That's not like a lie. But I basically think my entire theatre group thinks I'm a lesbian. And I'm like, what happens when I inevitably sleep with a man? And they're going to be well confused.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was more men available. But like, I was trying to make him feel comfortable. And I was like, you know, because I'm not attracted to him in any way, shape or form. Like, that is not the problem. But I was like, oh no. I think I've just made a mistake because I'm not a lesbian, but like I don't know how I'm going to broach this subject because I don't want to be like I'm not a lesbian for them to turn around. No, we didn't think you were, or something really weird.
My brain, again, intrusive thoughts. I know that everyone that you're like working with like closely on this has a partner, but my thought was like, have sex with him, that'll show him. like just fuck him, see what happens. Like I don't know if you saw, but I literally was like, don't. My whole brain was like, if they think I'm a lesbian, have sex. Like that'll show them.
It's fine. I said to Hannah the other day, I was like, I finally met the guy who's playing Romeo, and Hannah went, is he attractive? And I went, he's just conventionally attractive, which means I don't find him attractive at all.
It's like I needed to know. I'm non-binary. It feels like it's more. Yeah, that's fair. You justify any way you need to. It just doesn't give it so really fancy. Yeah. Do you know what it is? It's hyperfixations on fictional men and men that don't know I exist. When men that I find conventionally attractive or not show attention to me in real life, Ew, get away from me.
You gross.
I actually think that if I ever met Joe Quinn or Jamie Campbell Bower, I think I'd be fine though.
I wouldn't. you know when we were met people at Yauk, and you would like stand there and look like really adoringly at them, and I'd be like, "Hi, I'm Hannah. This is Lizzie," and like would have to like speak on your behalf to like get you to talk to people, and you'd be like, "Hi." I would need you to do that if it were Joe Quinn.
That wouldn't happen because I would just be the same of being like, I'm not going to open my mouth because I will embarrass myself.
We'd just both be like, "Hi."
Hi.
And that's what terrifies me, is I've got more riz when I'm flirting with someone I don't care about. So
I came downstairs because there was a parcel coming. It was my hellbent, and I was like, Hannah, are you flirting with our postman? Like, I literally was like, what the hell is going on?
I'm our age and married, and I flirt with him all the time because he flirts back. Like, he's so lovely.
He's a lovely man. But all my head was like, why are you doing
you
this?
actually interact with your postman?
Yeah, because then our parcels arrive.
No,
like,
no, in the States, your postal person drops your package, knocks on your door, and fucking runs.
Oh, like there's a few delivery guys like that, don't get me wrong, but there are 3 guys who deliver to us on a regular basis. 2 Royal Mail guys and 1 every delivery driver. And I know one of them by name, and that is Nigel, and he's a babe. The other 2, But I make a point to be polite to them every goddamn time, because then we get like a fully written out slip if we're not in, as opposed to just, we don't know where your parcel is. So I've not had that here. I try my best.
Wait, you have to be home to get your parcel?
Yeah,
well,
they knock on your door so that you can like take it.
If you need a signature or something, you have to be. But like if you're not in, they'll leave it with the neighbor generally, or you can reschedule it to be delivered.
Yeah. Oh no! Here they just chuck it on your porch and bail.
Yeah, that's why I get to know my postie, just in case. Imagine society we have to come out as not gay. That's my entire life.
I assume
that's my entire life.
Yeah, Hannah flirts with me on a daily basis, and I'm like, are you seducing me, or are we? Or
yesterday.
Or are you remembering that you're straight?
Lizzie turns to me yesterday and was like, "Are you trying to seduce me?" And I was like, "Why? Is it working?" Like, I like men, and I have to remind myself that. Normally actors would be older than me. The fact that half of the cast as well, yeah, not good for my brain. But at least not one sort of, yeah. Although to be fair, the few times that I have met celebrities, I have made an ass out of myself. So it's not even like that's an anxiety that's fueled from nothing. I do say stupid shit in front of people I care about every time. So I just try not to talk to them now. All the delivery drop kicks your package and runs.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
The way I have received some packages from Hannah, I'm pretty sure they put that fucker on a boat and just beat the shit out of the goddamn package for fun, because there's no other way it could get to me in that condition. Right?
It's bizarre. And like just before Christmas, I ordered some stuff from Amazon that I needed. So like tissue paper and packing boxes and things like that, so that I could ship some stuff out. My mum watched the Amazon delivery guy, put it in front of the door, take a photo of it, pick it up, and leave with it.
Oh, another thing Hannah did when she was back at her parents' house, she calls me. It's night outside, and I'm like, okay, well, like something's happened, something dramatic.
I forgot about this.
Hannah goes, "Is there someone in the garden? Like, are you at home?" And I was like, "Yes." "Why?" She goes, "Is there someone in the garden? I'm home alone. I'm now shitting myself, being like, if there's someone in the garden, that's really bizarre because it's pitch black in our fucking garden, and you can't even get to our garden without coming through quite a few locked gates." So I was like, I really hope not. And Hannah was like, "You don't have to go check." I was like, "Well, I fucking am, haven't I?" So
well, the thing is, I'd got a phone call again out of the fucking blue, being like, "Hey, is that Hannah?" And I was like, "Yes." And they were like, "This is Amazon. We've got a parcel for you. We're at your back door." And I was like, "What?" I'm not there, and I don't understand how you could have gotten to our back door. Like, the front door, fine. It's up the road. Like, that makes sense to me. What the fuck? I was like, "Are you serious?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Can you describe the gate to me?" And he was like, "It's white." And I was like, "There's a man in the garden." And I was like, I think it was just a lucky guess, but like, I was shitting myself. And I was like, I need to let Lizzie know. And then I was like, "Have you locked the back door?"
All I thought was, what am I going to do if there is a man in the back garden? Purely because our kitchen is a conservatory. It's not like I could like sneakily check or anything. So like I turned the lights on in the garden. I was like, if someone's there, I'm gonna fucking shit myself.
We're dying today.
Like, this is how I die.
Tall and broad, so I would just like put on a sweatshirt and just like stand there.
Yeah, Lizzie's like tiny, so
Yeah,
she's
very
in the same way. You'd have to like put like a coat hanger like above you, so it looks like you're taller. But glad I'm not the only one. Yeah, I heard all stuff. That's cool. That's cool. Actually, I had it's not. I don't remember her name. I can see her face, but I can't remember her channel name now. Sabine, Books with Sabine, came up to me at Yauk and was like, "You're Hannah, aren't you?" Already shitting myself because I'm like, "How do you know who I am?" And then she goes, "You're the one that wrote the Bridesmaid Survival Guides," and I was like. And then I remember that she's like best friends with Fiora, who designed the cover, and I was like, "That's how she knows." But I hope I came off cool because on the inside I was just like it was just I was very excited. My Amazon account said parcel handed to customer yesterday, and Sue panicked because I had not took it. Put it in the entry. This is the thing that gets me is when they just don't bother ringing. Or yesterday we had a delivery and they didn't use the door knocker; they used the letterbox, and it was just a little like. And I was like, if I hadn't been downstairs, there's no fucking way I'd have heard that.
No, but the other one that was weird was on Friday. It was really, really windy. And Hannah goes, "Oh, I think there's someone outside." And then I checked my phone and the delivery had arrived. And I was like, there was someone outside. They just didn't bother looking, like knocking or anything. They just...
Yeah, most of the time they don't bother.
That is crazy, though. A whole boot mark. I just think we have a doorbell camera because it's sketchy as fuck here. And I've had instances where like I get a recording of motion at the door and it'll be like UPS or something and they'll just like literally sprint to my door, put the package down and sprint to their car.
They've heard there's a crazy lady living there. They don't want to risk it. That's what's happened there. But like it is bizarre. I do think we need to get one. I do think we need to get one of those like Ringo ones that like connects to our phones so we can see when stuff's delivered. But my only fear with that is that obviously it's a motion censored one, and where our door is, it's right on the path. So if someone walks past, we're gonna get a notification every time.
Yeah, maybe. It'll still be interesting though, because now all I want is a compilation of delivery drivers sprinting back and forth from Ali's house.
Oh, please.
Like,
Your next video.
just delivery drivers booking it.
Yeah, then brother ringing. It's frustrating. I've got to get my steps in.
Yeah.
Anyway, right. I suppose we should read again, shouldn't we? Otherwise, I'm never finishing this goddamn book.
I'm gonna put some cookies in the oven, so yeah, we have to, so that I can have my cookies.
That's fair. Cool. Right. I will see you in 45. Oh, hey. We appear to have lost Ali.
Oh.
She was there the whole time, and then suddenly she was gone. I think she sent something in the private chat, though. So let's just have a quick look. Oh, she's going to be back in about an hour.
Okay.
She wants to go and do something, but she'll be back.
Okay. No problem.
So I managed another 27 pages. So I'm now at the 80-page mark. So still taking my goods. There's no way I'm finishing this today. Like the fact that it's 4 o'clock now, I'm not finishing this today, which is devastating because I have managed to finish a book every single start to finish sprints I have done thus far. This will be the first one that I haven't. So
Same. We're not doing good today, Hannah. Like something is wrong. You know why?
It's just actually like it's so bizarre because the book's not a difficult read at all.
We haven't done as many sprints as we used to do, and that's why I'm pretty sure we need to do more. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. I think it might be the book, to be honest, as opposed because I feel fine. I feel wide awake. But... you're right there, Lizzie. You're muted, and I'm wondering what you're thinking.
I'm trying to find the book diary thing you got me last year.
Yeah.
So I can put my thoughts for Ashes of the Sun, and I can't fucking find it.
Did you put it upstairs in the office?
I don't think so, but I will double check because that could be it. But I was like, I thought I knew where I'd put it, and then I looked there, and it wasn't there, and I was like, oh no.
Oh no. No, that's fair. I need to update mine because I need to update all the Lunar Book Club picks that I actually enjoyed in there.
Well, that's what I'm doing because I put Cold Boys Wood in. I want to put Ashes of the Sun in. Like, I want to have notes down so when we do the live, I can like actually refer to them. But I can't do that if I can't find the damn notebook.
But I can't do that. No, that's fair. Are you enjoying your book, Celine?
Meh, but like I feel I'm just tired, so it's really hard to enjoy anything. If that makes sense.
That's fair.
Tired.
That's fair. Are you gonna have like a watch sprint in the next sprint? Like watch something to chill out for a bit?
No, I will fall asleep if I do.
That's fair.
I might pick up another book.
I think the other reason I'm struggling with this is that the chapters are like 40 pages long.
That's cool.
So like chapter 1 is literally 40 pages. Chapter 2 is 45 pages.
My chapters are really long as well, so it might not help at all.
No. So Lizzie finished her book and came downstairs and had a good old rant about it. She's not a happy bunny. So I'm just going to skip straight to the comments if that's okay, Lizzie. So you can just.
I just want to say one thing.
Go ahead. I just didn't want you to feel like you had to. That was the.
No. Ranting is never a have to. Ranting is a hobby of mine. No, it's not. I hate it. Anyway, 2 stars. We'll be unhauling it. I would like to see what everyone's opinions on it is. And I'll be very interested to see why it was picked as the first one, like as a first book club pick. But I will not recommend anyone picks this up. That's just my opinion. This has got really highly rated on Goodreads, and I am confused because I really, really disliked it. It just made me feel a bit icky. And like it wasn't scary enough for me to be like, oh yeah, no, it's a horror, like of course. But as I said to Hannah downstairs, I said, you need to pick one thing and go with that one thing. You can't do too many things in a horror because what it does, it gets confused, and then it gets like, well, you're just putting that in for the sake of just adding something else in, which is why I like Stephen Graham Jones, because yes, he does like has some disturbing things in his books, but they are all boiled down to one reason, and you can always trace it back to why that thing is happening. In this is all over the place, and it's shock value after shock value after shock value, and then the ending is really unsatisfactory. So, I mean, I finished it. It was quick, but it was a 2 stars, and I'm surprised that this was a first pick for a book club. So I will be interested on the conversations that will no doubt come up.
What kind of book club is that? Is it any kind of genre?
No, it's reading YA books. So like literally as far away from your thing as possibly could be.
That's not entirely true. I don't dislike, like, you guys need to stop. I don't dislike YA. I dislike YA fantasies.
Celine, you would hate this.
I'm not saying that I would like this one, but like it.
But she's not dismissing it just because it's YA, is what she's saying.
Yes,
Okay.
my discount isn't for the YA
Yeah.
genre. It's like for YA fantasies. It's very specific to fantasy.
Well, don't join next month because YA fantasy is the book, is the genre that's been picked for next month. So don't join next month.
Well, watch the live. Give Amy the watch hours.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like Amy is lovely, and I think like I'm interested to see what books are going to be picked from here on out. It just wouldn't have been one I would have expected Amy to pick straight off the bat. I think that's on me. Like
I don't know if it is on you, because I think the thing is, like, if you've got expectations, like we've spoken to Amy, and you've obviously spoken to her more than I have about the kinds of like the horrors that she likes to read, and that just doesn't seem to fit the bill. But having said that, you were nervous about recommending her My Heart's a Chainsaw, and she adored that. So I think she has the capacity to go for spookier stuff than she thinks sometimes as well. And I think this is on that list. Now, I appreciate that you didn't find this spooky or scary. You just found it a lot.
Yeah. There were certain bits that were like, oh, that was like unsettling. Like I didn't like that. Like I didn't particularly like that image. But then the more it happened, the less impact it had. Like there was a lot of like body horror stuff to do with eyes. Like it kept on coming up. And I said the animal abuse kept on coming up. And so it kind of lost the kind of impact you felt when it first happens. So it just got less and less like shocking. And that felt like it was there for just to be shocking. But I do want to see what they say on the live show, and it's not going to stop me from like picking up any of the other books that they pick. Book club. So
interesting. I'm very curious to see what's going to be picked. Then I need to check that.
It's on Goodreads and it's on Amy's Twitter as well.
I'll go check.
But you can now go to the comments, Hannah. I just wanted to say that, you know.
No, that's cool. Okay, let's have a look. So I'm the odd person out because I'm glad when people put boxes down and leave. My dog is really anxious. No, that's fair. That's understandable. I live in a house with many apartments, so sometimes I get the notice in my letterbox. And they clearly didn't deliver the packages. No one was home. Yeah, so I just clearly opened the door. Hello and welcome back. I'm eating my Sunday dinner, then getting back to reading. Love that. Just read some Christian propaganda to fulfill my childhood favourite prompt. It's debatable if it's a favourite, but it's a nostalgia-filled book. It's a picture book. I love the way you describe stuff sometimes. Like, I just read some like Christian propaganda. It's like, what? I did it. I was productive. I'm okay.
I don't know if that is what you wanted or if that came off as patronizing, but I am proud of you.
Well, the thing is, I've got two kinds of claps, right? I've got the classic golf clap. This I tend to do online. I have a different clap for when I'm in person, which is this.
Oh, that is.
That is a loud clap.
I clap like my dad. like we have a family clap.
That sounded so wrong.
That was
so wrong.
That was obnoxiously loud. The fact that it echoed through my room.
Mm-hmm. Well, if anyone was falling asleep, they're not now. I cleaned my desk with my journaling stuff off the desk. Love that. Congrats on your 43 pages. Congrats on your 65 pages. Nice.
Priscilla, you're coming for my brand by reading that many.
And 130 pages of Death Note. We love to see it.
Rita's also coming for my brand. I don't appreciate this.
I said I'm not going to rate the book, but I did put it on Goodreads. That's fair. I do that sometimes when I'm like, no, I don't think I want to give this a rating. Hello and welcome. 74 pages left of Priory. I also love the idea that my summoning, I've summoned Nico by clapping really loudly.
Yes,
that's how it feels in my head. I know that you were here before that, but it feels like that to me. Congrats on 74 pages. It's more of a thriller than a crime fiction. I read the forward of the book and hated it. Brilliant. Slow clap would be patronizing. I can do a slow clap if you want. If anyone wants a slow clap from me, It's even louder.
Please no.
Please, no. At least now I know how to wake you up first thing in the morning.
Absolutely
my
not. I might end up like hurting myself.
That's fair. It didn't feel patronizing. Good. I'm glad you appreciated it. Interested in reading mangas this year. I've actually got the Sailor Moon manga and the Little Witch Academia manga that I want to try. I like gentle mangas. I do like Death Note as well, but I do tend to find that I prefer the more gentle mangas. 192 pages down, 118 to go in Witch Hunt. I mean, it would be worrying if I enjoyed it. Yeah, imagine you're like, actually, everything you know about me is wrong, and I really enjoyed it. That was exactly my thought. My exact thought was like a Peter Pan clap if you believe in fairies.
I do believe in fairies. I do.
Yeah, that was exactly my train of thought.
Nico, it's just because you're the most magical person we know.
Oh, look at you sucking up.
I haven't seen Nico in ages, so like this feels strange. I'm having a one-sided conversation with them for the first time.
I mean, to be fair, Nico, if you want to jump on, you feel free. You let me know and I'll drop you the link.
I have to go soon.
Yeah, that's fair. Are you going to do dinner before then? Yeah?
No, you're going to starve?
I'll order McDonald's, it's fine. Like Lizzie the other day was like, I texted Lizzie saying, what do you want to do for lunch? Because I'm happy to sort lunch and stuff when she's here. And Lizzie was like, I don't know, what do you fancy? And I just responded, McDonald's. Like, it's not an option, but that's what I fancied, you know?
No, I will definitely do dinner before I go. Because I'll be starving by the time I get back.
Yeah. I want to try Black Butler. I've heard really good things. This is not all the Christian propaganda. Okay. 206 to go for House in the Pines. Let me know what you think of that one, because I've got that as a NetGalley arc and I really want to get to it. But like the opening pages were a bit bizarre. So let me know what you think of that one. Bit bizarre.
Is it a horror?
It's a thriller. Of course, that's an option. Would you like to jump? I'll send you the link. I'm gonna click invite. I'm gonna click copy. I'm gonna go to Discord because I think that's probably gonna be the easiest way to send it to you. Waiting for it to load.
Nico, you specifically would never be invited. Like Hannah invites loads of people on, but not you.
But not you. As if. I don't think I've had you on a live stream before, but I think that's just because I see you on the Discord quite a lot. Or I used to see you on the Discord quite a lot. I don't really go on the Discord very much at the moment. There we go. Link has been sent via Discord. So feel free to jump on. If you don't want to, that's also fine. Don't feel bullied, but it'd be cool if you joined us. All right. So this is the journal. Cool. This is on the other book, which was written by one of the biggest. What? I only own it for research. What kind of research?
Tamar, should we be worried about what you're reading? Because you're talking about Christian propaganda, and now you're talking about murder. Like, are we okay?
And murder, yeah. I'm going to hop off and get ready to go out. Going to look at adoptable doggies. Oh, I love that. Well, let us know how that goes.
Yes,
I could never, because I would want to take all of them.
Oh, we'd take them all home.
Last time I went, I cried, so I cannot go there anymore. Because I cried for 15 minutes in Control. Yeah, I just couldn't stop.
I would also cry.
My friends were like, "Go wait in the car. We'll come in a minute." I was like, okay.
Go wait and cry. We'll be back.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I do think I'll probably try it as an anime first. Things are pretty normal so far, but I'm feeling the magical realism. Okay.
Love magical realism.
Interesting. I'm just gonna. Anyway.
I'm now officially worried.
I just want to say that just because you inherit something doesn't mean you have to keep it.
Says the person who won't get rid of gifted books, honestly.
No, that's different.
Yeah.
Gifted something that's not problematic is one thing. Inheriting something, like my mum has literally, she's got the ugliest fucking like statue of this fish, right? She insists it's a dolphin, but I've sent it. I'm pretty sure I've sent a photo to both of you, so you've both seen how hideous this fish is. And she's like, I wonder which one of my kids will have it when I die. And I was like, well, it's not going to be me. Like, I'm like straight up, like it's ugly. It's.
Wait, I don't remember. I
will see if I can find a photo for you.
Because I'm very curious now. It's supposed to be a dolphin, you say?
It's supposed to be a dolphin. That's what my mom said. But I'm like, it's an antique fish. It's ugly. I'm going to Google ugly antique fish, and I bet it comes up.
Ugly antique fish. Fucking Jesus Christ. Oh, no. I feel like I've definitely seen what you're talking about. Like, I'm sure you've shown me a photo before. Because I remember thinking distinctly it did not look like a dolphin.
It does not look like a dolphin. It's not a dolphin.
Send it to me.
Oh, hey.
Hi.
Nico!
How's it going?
Thank you. How are you?
I mean, I need coffee.
That's a mood. That's a whole mood.
So.
Oh, apparently they are known as land bar dolphins. Sorry, we're looking at this really ugly fish thing that my mum has. That she thinks I want to inherit, and I don't. So I'm just going to screenshot it and send it into the group chat.
Please do.
Only because if I tried to show it up here, it just wouldn't look right. But
Will it ever look right?
no, it's an ugly ass fish. What are you reading, Nico? What's the plan? What's going on? What have you been?
I've been good. What am I reading? I have a stack of things that I'm reading. Let me pull it on over here. I get these guys. Just a bunch. Because I am giving my friend for her birthday. She's turning 40, so I took 4 of her favorite books, and I am rereading them, but I'm annotating the heck out of them. So
Wow.
It's taken me a lot longer to read any of them than I thought it would. So, because like you can't read as fast if you have to stop to write.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm approximately halfway through all of them, and I've been doing this for a couple of months already. And her birthday's on Friday, so I'm reading.
That's fair.
I'm mostly reading these 4. So I've got
Wait, what do we
Cinder.
have? I'm seeing Cinder.
Yeah, I got Cinder. I've got Mossflower, which is a Redwall book. I've got Unbound, which is from the Libriomancer series that everybody should read, and then We Free the Stars, which is the sequel to We Hunt the Flame. So,
Which I have Hunt the Flame. I just don't have Free the Stars.
this is a YA fantasy that Celine would like. She just needs to trust me.
She just needs to trust me.
Are you sure? Do you want me to read one of your favorite YA fantasies so that I can just talk shit about it? Are you sure about that?
I also have a problem with YA fantasies. So, yes. Like
So yes.
I read it and I'm like, I started, I'm like, this is gonna be stupid. And then it's so gorgeous. It's so pretty. Like Half the Faisal, like just keep writing, right? Like give me your grocery list, I'll read it. It's so pretty. It's so like, and I keep having to stop so I, don't sit there and cry on the book that I'm giving to somebody else. Like
You know what? I will give it a try. I'm not saying when because I have already a really big TBR. I will give it a try, but it will be your doing. It will be your fault if I hate it and you get mad.
If you hate it, you can come for me. It's fine. I've had people come for me for how much they despise Lila Bard, and I'm like, I'm sorry. I don't care. Tell me all the things. I'll eat it up because you know what? That's what Lila would do. She would relish in it, so I'm here for it.
Celine, fancy a buddy read? Because I haven't read We Hunt the Flame either. So.
I haven't read it either. You do a buddy read.
I'll reread it with you.
Not this year. Not
No, not well. It'll be this year. It just won't be this month.
No, I have
mean-
too many books already, guys.
I mean, like summer. We can do it in the summer. It will be really chill. We can take all month to read it. Like,
no, you know why? I said yes to buddy read Ember in the Ashes, and it's going to
no,
be a
you won't like that. Celine, that's a mistake. You will fucking
Don't do
hate
that.
Ember in the Ashes.
I have the set. I have the all set. I have the the Illumicrate. Is it Illumicrate of Fairy Loot? Like the beautiful set?
Yeah, Celine, if there was one YA fantasy I would not recommend you, it would 100% be The Ember in the Ashes. I would never ever
However,
suggest you
if
read it.
you're not gonna
Please.
like that one, you can just wait for me to finally show up in France, and then I'll just take it off your hands when I leave. I'll put it in the suitcase. Because I do enjoy that series. You would not.
What Nico missed earlier was me threatening to do the same thing, which was basically to do a shopping trip of Celine's shelves and just be like, I'll be taking this with me.
I do
That's
have
okay.
beautiful editions, so that, I mean, yeah.
That's fair.
I mean, like, with the way it would be cheaper for me to fly over there than pay for shipping.
Shipping is really expensive.
True. That is true. Yeah. Okay. Right. I don't know if I need to continue this or take a break and actually finish something, because this is start to finish sprints, and I've started something. I think I need to finish something else.
I have a suggestion.
Because I will not finish this one either.
I have a suggestion. So I'm gonna go before you start the sprint because I have to get ready and I need to chill out. But I'll be in the chat. I'm really upset that Nico's time zone is where Nico's time zone is. Otherwise, I could have hung out more. But I have shit to do. But I'll be down in the comments. But Hannah, I think you should try one more sprint, reading that, and then when I leave, you can swap books, because then I can be tricked into thinking that you didn't do that.
Why does it matter if you're tricked into thinking that? Because when you come home and you see that I haven't finished it, you're going to know anyway.
But she won't go through her day knowing that you.
If you're not enjoying it, pick up something else.
It's not. I'm not enjoying it. It's not that I'm not enjoying it. It's the fact that for some bizarre reason, it's taken me 7 hours to read 70 pages. That's 10 pages an hour. That's insanity.
That's basically what I've been doing.
You've done stuff today. You've been productive.
No, but like there's been other days where I've done like reading sprints and I've like really struggled to get into the book. But at least by this point, I'm at the 150 page mark. So I'm like, right, the last 150 pages, I'm just going to like blitz through it. I'm going to get it done. But like, I've got other things done during the day, so it's not so bad. I don't feel so guilty. There's no reason today. I did one load of washing and I updated my vlog. That's it. That's all I've done. So there's no reason for this to have taken me as long as it did.
No, you're not enjoying it.
But I am enjoying it. It's wild. I'm not hating it. It's just I'm just not reading it as fast.
You know,
and it's really bizarre.
Some books take longer to read, and that's okay.
Thank you, Nick.
So if you want to complete the title of start to finish, do something that'll be a faster read, but continue this one at your own pace instead of trying to rush it right now when it's clearly not working.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I really want you to still be sprinting when I come home.
I will still be sprinting when you come home. I don't know how long I'll be sprinting once you're home, but I will still be sprinting when you come home.
What time would that be?
Like 11?
No, it's earlier than that. I 6 till 9, so I'll probably be back around like 9:15.
Well, that's unless her boy toy needs her to hang around for a little bit longer. In which case,
is it 4 o'clock now? Is it 4:30?
Yeah, 4:20. Yeah.
And you're coming back when?
At 9.
Yeah, so 5 hours.
5 hours.
I mean, I'll still be awake.
I'll still be here. Celine will be in bed, but we'll still be here.
It'll
be the middle of the afternoon, like prime reading hour for me.
Well, I managed to finish a book, but I didn't start, nor did I finish the one I was going to read.
We didn't do very good today, I feel like.
It's the first one of the year. It means it can only get better. My favorite thing about this is just how many people have come and gone. Like we've had like so many guests pop in for a couple of hours and then dip.
I mean, I'm not starting anything because I started them 1 month to 3 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we'll see what happens.
I
mostly have today and tomorrow because Tuesday is when the semester starts and then our birthday's Friday. So like this is it. This is it right here. That's a lot. The bookmarks are only in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay, in which case, let's get a head start then and let's start sprinting.
Yes. Okay, I don't know what I'm reading now.
I will be in the comments. So have fun.
See you in the comments.
Bye.
See you later.
Bye.
I don't know what I'm reading. Okay.
Hi. How are we doing?
Hi.
Better now. I have coffee.
Yay! Well, I managed a whole 3 pages of this, and then I scrolled through TikTok, and then I listened to 20 minutes of an audiobook instead.
Okay, at least you listened to 20 minutes of something.
Right. I think I'm going to try and finish Morganville Vampires because that's like 2.5 hours left of my audiobook. Because this isn't happening. Like, I'm not finishing this today. I can't believe it's taken me 8 hours to read 80 pages.
Yeah.
That's insanity. So I'm very disappointed in myself. The first...
Welcome to my life.
These are meant to get me reading more, not like stagnating. But I also realized that I'm currently reading 8 books on Goodreads. So I need to finish something.
I think I'm currently reading 7 books on Goodreads. I need to do something like that as well.
Please.
I keep on just starting new ones.
Please hold.
Nika's gonna make me feel better about myself now.
I want to say at the very least 9 for you, maybe 11 or 12.
Admittedly, 4 of them are for this thing specifically. Go on.
Okay, wait, I'm going with 11. I'm betting on 11.
Oh, I'm okay. Yeah, in which case I'm gonna say 13.
19.
Nico.
In my defense, I'm about to finish this one.
Okay, that's
This one is Leviathan because I have 2. Like my personal goals, like obviously the 4 for the birthday thing is like a separate get this done by Friday, but my own personal goal, instead of like setting like a number of books to read, I was like, that cart of stuff is what I'm reading in 2023, and I calculated it, divided, and I have to read 38 pages a day, which so far I've been keeping up with. The problem is my 38 pages today are like after I finish this book. Like I'm gonna finish this book and then still have 14 pages left to read. So I'm gonna finish a book today. I'm not gonna start one. Well, I might. I think I will. I'm doing it backwards. Like we're supposed to do start to finish sprints. I'm doing finish and then starting sprints.
That's fine. That's fine.
But
that's fine. I've always said.
I had asked my friends here in town which book do I read first, and it was a tie. And I was like, I'm just gonna read the World War I retelling with beasties in it. I'll read that one first. And then I was going to read the arc that I have of Ash Princess because it was the tie. The problem is I have this entire trilogy, and I'm thinking the way that the next chapter ends, I might want to grab the second one instead of the princess one, and I am unsure.
Yeah, I've always said that the start to finish thing is only relevant to me. No one else has to finish anything. Just read something.
I'm
really proud of you when you do finish this.
I'm gonna finish, and then I'm gonna start 14 pages, and then I stop. This is my favorite part is the because I don't pressure myself to like finish the chapter, unlike if I am just very much like, excuse me, like I'll finish the chapter, but I'll move the little post-it note like 38 pages past where the actual, so you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I have 14 pages to read of either the sequel or the book that my friends tied, and I don't know what to do.
That's fair. That's fair. How'd you get on, Celine?
I finished the chapter I was in, and I picked up another one that I'm in the middle of. So I'm like, and I also have this one to continue. They're all wintry middle grades. Like the 3 of them.
That's fair.
So
I do like that we're all so similar, and that we're like, I was really enjoying this. This is a really good book, but I've picked up this one anyway. Because like I try to explain to people who don't read a whole lot, like they'll read like 1 or 2 books a year, like what my reading style is like. And I'm like, you know how normal people will read television, like, or watch television where they'll watch like an episode or two of something, and then they'll move on to an episode or two of something else, and then they might binge watch something else, but then they'll come back to the first thing and read like, oh, watch like another episode of that. That's how I treat reading. Like, I'm just picking up episodes here and there.
Yeah, I finally figured that one out this past semester, where the guys would like see me and they're like, "You had a different book yesterday," and then like the next day they're like, "You read a book in between this one?" And I'm like, hold on. You know how like when Stranger Things gets a little bit too much and you're sick of the jump scares, so you switch over to something cute and then you come back and finish the season? That's what I'm doing. That's it. That's all I'm doing.
That's all this is. Yeah. Absolutely.
I gotta show you my kid is in the living room, but just texted me, and it says, "I love you 1%, I love you 2%, I love you," and it where it scrolls all the way.
Oh my
to
god!
100. Like, I'm certain they copy and pasted it, but
that was my question. I could never.
Adorable.
That's so cute, though.
I don't think I would love someone enough to take the time to do that.
Somebody had it.
They wouldn't even copy and paste. Celine would be like, "What?"
Yeah.
So I'm like, that is cute.
It's cute. Let's have a look at the comments. So Emma is back with rats in tow. Molly is here. Hello.
Oh, wait, literal rats?
Literal rats. Yeah. It's really funny because like down here, I did see it earlier. They were judging you for 19 books, and then they were like, "Hi, we've never met before." But I'm nice, I promise. And Emma's okay. I wouldn't. Nice is a stretch, but I'm joking. I'm gonna have dinner. See you later. Get rats, they said. You'll spend ages researching adequate ingredients to make them kidney-friendly food. Amazing. I finished my book. Congratulations. I'm glad someone did. I'm glad someone finished something today. Actually, to be fair, Lizzie finished something earlier as well. So that's 2 people. And then Nico's going to be a third. So we're
my favorite number. This is perfect.
Mm-hmm. I thought I had 30 more pages to go, but the translation of the English chapter. So I'm done with it. Amazing. 37 pages for Sophia. 50 pages for Lynn. Oh no, 50 pages left. I need to read better. Fighting with my printer. What are you fighting with? Like what for? What are you trying to print? Tell me. I'm nosy for no other reason than I'm nosy. 50 more pages of Death Note, then watch the anime. Love that. I love that with like a 45-minute sprint, you have got time to squeeze in an anime if you want to. I love that. I know it's the rules, but I made the rules and I'm gonna break them. 30-something pages and a bit of scrolling. Hey, it happens to the best of us, no worries. 5 books on the go. Actually, this is something I was going to say when you were talking about like 19. 1, that is going to make me feel better about any time I'm reading multiple books. And 2, Celine basically dared me, thank you very much, basically dared me to only read 1 book at a time in November. In that she said, I don't think you will want to do that. And I said, I will prove that I can do it. And it was the most miserable time of my life. Hated it so much.
Thank you.
I read 4 things a month.
I knew you were going to hate it. I don't know why you still wanted to do it. Well, you got a few books, but I mean,
I did get a free book out of it. That was kind of the reason I did it, was for the free books. 4 books. Yeah, like I said, I'm at like 6 or 7 now. It's getting a lot.
Here, I can't hear. They're all right here.
Nice. Like,
I have a stack as well.
Yeah, finish the start sprints. Good to know. 1900 pages today would have been too much for me. Yeah, that's fair.
A bit too much.
I usually read 1 book in Swedish, 1 in English, and an audiobook. I think that's the thing, is I think sometimes you need like a palate cleanser that you can just pick up as and when you need it between your reads.
Yeah.
How did I miss Molly showing up? Molly came in like a ninja. So I read a little in Swedish today. That's
same. I cannot read in French. Well,
I only have the 1 language, so I can't relate to this. But I'm sorry, I guess. I don't know. Because why don't you like reading in French? What is it about French you don't like?
Well, I mean, I guess it depends what kind of books. The Count of Monte Cristo is okay so far. But if I want to read like any other kind of, fantasy, for example, I don't know, it feels very, I would say, juvenile. The writing, like a bit, I don't know, like a bit icky. And I don't know, I don't like it. It's really weird.
No, fair enough.
It's like we don't really talk like that in, like in real life, and like I hear it, and it bothers me for some reason.
That's fair. Congrats, Nico.
Thank you. Yeah, I took my kid to in December the reptile show, and their favorite critter on the planet is, I'm sorry, Celine, spiders. And they can look at all this. That's fine. And I did, enjoy seeing all the different kinds, because like as a former like science teacher, I can look at the creatures in that light. They were all contained. They were where they're supposed to be. It was fine. But I got so excited when we were like around the snakes and the lizards. There was a couple of geckos. I was losing my mind when we passed the turtles. There was a green iguana. And then we went over, and because like there are snakes for sale, they also have food, and the food was like mice. And so like they did understand that like some people want the mice and the rats as pets. So there was like, the containments and stuff like that. And that was definitely like, but so basically the story is eventually my child's going to have a pet mouse, but will it be my child's pet mouse? I don't know.
Maybe, probably.
I have also missed you, Molly. To be clear, English is a bad language. This is what I prefer to read. That's fair. For my bookish planner, I thought it might be something bookish related, and that is why I wanted to know. If you can break the rules, then I can definitely claim. Yeah, I already said that. I already said that you could. So for Jabitathon, which is the Sims-based readathon I'm hosting on my Discord, one of the prompts is to read a book with birds on it, and Emma just assumed that an egg would count as a bird thing. So it
could have been a lizard though.
It does.
It could have been a lizard. Could have been a lizard.
Dinosaur. It's a dinosaur egg. Is what it is.
Love that. Or platypus. Anything else that lays eggs.
I always forget they lay eggs. They're weird. I love them.
We also they're the only mammal I think that's like land-based that doesn't have nipples. So that's fun. Fun fact.
That's a very unique fact to know about them.
Right? Like, why does Hannah know that? Why wouldn't Hannah know that? Yeah. I always try to read in the original language it was written, so I usually try to pick up the English edition. Sometimes it just feels off. Otherwise, yeah, even if it's a good translation, that's fair. I do need to get in general. I need to get to more translated books because I feel like I don't read a lot of translated fiction.
No. Like it's taken like a year-ish, but like I'm reading the translation of the Count of Monte Cristo while freaking Celine can like read it in French, and I'm so mad.
I'm sorry to be finished.
Next up though is going to be Les Mis, which like same. If you read that too, you can read it in French.
Yeah, I would read it in French if I.
Not fair.
But I'm not reading Les Mis.
I feel like when I read in Dutch, it just feels written. I don't know. English flows. Dutch is just there on the page, although this doesn't go for every Dutch text or every English one. That's fair. Sometimes they translate English books wrong, and in Swedish, it's easier to read for me. It's not most of my type of book, silly boring, including Backman and Stieg Larsson. That's fair.
Backman, so good. So good.
It's a group of mice.
Their social animals. Yeah, all the rodents. I mean, not like you needed an excuse, Emma. You just like to collect them all. It was, in fact, a bird.
Was it a dragon?
Was it a dragon? I'm not even sure it was an egg, to be honest.
It was just an oval.
Why is my mum messaging you? Like, what? Okay. And then Les Mis is a prime example.
I may or may not have had the opportunity to see it. Like,
I would very much like everyone to say like the real title, like as a whole.
Les Miserables?
Yeah, you did. You did it right.
Yes. Celine walked me through it, and I'm still too nervous to say it out loud. Unfortunately, I'm eating my dinner, so I can't right now. That would be really rude of me. Emma, rats are like Pokemon. Gotta collect them all for sure.
There is a rat Pokemon.
Mm-hmm. And I really enjoy saying it because it's a rat-a-tat. Oh, she's tagged her in the jewelry group. Yeah, I forgot that you're in that jewelry group.
Oh my god!
VIP.
Look, I looked down at my book, and the next line is one of the eggs is looking pale, so we've had to rearrange the heaters.
Ooh,
Nice eggs, everybody.
Yeah.
I don't know why that took me so much, but it really did. For international works in Swedish translated from English and not the original, I feel like fewer rounds are better. Yeah, no, it should. I feel like it should be a direct translation if it's going to be. What? Okay. On that note, I need to eat my dinner, so I'm going to stick on another sprint. I hope that's okay with both. I will see you in 45. Hey.
Hi.
Hey, it's a chicken.
Indeed.
Stupid chicken.
I managed 98 pages, which really just goes to show that it is the book and not me.
I told you, it's the book.
Ali was just there dancing in mute.
Hi. That was really inconvenient.
Why?
Because right as we were doing that sprint before that I left during, I just was checking my email and they're like, hey, we have an emergency maintenance we're gonna do right now on your internet. And I was like,
yeah, no, that's fair. That is inconvenient. I thought you went now rocking up, and I was like, why? Did I miss you? You've sat there ages. But we'd only just started.
I see you switched books.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 80 pages into this, but it took me 8 hours to get there. So I literally just said I've just read 90 pages of this.
So it's the book. It is the book.
Yeah. So it's the book, not me. Which is a real shame because I've picked up bigger books than this and been able to get through them in a day. The Divines was long. It's a short book, but it's dense. Even that I managed to get through quicker than this. Which unacceptable. Nico, did you finish the book you wanted to finish?
No. Hold on.
No.
So good. No. Celine, how'd you get on?
I went to cook something for dinner, so I didn't read that much, but I'm closer to the. Okay, Addie, I switched. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I haven't read anymore. I was doing other things.
Okay. So I think I've read probably 30 pages of this one. Something like that. Yeah.
Have you got any reading done today, Ali?
I read 2 chapters.
That's not nothing.
Yeah, that's something.
That's good. I'm proud of you. Let's see where we got up to in the comments. I never knew about double translations were a thing. Yeah, that's fair. You talked about food issues earlier. I bit into a vegan burger and I want to rip my mouth out because the texture was horrendous. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
A carnivorous burger. I enjoy that. Yeah, I mean, just in time for the sprint to end, but we're still sprinting. I've still got books to finish. I'd like to finish at least one book today.
Yeah, me too.
No worries. After 15 days, my reread of Priory the Orange Tree. No more reading for me today. Thanks, Prince. You're so welcome. I hope you enjoyed them. I hope you got loads of reading done. More Death Note, but it feels like I need to switch book now because my brain hurts. That's valid. That's absolutely valid to do that. And no need to apologize because let's be honest, out of the 3 options, it was the one that I was most interested in reading. And it's not, I was saying this to Celine earlier, I'm not enjoying it. It's just taking my good sweet time to get through it. So
sorry, I'm back. Child
no
block.
worries.
But no, I did not finish that book. There is one more chapter left of it, and you'll appreciate this. I am, in fact, using a D20 to determine which book I'm reading. The reason I'm reading 19 books at a time is because my ADHD kicked in hard, and I can only focus for 5 pages at a time. So I'm only reading one chapter at a time. Then I'll roll and see what I get next. And I did not get the same book. So I've read both Cinder, and now I'm on We Free the Stars. So that is what I'm doing.
Hannah, no. I'm seeing an idea coming into your head. No.
But it's such a good idea. I've got a D12.
No.
I've done this for my whole life. I obviously used to use a D6 because I could just steal that out of the game pieces before I knew that D20s existed. And as soon as I did, I was like, really?
Mm-hmm. And I'm like,
but yeah, and a character, this is a sequel, so I can't say anything about it really, but a character from the first book just finally made an appearance again, and I was hoping I'd get to see this character again. My hopes were not high, because it definitely just seemed like an introductory we're setting the scene, but I loved her so much, and like, here she is.
Here she is. I'm just uncontrollably sobbing at Magnolia Parks. Don't mind me. I heard that was like a what's the word I'm looking for? Like a Gossip Girl drama one, not like a emotional one.
Wait, what is it about exactly? Let me check.
I've seen it around a lot. I think it's one of those ones that was like self-published and now it's been traditionally published. I don't know much about it. I just know that it's like about like rich people being bitchy. That's what I've heard. But I mean, excellent work on feeling things.
Wait, I can find it.
I'm on page 65.
Maybe I need to read it. Maybe I can feel an emotion.
Maybe I can feel something. It's Gossip Girl vibes, but it hurts. Interesting. That's an interesting mix. I'm just turning the light on 1 second.
I love the cover.
Just obviously, I'm not going to tell you who these characters are at the moment, but one like looks down and is like, "What am I wearing?" And the reply is, "You were ready to die, so I thought you might as well go looking nice." It's like, it's mine. Like,
You're gonna make me want to pick up the first one now, and I'm reading too many things.
wait, finish one of the things and then pick it up.
Yeah, well, I'm very nearly finished one of the things. I've got like 40
'Cause-
pages left of this now.
I can't. It's very it's not like what I normally read. What I typically will pick up is something that is like easy to read, easy to get through. That's why I do tend to stick to like YAs, and like this one over here, like that's a middle grade, because like being back in school 10 years later, my brain just has no capacity for anything. And this is definitely not one of those. Like, I need my brain to read this, but it's so pretty. Like the way it's written, I'm like, I will never be on this level. Like whatever this, like the God tier, like half says God tier, and I yeah. Like I've read other books that are like, this person's a genius, but like it doesn't. This particular brand is like, the author's a genius, but I don't feel stupid. You know what I mean? Because like sometimes you're like, oh, you're a genius, and I feel like an idiot. Like no. Like this is just brilliant writing, but it's still written in a way that my dumb ass can understand.
I love that. Like, I like that when it's like, it's not trying to be something more pretentious than it needs to be. It's telling a good story. It's telling it well. And it doesn't need to be more than that. Like, yeah. I've read a couple before where I'm like, they try to add like really flowery language. And it's like, that doesn't make you look smart. It just makes the story boring.
Yeah. And like, it's the way that it's like throughout, like with both books now, it's just the way she writes. Like, it's not flowery language to be pretentious. It's just, this is how she tells the story. And like, the dots are not always connected. Like, the reader has to use their brain and be like, because, you know, in some instances, it'd be like, okay, well, you were down there, you were on the other side of the hallway, and now suddenly you're here. But it's like, there'll be these slight, like, subtle notions that, like, tell you the characters did walk down the hallway, you just weren't paying attention. And I'm just like, genius.
It was there, you just didn't see it. I love that though.
It's We Free the Stars, which is the sequel to We Hunt the Flame, which this is the UK cover, and I'm the only one not in Europe.
I've got the first one. I can see the UK cover of the first one.
Just gorgeous, brilliant, all the stars. Literally.
It is very pretty. The cover is really gorgeous.
The inside is prettier than this cover, which is not a thing I say a lot.
That's cute.
Ta-da! There we go. Read these.
I like that better than the American cover.
Me too.
I'm gonna have to read it. I know.
Yeah.
Sooner than I thought.
I can't pick it up sooner rather than later because it's one of the ones I can't find right now.
Oh, that's going straight in my wish list.
Yeah, every time I pick it up, I'm like, oh, this is amazing. And then I'll put it back down and like I can like walk away and I can read 18 other books. But then I'm just sitting there and I'm looking at it and I'm like, do I want to pick it up? Because I'm going to get slapped in the face. Like the first line is just gonna be so beautiful. And I'm like, and then I'll pick it up and I'm like, oh, this is so amazing.
So what I'm hearing is the next time I invite you to do a Waypoint Wednesday, it's going to be
Speaking of Waypoint, I'm literally just like looking at the website.
It's dangerous, Ali. Don't do it.
Look, I've realized I can't go on a book buying ban because I'm trying to read different things this year. And I don't own those different things. That doesn't work. Because I'm like, oh, okay, I want to read more literary fiction. Literally doesn't own.
The library. Audiobooks.
I live in the absolute middle of nowhere. Like,
it really is the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Hannah can just get all my money then.
Yeah.
I tend to prefer British covers.
Yeah.
I think it's really bizarre.
Except for
'cause I think sometimes for me it's a FOMO thing. So sometimes I'm like, oh, I love that cover, and I'm like, oh, it's because it's from the US. Like it's straight up because I can't get like I love the new Cinder covers, like all the like
those are really pretty though.
Literally the one you showed earlier, Nico. I love those covers. And was I tempted to buy the whole box set to reread? Yes. Did I give them higher than 3 stars when I first read them?
Yes, that made me tempted to buy them, and I have no interest in reading that series.
As a YA and sci-fi loving mechanic, there was no way I wasn't gonna own these.
That's fair. I do feel like I do need to get back to them because I think that's the thing that I didn't like about them is the fact they're sci-fi, and I went in expecting them to be fantasy, but I've read Gear Breakers and adored them, and I'm like, I feel like the vibe is probably very similar, so I need to try again. But
it's so much fun.
Equally, I made Lizzie unhaul all of hers because I was like, if she keeps them in the house, I'll read them again. So, well, she was unhauling them anyway, but like, I definitely encouraged. I spent over £50 on books this month, so I need to not. That's my Waypoint stuff I've bought hasn't arrived yet, so I cannot start browsing. To be fair, Emma, one of the things that you bought is literally in this bag right next to me because I need to put it in a box for you because a lot of the stuff that you ordered was here in Banbury, and I was not in Banbury and therefore could not post it to you, but it will be going out to you this week. But other stuff has gone out and just hasn't reached you yet, so just so you know. 2-month script trials. That's how I've tried a few of my reads. It's not actually unlimited, but the selection is nice. I love script. I love script for books that I think I probably won't enjoy and then do enjoy, and then I buy a book anyway, like of that.
Yeah, I can't read script because I can't read it on my Kindle Paperwhite, and I just can't read on my iPad screen.
That's fine.
And I don't like audiobooks.
I used to say that.
I've tried so many times, but it just goes in my brain and then back out my brain, and I process nothing.
Yeah, same.
I found full cast. Okay, the one that I found was a full cast audiobook of a story that is told in audio files. So like in the book itself, like you'll have the regular print and then the next person talks, like it doesn't say he said, she said, like the next person talks in italics. And like it goes back and forth like that. But then in the audiobook, you're listening and you're like, file number, blah, blah, blah. And then there's 2 completely different people talking. And I'm just like, amazing. This is stupendous. So, yes. And then I bought them through Libro so I can listen to them whenever I want instead of waiting for the audiobook from the library to come through. I just kind of like cycle through them. I'm currently back on book 1.
I'm just looking forward to seeing how badly I read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy before the live.
Oh yeah, I'm supposed to do that this month too.
It's a very short book.
It's a very short book, which is why I haven't started it yet, because I'm like, if I start it now, I will forget by the time it comes to the live. So, and the live is actually going to be late. Usually it will be the first week of the month, but I'm in Newcastle that weekend, so I can't do the live show. And as the screen host, I kind of need to be there. So, yeah. I love an audiobook, but for me, I don't really. It's always been part of like my childhood. My parents always stuck an audiobook on. We wouldn't listen to music when we went for a drive. It would be an audiobook. So it's not something I really have to think about. It's just like second nature to me now. So I can understand why people, if they're like, oh, I want to concentrate on this and I can't, because I do think like any skill is something that you have to practice and pick up.
I think I would have liked audiobooks before I was a parent, but I need to be doing something else while I would be listening to an audiobook. And I can't just like put headphones in and ignore my children.
I do.
I've got too many of them.
Yeah. I'm just like, I'm washing the dishes. I can either listen to them argue, or I can listen to David Tennant read me How to Train Your Dragon. Like,
that's fair.
I mean,
I might do that when they're older. All of mine are 3 and under still.
Oh, why? Why would you do? I'm so sorry.
Do you know what? I don't even have kids, and I say that to Ali on a regular basis.
I mean, I had 2 under 2, and I'm so glad that didn't last very long.
I have a 3-year-old, a 2-year-old, a 10-month-old, and I'm pregnant again.
What Ali's trying to do here is form an army. That's what Ali's doing. A small Byron-based militia.
You know, you could just put a children middle grades audiobook on the speakers, and then the children will slowly absorb those stories too. I did that. I listened to an audiobook on a drive once. We were on a road trip. I drove these children to Florida. It was 12 hours away. And I was listening to the Aru Shah book, the Roshni Chashni one. And like a couple of years later, the older kid, who was like 3 at the time, was asked me about that one story where they went to Costco, but it was like a portal, and they had to go through it to go to a different world. And I was like, I'm sorry, what? First of all, I thought you were sleeping for half of that. What? So, and now they're a middle grade reader. So I'm like, well, let me show you Aru Shah. So, like, oh.
This tickled me. Have you guys heard any of the clips from Spare?
I've seen things.
So
apparently it's kind of wild in the second half.
It took me a second to register what that even was, but you gotcha.
The memoir by Prince Harry. The main clips that are making the rounds at the moment are when he is talking about his penis. That's, the boy was traumatized from a young age. I think he was like 10 when he was made to walk down a massive procession behind his mum's coffin in front of billions of people. But the clips that are making the rounds, his penis ones, because that's important. Right? That's how that works.
There was also one apparently about him saying that the first time he saw Meghan in her hair bonnet, he was like, that's it. That's the woman I want to marry because she's protecting her hair or something. And I was like,
what tickles me is people who've like really like cut stuff. I mean, they've done it to Meghan loads anyway, because they've done like when she talks about how she wears like neutral colors so as not to stand out when she's with the royal family. That voiceover is then like put over all of the times she's worn like bright yellow, bright blue, bright green, and like really stood out in the crowd. And it's like, my guy, that's not okay.
That's not the point.
And now the thing they're doing is the fact that there's a clip of her talking about her wedding dress and how there's like a blue lining around the inside. And she's like, that's from the dress that I wore on our first date. And then in the book, he's like, so on our first date, she wore jeans and a jumper. But like, everyone's like, oh, one of them's lying. I'm like, no, he's a guy. He's a guy who doesn't remember which date was the first date.
Very true.
I'm trying to process how someone remembers what they wore on their first date.
Like,
I remember clothes I was wearing if I had a picture taken in them.
yeah. Or if I'd spent a lot of money on the thing, I'll know what I wore.
I've never spent a lot of money on clothing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is it's rare.
Yeah.
It's a rare occasion. But no.
I mean, as far as like he doesn't remember exactly what she wore, like that is like my spouse and I do not and never have agreed on the day we met. He's like, no, the first time I saw you was here, and I'm like, no, sir, that is not the case. We met the first day of class, and he's like, no, you stole my seat the second day of class. And I'm like, I swear to God.
Oh, cute.
I'll be back in a few minutes. I need to check the oven. I'll be back.
No worries. Yeah, I'm happy to, because I the reason I specifically said it is because I saw Nico look at it and just kind of go, and I was like, oh, it's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It's a lot of letters. Speaking of being in Newcastle, though, 18th of November this year is going to be the first BookTube meets in Newcastle. So if you can get to Newcastle, Emma, in November, Ali's obviously devastated because wrong country. I get that. Wrong continent, even. Whereas at least, you know, you have an opportunity to come and we can see each other in real life. How exciting would that be? With another bring, Ali hates peace. Do you know what's really funny about that? Is Ali's response to loud noises.
Look, the autism is not my fault, okay? It and I don't have agreements about things.
Mm-hmm. You're like, I want a child, but the TISM said.
The TISM was like, you know what's not great? Everything a child does.
Children.
Yeah, I should have seen this so we could just be like, and a live reaction to Nico, please.
Look, I've got two. I had to mute because one came in here screaming at me about playing Mario Kart.
I mean, I keep playing with my lips because one of mine literally smashed his face into me and busted my lip open the other day. So
I
he didn't mean to, but toddlers are vicious little creatures, so.
For sure. I want to know how comfy that shoulder is, because the fact that you had a baby pass out on the same shoulder earlier and now there's a puppy there just like conk. Must be comfy. I'm on chapter 50, so I have no recollection of hearing about his penis. I've either blacked it out or I've got it coming. Oh. He constantly...
You know what I almost said a thing and then I realized what it sounds like. She said that she hasn't got to it yet, so my brain went, oh, so at some point in the book, you're just going to get slapped in the face with a penis.
Yeah.
Go to a rat show.
A rat show. They're going to a rat show, so they can't come and hang out with me. Devastated. And it's already booked, so I can't.
I would literally not go to a rat show and hang out with Hannah instead.
I wouldn't. I'd go to the rat show.
I'd go to the rat
like
show.
Animals over people every time. Every time.
Yes, the beanie weenie.
My latest annotation is because it says that one of the characters had begun to cry, and so I just wrote, "Oh no, my ray of sunshine!"
I don't think anything hurts more than when the happy sunshine character starts to get sad. Like, it's not when they necessarily like cry, but it's like when like something about their spirit is broken, and I'm like, someone's catching hands now. Like, how dare you?
Yeah, this is the character that like dressed up the friend in like a really nice dress. It was like, well, you were about to die. I figured you should look nice. That's the one that's crying now. And I'm like,
no,
no,
unacceptable. Yeah, no, that's fair. I get it. You're a breeder now. You're like almost fully qualified and stuff. Cute dog alert. I know, isn't she tiny?
She's just a little
Tiny
baby.
little
She's
baby.
not really gonna get any bigger. She's just gonna be
Tiny little baby. I'm actually quite excited because I'm doing a trip to York in, I think it's next week actually. Shit. Next week, and then I'm in Newcastle for the first week of November. First week of Feb, and then again in November. But sometime between those two trips, I'm getting a cat. I'm so excited about it. Getting a little black kitten. Gonna name it Omen after a Skullduggery Pleasant character because I'm a big baby.
And then the kitty can be a good boy, so it's a good omen.
Exactly.
My younger kid was showing off all the papers that came home yesterday, and most of them were A's, and one of them was like an 84, and he was very upset about it. But the lowest grade he handed me, it was one of those where there was like 10 spelling words, and he got like 3 or 4 of them wrong, so it was the lowest grade. But he picks it up and he goes, "This is the best one." And I'm looking at the number on it and I'm like, "Yeah." And he slaps it down in front of me and he goes, "The first word was meow, like a cat." And I'm,
oh,
like, and this boy is gonna grow up and have like 13 different black cats. I took him to the cat cafe for Christmas. Like, that was my gift for him. We went to the cat cafe and there was 3 black cats and he just spent his entire time with them. I'm like, there is like 15 other cats here, and he just
no, it's black cats all the way. So I had a black cat before the cats that my mum is at my mum's now. And I have an affinity with black cats. Black cats love me, and I love black cats, so it works. But he was my literal child. So like I'd be working on my essay, and suddenly he would just appear like some kind of magician's cat, just out of nowhere. Suddenly he was lying in my arm. I couldn't have told you when he turned up. He was just suddenly there. Or like he'd be like wrapped around my neck. Like I'd be talking to him, I'd be having an adult conversation with this cat like a scarf. He would not leave me alone. He was obsessed with me, and that worked to me because I was obsessed with him. So
I need to share part of this paragraph because like it's just like tears coming to my eyes because it's so pretty. So she's looking at her friend, right? And like literally like friend, like, no, we're not queer brains out the air. Okay, just friend, right? Yeah. And yet she looked regal. She had always been regal in a way that everyone in their village understood. She was the sun in the gloomiest of days, the joy and the despondence of death. I can't. My heart.
Don't start crying because I'll start crying. For real, I will start. If you start crying, I will start crying.
Who writes like that? God tier. And like that's what I'm saying. Like it's just the whole thing is just so freaking pretty and emotional. And I need her to write more books, please. If this is the only duology she writes, the world is just despondent. What would be the point? She needs to write more.
Okay.
Anyways, I need to find a highlighter now.
It's not actually your sub box that is funding my travels. That, unfortunately, is my other job that's paying for that. And I'm partly going for weddings, and I'm partly going because I promised Jamie 2 years ago that we would hang out in person, and then COVID happened, and I didn't get a chance to. So it's money that I've saved. It's not, unfortunately. Why are we all crying? Because it's a good book that I've not read yet, but I'm excited. But to answer the question again, Nico's reading the second one of this.
Yes, I am, and now I'm highlighting. The sun is clearly coming towards my face.
The sun was like, I heard you needed a sunshine moment.
Seriously, she was the sun in the gloomiest of days.
I think I'm going to throw us into another sprint because Nico needs to feel their feelings. I'm all for it, but if Nico starts crying, I'm going to start crying. So I'm going to just...
Yeah.
I'm just going to... All right, I'll see you guys in 45. I'm annoyed because I've got 3 pages left.
Well, then read your 3 pages, dang it.
No, it's fine. I'll chat for a little bit and then I'll just do, and then I can read it in the next one. I need to pick up what I need to decide I'm going to pick up for the next one anyway. But that was so close.
It's very close.
I read to my children.
Good for you.
That counts.
If I counted the children's books I read, my Goodreads would be exploding. But I don't, because most of them we read over and over and over again. And I feel like it doesn't make sense to put that on my Goodreads like every day that we read the same book.
That's fair. How'd you get on, Celine?
I read a bit more of the Frost Fair. I think speaking, I only have that left. Technically speaking, I could finish it today, but I am dead tired. So I don't know. Because what time is it for me? It's 8:25. I really could. Either I will power through and try to, or I'll just I don't know, drop dead. One or the other.
One or the other. I think maybe if you are going to stick around for the next sprint, watch something rather than read something.
If I watch something, I will fall asleep, like 100%.
Then go to sleep. Then you're tired and go to sleep.
But I'm so close.
You can just finish it tomorrow, though.
I guess so.
It will still be there tomorrow. You're fine.
Sure, for sure. But I wish I could try to finish something else this week.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. We'll see.
This tickled me, especially because now Nico's not here to appreciate it. Or if they are, they're hidden. But yeah, every now and then, just losing it. Loved it.
I actually spent part of the sprint searching for my copy. It's like the one book that I just can't find. Of course.
Classic. I'm going to bed for more and solitaire. Nice. You're so welcome, Pixie. Thanks for hanging out. No shame for no reading, because I think it is getting late. So like that's fair. Wait, I send down popcorn. Nice. 39 pages of Pet. Oh, I hope you're ready to be emotionally destroyed. That book is so sad. So good. So good. My dad was not mad at me. Oh, I'm pleased, but I'm in a situation.
Oh, that reminds me of Hannah. I was going to ask you if you wanted to buddy read Bitter with me, since we both need to freaking read it.
Yeah, but it's going to be so sad. It's going to be so sad. I don't know if I want to buddy read it. I think I want to.
You think it'll be 2 emotions?
Yeah.
That's fair. I'm just trying to get us to have one successful goddamn buddy read.
Oh my god, yeah. So in the way that like Celine takes on too many buddy reads, I have the opposite problem where like Ali and I have tried on I think 3 separate occasions to buddy read a book, and every single time one or both of us has hated the book, and we've DNF'd.
Yep. Like 3 chapters. Like it's not even like we get halfway through the book. It's just starting. Not reading this.
Yeah, that's sad.
Yeah. I don't know if you were here, Nico, when I highlighted this comment from Georgia.
Look. One of my annotations here was, this book is so emotional. It's just.
Yeah.
I'm mad, like I'm mad that I have to finish it by the end of Friday, because I'm never gonna be able to read this again for the first time. By the end of Friday, this experience is over.
I'm so sorry. What is your tactic when you've got to the end of a book like that? What do you do? Are you I start from the beginning because I need to get back in the world? Are you I'm gonna stare at the ceiling for 20 minutes and just absorb? Or are you I'm immediately gonna look up fan fiction?
Oh no! I stare at the ceiling. I absolutely stare at the ceiling, and then I just let it like
wash over you.
And then I wonder what in the hell I could possibly read next, because I'm never going to read anything as amazing like as this again in my life. And then I stare at the ceiling some more, and then eventually somebody on Instagram or in a group chat is like, "So have you done like you want to like buddy read this in a group?" And I'm like, "Yep."
What a perfect distraction. Yeah.
Just a heads up. Apparently, it's on Kindle Unlimited, the first one.
There you go.
And speaking of like buddy reads and stuff, and like, see, my problem is that my buddy reads take forever. The exception being Aiden Thomas and FT Lukens. Like those ones I breeze through. Like I read those with the group, and I'm waiting to talk about the next section. But for the most part, my buddy reads is like, Celine, how long ago did we start the Count of Monte Cristo?
Don't. No, we don't talk about that. We don't.
Like it's been like a year. It's been a year.
It was in July.
Was it July? Because I'm pretty sure we tried to start in January, which is when I read like the first 6 pages.
Celine's having to think about it now.
Because it is the friend whose birthday I'm reading these for. So a January birthday, I remember starting because Monte Cristo is her favorite classic. So I remember starting it for her birthday month. But I'm pretty sure you only read like 6 pages. And then we tried again in July.
I don't remember.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I think I'd rather a buddy read take forever, but I'm still enjoying it, than, oh, we got 3 chapters in, and I now have to say to Ali again that I'm a picky bitch and I don't like this book. Because I'm not putting it on both of us. It's usually me being like, I'm sorry, Ali, I had this great idea for us to buddy read this, but now I hate it. So. And the worst is when, like, I'll do it and I'll be like, oh, I just got this book in. And I'll be like, cool, get me a copy. And then I get her a copy and then we read it and I hate it. Because I'm like, now I've made you pay for a book I hated.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know why we can't pick books that don't suck.
Right?
I basically, at least it's not like with Bunny, where I just didn't want to read it. And I was just like, Hannah, just keep reading it and tell me what happens. Because I don't want to read this.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. It is unfortunate. Priscilla has been writing and playing some piano. Love that.
Wow.
I did finish my first Gerbitathon journal page. Love that. It's very difficult to say though. Gerbitathon journal.
Yeah.
Of the 3 books I've read this year, 2 of them I just get myself up until stupid o'clock to finish. That's fair.
That's
apparently
what I'll be doing today. Stupid o'clock.
I'm reading horror now. I can say it's very effective. I mean, to be fair, your name is Book Terror, so I feel like you knew what you were getting into. And I love that for you. Although, in fairness, one of those 2 I stayed up and read because I loved it and wanted to find out what happened. The other I was mad at and I just wanted to be done. I DNF those books.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever stayed up late to finish a book I was mad at.
No.
Those are morning books. Like if I need to know what happened, but I'm hating it. Like if I need to know, I'm gonna read it in the morning because I'm already pissed off anyway. It's morning.
No, I'm an absolute gremlin.
I'm the same. I have to finish it, and it happened to me with The Long Walk by Stephen King. I finished it at 2 a.m. I needed to be done with that.
No,
I had a headache.
I will Google it. I will Google spoilers. I will read the last line, and then I'll DNF.
Yeah. I will just ask somebody who read it. I'll be like, is this actually worth my time? Because I feel like it's not.
Yeah. But it's why my overall stats, stars-wise, last year was like 4.36. And it's because I'm going to DNF it if I think it's going to be less than 3 stars. Like, who has the time? You know, if it surprises me by being a 2 stars or it's a book club pick, the only one that I like saw through to the end in 2022 was Shadow in the Glass because it was one of the book club picks that I picked. And it was goddamn awful because it promised to be a Cinderella meets Dr. Faustus retelling, except tell me you've not read Dr. Faustus without telling me you've not read Dr. Faustus. Do you know what I mean?
I feel like
the basic premise. Have you said you haven't?
I have not. I own it.
That's fair.
It's out there.
That's fair. Like, this is the thing. I don't expect you necessarily to have read it. It's not something that I expect everyone to read. But if you write a retelling of it, I would expect you to know the general premise, you know? So it was a whole thing.
Eventually, I'll finish writing my retellings. Eventually.
Eventually. Thanks for keeping me up to date. You're so welcome. I hope you feel better.
No, Georgia, you especially with your adorable sweetness. If you cry, I'm just gonna die inside.
But I'd love to see you cry because I know that book will come in hard for feelings. Not like in general, but like specifically for that book. Because that book got a 5 stars from me because it had me crying basically the whole way through, but especially at the end. Beautiful. Anyway, how is the Babel Buddy read going?
I will reread the book before you finish your first read.
For sure. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Because I was tabbing it and I'm 2 chapters in. So. If I read a good book, I tweet about it to thank the author. Oh, that's sweet.
Very nice.
That's really sweet. And I like that because, like, I know there's loads of stuff about how, like, reviews are not for authors, they're for reviewers. I'm absolutely here for that. But every time I see someone talking positively about my writing, I just sit there like this for, like, an hour, just like, oh, my God. So I love that for them. One of those amateur theatre groups that only accept kids either. Okay. I'm over 18. You could absolutely get away with being younger than 18, Emma. You could absolutely get away with it. Just rock up and tell them you're 17. What's a little lie between friends? Okay. Yeah, but yeah, you look like a child. I think you'd get away with it. I don't think it'd be a problem. What's the problem?
I would still love to play Eponine. That would just be great.
That would be cool. Buddy reading classics is a different ball game than reading genre fiction. Those don't count. In what way don't count? Clarify.
Celine, what? Long. It freaking counts.
Yeah,
like genre fiction and classics. Like my favorite classic is Dracula. That is genre fiction.
I love that. It's so true. And like it's one of those things where I think I get what they're saying when they're saying that, like, right, take your time with it because it's a classic, right? So like finding your time.
I need the second half of this thought, please.
Yeah, I feel like it's that.
Please,
it's just that it's not been articulated. But when you're like, they're not the same, I'm like
usually, like I thought that I absolutely hated classics, like full on. I was just like, no, these are all stupid. And somebody was like, when's the last time you read a contemporary romance? And I'm like, I rarely do that. And they're like, so stop reading Jane Austen and saying you don't like classics. And I was like, oh. And then I was recommended, like Dracula and Frankenstein and the Portrait of Dorian Gray. And I'm like, oh. And then I remembered in middle school, I had read Jekyll and Hyde and adored it. And I'm like, oh, I see. It's like my classics is the same thing as my current. Like, I need it to be speculative or I do not care.
I think this is the thing, is like, we teach Shakespeare as like one of the first things we teach you in literature. And it's because Shakespeare can be broken up into tragedies, comedies, and histories. And I feel like literature, for most of classics, again, could be broken up into tragedies, histories, and comedies. And romance and things like that might come under the comedy section because like there's like jokes and stuff, but they can be quite silly and quite goofy. And then there's like your gothic tragedies and like your mysteries that kind of come under that. And that's the vibe that I want. That's where I live. I live in that. Is it spooky? Is it sad? Is it violent? Then give me that classic. If it's Jane Austen, I'll allow it because I fucking love Jane Austen. But like, I reread Jane Eyre last year and I was convinced I was going to hate it because like so many other Bronte novels I just can't stand. And I had to study Jane Eyre. And I do think there is like a level of that. If you're not reading for joy, then you're not going to actually enjoy it. Whereas if you're being forced to analyze every other word, I mean, that's the same with genre.
Hey!
If you're reading genre fiction, to be like, I've heard this is like really well written, as opposed to like, I've heard this is a good time. I feel like, again, you're setting yourself up to
Yeah.
fail a little bit.
I was issued a challenge, and it is with a group, so therefore I am participating. But the challenge was to read Wuthering Heights in January, and Wuthering Heights is the first book I ever DNF'd in my entire life.
Don't say
So I'm just like, I'm here for the challenge and like the memes that are being created in the group setting. And so it's definitely way more enjoyable than last time. Like I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, I liked it now. No, I'm not going to like this book, but I am loving the meme content coming out of this buddy read.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair. I can't stand Wuthering Heights. I can't stand it.
I need to read it.
My knowledge of classics is,
and that's
For me, it's the opposite. It's going up.
like, I know too
well, I'm
I
reading
need
some
to
classics this year, but Hannah is not sure I'm going to like the ones that I picked out to try this year. So
Remind me which ones. I mean, I
The
don't think you'll like
Jane
classics,
Austen
do you?
ones.
Yeah, the
So-
Jane Austen.
Oh right, yeah.
I'm also reading them all this. Well, supposedly them all this year, so we'll see.
Suppose it's only January. Calm down. Don't
I
supposedly.
was
yet.
already
If it's-
supposed
if you've
to-
only read like one and it's November, then you can say supposedly. Like
I was already supposed to start one, so that's why I'm saying supposedly.
it's
not
January
happening.
15th. It's fine.
You've got time. You've got time.
Sure.
I need to get back to reading, and I'd like to eat off camera. So, can we do that?
That's fair. Let me just get through these, and then we'll do that. My stats are 3.8 to 3.9. Like actually books, that's fair. Thank you. And then no, you're adorable, Hannah, but low key, I would love to see you sob. Love that. Forgot that was something you were talking about, and I got really confused.
What I do?
Twitter was very, very not showing me that Baby Austin responded to my tweet, so I found out about 4 hours later and lost it. That's a shame. Everything was the dream.
I'm saying, still the dream. I still look youngish. It could work.
I believe it. I believe it. I don't know if you can sing, but I believe it. Don't count as failed buddy reads. Oh, there we go. As they take forever, it's usually a different form of engagement. See, this is the other half of the thought that we needed.
Yeah.
What do you consider a classic? I mean, I will have an extensive conversation about this, but Nico wants to read, so we'll come back to this.
It's old.
I'm gonna star this for later. I don't enjoy pre-18th century England, but I'm reading Alexis Hall to understand and enjoy it. Interesting. I imagine Ali is Dr. Jekyll and is the Hyde reader, not an Austen reader. Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Sure.
And I'm in the Be Real again. This is my third time. We love to see it. Right, Nico, I'm sorry. Right, I'm ready.
Good.
I'm ready to
You're
go.
good.
I'm ready to go.
I'm hungry. Let's go.
I'm pressing go. Okay.
One page left.
Okay.
Well, I finished my book.
Ooh. Wait, the one you just started?
No. The one that I was like steaming through, that I had like 4 pages left of the last sprint.
Gotcha.
And then I'd like to tell you that I picked up something else, but I didn't. I made a TikTok instead.
I ate my food. I convinced children to do their chores. So props to me. And I read a chapter.
Good
It was
work.
a short chapter, but I read a chapter.
Shouts nonetheless. Nice. How'd you get on, Ali? Because you look like you've there, but yeah, okay, fair enough.
I was working on editing my video that I filmed yesterday, which is all of my unread Waypoint books. I hate it so much.
Why?
Because yesterday was when my lip was the most swollen and most sore. I sound so funny.
But that was not hardly in your control.
Okay, yeah, but I have to listen to my own voice as I edit.
Or you could send it to me and I'll edit it. That's fine too.
I got it. I just don't enjoy listening to my voice to begin with because I'm occasionally a little lispy and it drives me insane.
That's fair. Did you finish, Celine? You good?
Yeah, the chapter. I have like really little left. I have that left.
That's cool. That's cool. Well, Lizzie's not here yet, so we can continue reading, but I absolutely understand if you're like, I'm done now.
I'm done, but I also really want to finish it. I have like 44 pages left. It's ridiculous.
That's not too bad.
No, like I can finish that in another sprint. Okay, I'll finish it.
Because we were all trying so hard to convince you.
No, but like I need to finish. It would be the first sprint, like the first, finish, like start to finish sprint. I don't finish something. Like I don't like that. I need to finish.
Oh, tell me about it, Celine. Tell me about it. The first time
Right.
ever that I've started something and not finished it in a day. Fuming. For these sprints specifically. Like that's not something I do regularly. But now I don't know what book I want to read next. That was kind of like I finished and then I was like, I don't want to pick up. Because the things I want to read are like 6-hour-long audiobooks, but realistically, we're only going to sprint for like another hour and a half.
What about a book you're in the middle of?
I'm in the middle of loads. And I'm like, how do I narrow that? That's what I'm saying is like, how do I narrow that down? So my options are, and this is how I narrow it down, is I get you guys to decide instead. So we have The Morganville Vampires, of which I have 2.5 hours left of an audiobook. We have Dead Until Dark, that I'm 80 pages into. Project Hail Mary, of which I have 6 hours left of an audiobook. A Dowry of Blood, of which I'm 40 pages in. The Blood Trials, of which I have 8 hours of an audiobook left. Or The Dead Romantics, of which I have 2.5 hours of an audiobook left.
Hannah, as much as you have the most left of the Blood Trials, you kind of need to try to read that one.
Yeah, but Lizzie works in the office basically all the time now. So she's only home on Fridays. I have a 4.5 hour drive on Friday and another 4.5 hour drive on Sunday. So I am not worried with regards to like that one in particular, because I'm going to do that and Ashes to the Sun as audiobooks on those 2 drives. That's kind of my plan. So I'm not worried. The audiobooks I will absolutely get done this week. I am not concerned. Dowry of Blood, Dead Until Dark are the only 2 that I'm currently reading tangibly, and I kind of want to pick up something else.
Okay, because I was going to say Dowry of Blood.
I can read Dowry of Blood. That's not a problem. That's quite a quick read.
But you don't want to.
It's because it's vampire, Celine. I don't know how I'm
tired of
vampire books and not doing a vampire vlog. I don't know.
You're supposed to be in the mood for vampires, Hannah.
I am also reading a vampire book, but a very different kind of vampire book.
What vampire book are you reading?
I'm reading King of Battle and Blood by Scarlett St. Clair, so
So not that different from not that different then.
Much better written, like much.
Mm.
Scarlett St. Clair might write smut, but she can actually write things.
Wow. How dare you?
Like,
It's
you
not
know
wrong.
that those are not good books.
Even your child agrees.
Oh, she's screaming at a puppy.
Oh, cute. I guess I could pick up literally any of the other book club picks that I need to read tangibly, though. So
Which would
I've
be?
got the spooky ones, the romance ones.
I'm so
So,
tired.
like, the tangible ones, I've got more. So I've got Bluebirds, which I've started, which unfortunately I read like 30 pages in 20 minutes. So I was like, oh, I'll read that really quickly, and then haven't picked up again. We have a non-binary romance that apparently has transphobia in it, which is why I've been reluctant to pick it up again. Yeah. I got so excited. So I basically, this one was for Pride Month, and it was like an LGBT romance that had a non-binary main character, and I was like, sign me up. And then Lizzie got like 4 chapters in and was like, I don't like the transphobia in this. And I was like, oh, I'm so glad I picked a book that has that in it. Brilliant. Good work. So
I'm reading an audiobook that has transphobia, but it is absolutely dealt with. Like, there is one character who we were very slowly starting to dislike, right? It's very clear, like, the author wants you to dislike her, and then all of a sudden she's a TERF, and like the rest of her friends are like, excuse me. So, and then I found out it's written by a trans author, and I was like, okay. So like, because that part of the book happened, and I was like, I'm scared. And then I looked up like because it was a book club pick, so I just like, and the audiobook was available, so I kind of just, it was one of those things I just clicked on and was like, let's see. And I am no longer terrified, like, because the 3 of the 4 main characters are like, the hell is wrong with this bitch? And then the author is trans, and I'm like, okay, we'll continue. We'll see where this goes.
yeah, that's fair. See, I don't know that that's the case for this one, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But I have said that I want to read it so that I can make my own judgment on it, because people seem to either love it or hate it, but there's very little discussion about the transphobia in the comments on like Goodreads and stuff. So I don't know. But then I also have The Shadow People, which is going to be super scary. I don't know if I want to start this just before I go to bed, but probably I will. I will pick up next. And then the last one is Partners in Crime.
Is anybody else reading Partners in Crime, Hannah?
What do you mean? What do you mean is anyone else reading it?
Like, who are going to be on the live show?
Oh, I don't think anyone on the live show will have read it.
Okay. Then maybe you should read that one.
So what, just so that someone has something to say about it? I've still got a week and a half before the live show.
Oh yeah, Hannah. I still got a week and a half to read all those books.
Yeah?
Go
That's
with
like 6 months, Hannah.
Yeah, but if I have a deadline, I'm more likely to read them.
Go with the Master Town, the horror one.
The spooky one?
Yes.
Don't sleep tonight, Hannah. That's what you're being
It's
told.
gonna be fine. It's never creepy at the beginning.
Yeah, that's true. It gives me some wiggle room.
Well,
have you started it? And you think it's creepy right from the start?
I mean,
Well, the upside is, if it is
find
creepy, I can read this before I go to bed. So
they do find some things that are
now I need to know what things.
Dead, disgusting things. So
again, I need to know. I've got Flowers by Miley stuck in my head.
I like that song.
I like that it's a kick-ass song about being single that she shared on her ex-husband's birthday. Hilarious.
Okay. Are we talking about Flowers? I was annotating. Okay, I listened to that song like 3 or 4 times in a row, and then I got a Bruno Mars song stuck in my head, and I was like, "This is stupid. Like, what is wrong with me?" And then I realized and I was just like, "Oh,
Yeah, it's a petty ass song.
Like, okay." I'm like, I understand now why that song is in my head. I appreciate. Yes.
Have you seen the TikTok where the radio host literally plays them next to each other?
Valid.
I used to buy you flowers. I can buy my own flowers. Like, it's almost to the same beat as well, which is hilarious to me. Incredible.
Yep. And then it hold your hand, and then she's like, I can hold my own hand, and then I should have
talked to myself
like
for hours.
And he's like, I make myself dance, and I'm like,
yep. Petty.
Yeah,
right.
that was brilliant.
Welcome back. I have 50 pages of a short story to go before the end, so nice. I did all the small tasks. 43 more pages, baby. Yay for finishing a book, though. Did you pause, give up? I've paused it. I just didn't get to it, unfortunately. Well done on reading your short story.
I didn't know what the short story was.
So I can't remember what it was called, and I hope they will put it again because they're reading like a collection of short stories. It's like a readathon that's all around short stories. So there's quite a few on the list. I started my audiobook for the month, which is The Lost Apothecary, trying for more high-pitched voices. Yeah, interesting. More Death Note, lol, trying to catch up from where I am in the manga. That's fair. I thought you were going to take a break, though. I mean, no shade, obviously. If you didn't, that's fine. But I thought you were going to take a break. Hello and welcome. Are you doing any more sprints? Yes, I will be doing at least one more. I checked my emails and send one. I did my Duolingo, updated my online diary, and ate some coconut yogurt.
But Duolingo keeps being like, come back, you're missing your streak. I'm like, I haven't been on a streak in like a year.
It's like, we miss you. The only we miss you texts I ever get is from Pizza Hut. So, it's true though. It's also not true because Ali sends them to me on a regular basis too. To be fair, don't you, Ali? Send me I miss you texts.
Well, yeah, because I forget about people and then I remember they exist.
Yeah. Does that count as missing me then?
I remembered that I missed you. I just forgot for a while.
If someone with object permanence realizes that they miss you, that's a big deal.
Yeah. I know. I feel genuinely very excited about it. I think I've already gone through the list. Dead Romantics is near the end, and Light Read for Winding Down. That's a good shout.
I just like looked because like I'm focused in on the words and the sentences, and I just like looked at the like I have written all over this page.
Oh, I love that.
Like, so I have things to say.
Clearly, like, how do we know that Nico gives a shit about this book? Well, just look at the blue ink. I very Diary of Blood. It's so good. I'm not loving it.
I really liked it.
I haven't even picked it up yet. I haven't touched it. I haven't even seen it in the wild. But you know what, Hannah, you're allowed to. If I don't love that book whenever I get to it, I'm gonna be so mad.
And my copy is really pretty. It's just red. There's nothing special about it. It's just the red standard copy, and I love it. Oh, anyway,
it's pretty.
I vote Dead Romantics. Love Dowry. This is the thing. All my friends really love Dowry, and I'm just like, okay, the second person thing is doing my nut.
So. That is fair, though. That is fair.
Mistime the sprint. It's not by much there, you're fine. Yeah. They're in their own little chat. Cute child content. I'm waiting for Ali to start swinging it around like she did earlier, and then the child. It's because the cat wandered past, and I was like, baby.
There is 4 cats. They're just not here.
No, but Lizzie's cat just wandered past, so I looked at the child, looked at the cat, said cat, meant baby. But yes, child content. Agreed.
I mean, now that I'm back to BookTube, you will see me more.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. It's 100% Her Majesty's Royal Coven. Yes. And I'm listening to
the book you were talking.
Yes.
Okay.
The one where the transphobia jumped out and I got scared, but then everybody was like, "What's wrong with her?" And I'm like, "Oh, okay." Are you going to join the sprints? Do you want to read your book? Read your book.
The idea of kids terrifies me. That's fair.
That's fair. She might be really cute right now, but there's so many birth control stories I could give you that will just make you never want to have children.
Since mine just walked away, they should terrify you. What is it? It was not the same book you were reading last time. Did you finish the library one?
Nope.
Did you bring it back already?
Look, you smack that mic, you're gonna blow everyone's ears out. Yes.
Yes, he did.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why she specifically chose it.
Miley's in her petty era, and we love it.
Hold it out so they can. Not you.
I was like, that's not a book.
That's no.
Hi. This is. I mentioned Lila Bard earlier. This is Lila.
Hello, Lila.
One of the babies.
Here, I can show you your book to the camera. If you didn't want to, that's fine.
Sounds like someone else is in their petty era too.
Sit on my stuff.
I need more context because I only know a man cheated 14 times. What?
You have no idea what's going on with that sentence.
What?
Is this about flowers again?
Maybe.
I actually don't know anything about Miley and Liam, to be honest.
14 times? I thought he was just like really like anti her having a life. Because I feel like loads of stuff was about like he wanted her to like rein it in and she wouldn't.
Wait, what?
I don't know.
I
Blindly always. The only issue I have with Miley Cyrus is that because her stage name was Hannah Montana, guess what I got called my entire childhood?
You know what? It's better than Dominic the Donkey.
Why?
I'm sorry, what now?
What? Why?
Because that's my full first name.
Where's the donkey come in?
It's a Christmas song, apparently.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah. That I didn't know about until people called me a donkey constantly.
I'm sorry.
So I'd rather be Hannah Montana. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I
just spent like 20 some years of my life with a name that did not fit me. And then I was just like, you know what?
That's fair.
You can hold it out.
This is to answer your question, Nico, by the way.
Oh, with lesbian vibes? Let's go. Yes. Okay.
That's fair. Yeah, like the dress, the look, all of it.
Oh, this is what Mel is reading. Orphan Island.
Oh, okay.
By Laurel Snyder. And apparently there's 2 islands, and the oldest kid from each island once a year, I think, has to like swap places and like learn from the other people.
Oh.
You were like really helpfully explaining about this book, and the dog was like, nah. I'm just gonna full on body slam.
What's the other book you're reading?
The dog is just like, it is time for me. Thank you.
So
I hope this answers your question.
It's like, why are you reading? You need to pet me.
Mm-hmm. I really want to try Dowry. My expression, see, not like it, Hannah, because I want to love it. I wanted to love it too. I really wanted to love it. And I waited specifically so I could get like the hardback edition rather than get the Amazon version of it because it's been traditionally published. And I don't love it. And I think okay, right. I'm spoiled, okay, because I read The Deathless Girls And I've been to Romania. I've been to the castle, which Bram Stoker based Dracula on. And I've seen where Vlad the Impaler was born and where he hung out. And I've heard all the tales from Romanians on this like amazing like tour thing. I've been up the mountains. I've seen the trees. It's incredible. Best holiday ever. And I then read The Deathless Girls and was like, oh my God, I feel like I'm back there. This is amazing. Like it's so evocative and it feels like I'm right there. And now I'm reading this and I'm like, oh, you've heard of Dracula. And it just doesn't have that same like impact.
They've got their other book that they're reading, starting them young.
Yeah,
Where the Lost Ones Go. Which
Emma's gonna love you. Emma is gonna love you because Emma has just received this book from Waypoint because it was a pre-order.
That's the book Emma picked that I have to read this year.
Yeah. So what is this? This one is grief. Yeah, the main character is grieving, and then also it's something about ghosts and memories and sapphic.
Ghosts and memories.
Ghosts, memories, grieving, sapphic middle grade.
We love to see it.
We do be loving to see it.
Ali, is your child ginger?
I don't think so.
I think it's probably just the light. I don't think your child is actually ginger. I really love that it was cute dog alert and then the body slam. I was talking about flowers. Okay. Did he cheat 14 times?
I don't believe that. Like she never said that. Like she hasn't said that in an interview or anything. I think it's BS.
Sorry, I'm really enjoying the fact that these are back to back. Liam cheating on Miley, Dominic the donkey. I just really enjoy those back to back.
The travesties. See, what I imagine, right, is like Liam just minding his own business and then his brother Chris walking in and blasting flowers. Because like, as a sibling,
not only that, teaching his kids all the TikTok dance about it. Like, let's be honest. Like, the Pete Davidson bit about Ariana Grande killed me when it's like, it's a catchy tune though. Like the fact that all of his friends were like, oh, you got dumped by Ariana, that's really sad.
The shit's catchy, yeah. 100%.
That shit's catchy, yeah. Amazing. Santa's got a little friend, his name is Dominic. The house music video was recorded was previously used by Liam Hemsworth to cheat on Miley with more than 14 women while they were married. What?
I don't believe it. Like, who said that? I do not believe that.
That's a quote. That's a quote, but from where?
From whom? Like,
because I want to believe that.
Yeah.
So
no, like he's a nice guy. I don't believe.
If I had Miley's kind of money,
poetic would that be? That needs to be the truth. It needs to be.
Yeah, I know. Actually, I think this might be true. Actually, because I feel like there were screenshots of like the outside of the house. I feel like this is a trick. But here's the level of petty I would be. I'd buy the house and I'd burn it down. My property, I can do what I like. I did not know that. I did not know that. That's really cool. It's not me. One ghost is specifically named after me.
Wait, one of the ghosts in this book is named after.
Yeah.
The book my kid is reading that they showed me, and I was like, "What does this do with the library? Because I'm gonna need to borrow it from you." This book.
6 degrees of separation.
A little bit less than 6 at this point.
Yeah, a little bit less. Is it actually true? Ari Miley cheating? I don't believe Twitter. I don't believe Twitter until that's fair. But I do feel like I've seen it now that now you mentioned the house. I'm like, yeah, I feel like that's a thing. I don't know 14 times. 14 times feels like a wild number to cheat on someone.
I still don't believe it.
Wild. Fun fact that everyone already knew about Emma. Except for Nico, because you weren't there the first 100 times they told us. So it might be a rumor. Look, Tamar, you can't come in and be like, he cheated 14 times. It's the same house. Allegedly.
a rumor. I'm telling you.
Like
it's not true.
everything might be a rumor, though.
I feel like that's how I want to get out of anything ever again, is to just make stuff up and then be like, also I heard. Allegedly. You know? I feel like it'd be fun.
I mean, I got a
What's the girlies on the internet? How dare you?
Yeah, but at least it's fun misinformation.
Right, Georgia is a scientist. That's not true. That's not how that works. How dare you? Cool. Right, should we do a sprint so that your kid can read about the ghost of Emma Past?
I can tell my kid that like I know a book character. My kid is a book character because I write too. Like I needed a stowaway. I needed a child stowaway, so I was just like, yeah, kid, I'm using your name.
Fair. Are you leaving us, Celine? Are you trying to find a
I'm
way to skip out?
I will, but like, I will finish it, but I'm so tired. I might fall asleep.
Chances are, by the end of the next sprint, Lizzie will be back. Because she said she'd be back around 9.
Okay.
The kid doesn't believe it.
The kid doesn't. I hope Lizzie's back because we share rent, so I'm going to need her to come back at some point.
she will. She'll be back. One day.
One day.
One day more.
I was so close to bursting into the same song, and then like in my head. So, have you guys seen the TV series Miranda?
No.
Okay, so it's got a comedian in it called Miranda Hart, and one of the running jokes is "Don't sing, don't sing." So, like when someone makes a reference to something, and it's like almost a lyric, yeah. So my dad does that to me anytime someone makes a reference. He knows it's a song. He makes eye contact with me, and he goes, "Don't sing, don't sing," because he knows in my head I'm saying the same thing. So,
no, I would fail. I have no control.
Me either. 10:45.